Chapter 1. Blind Youth. It's time to get up, otherwise I'll be late. In a simple and unadorned room, the youth sat up on the bed and muttered to himself. He had delicate features and looked to be about 15 years old. However, his eyes were wrapped in bandages, as if his eyes were injured. But soon, the youth's body felt as if it was struck by lightning. After reacting, he muttered, "I had a dream of studying again. Alas, it's a pity that this is no longer the original place." His name was Lin Ling. He had already been in this world for 3 days. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he still knew that he had transmigrated. In his previous life he was an orphan. The first half of his life could only be described as ordinary. It was so ordinary that Lin Ling was numb to it. As for the cause of his death, it was because he was trying to save a child and was hit by a truck. Until now, Lin Ling still remembered when he was in the hospital. His soul looked at the child who was saved and looked at him with gratitude. Those clear eyes made Lin Ling feel that everything was worth it. Perhaps the heavens saw that he was virtuous and allowed him to come to this world. But when other people transmigrate, if they aren't pampered princes or young masters, then they are peerless experts. Why am I a blind person? Lin Ling's mouth revealed a bitter smile. After his soul took over this body, he realized that the original owner had fought with someone and was accidentally killed. Most importantly, the original owner left him with a pair of injured eyes. Although in his memory, the original owner's master, in order to heal his eyes, stuffed some unknown medicine into his eyes, he still had a feeling. He was afraid that he would go blind. After death, he would be resurrected and come to this world as a blind person. Lin Ling felt that the future was dark. Moreover, the situation doesn't seem good. Lin Ling sighed as he recalled. The original owner was also called Lin Ling. He was a disciple of Arcade Peak, one of the 6 peaks of Guyan sect. As for his master, in his memory he was called Huiletang. It was said that when his master was cultivating, he suffered from qi deviation, causing his mind to be muddled as if he had lost his mind. Of course, it was one thing for him to lose his mind, but the problem was that his master was an elder of Arcade Peak, and Arcade Peak was a place where spirit herbs were grown. For a madman to be in charge of tens of thousands of spirit herbs, it naturally drew the dissatisfaction and envy of many people. After a while, the elders of the various peaks found his master to be an eyesore, and even wanted to remove his master from his position as an elder. As a result, as one of his master's only 2 disciples, the original owner was also implicated. This time he was beaten to death, which benefited Lin Ling. Right at this time an anxious voice came over. "Big brother Ling, not good. Elder X and Hai, they all came knocking." The door was pushed open, and a girl of about 14 years old ran in anxiously. This girl was a little dirty, and her hair was messy, making it difficult for people to see her face clearly. "Yu," Lin Ling shouted. In his memory, Yu was another disciple of his master. In the past, Yu was very good to him. Yu clung to Lin Ling and said worriedly and fearfully, "Elder X and Hai came knocking?" Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he didn't know why Elder X and Hai came knocking, he was very clear that it wasn't a good thing. Moreover, the past in his memory made him even more nervous. When the original owner was 12 years old, he also had a few young playmates in Guyan sect. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, they mysteriously disappeared. Now that he thought about it, Lin Ling knew that it wasn't because they disappeared, but because they didn't have a backer, they were secretly killed. Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. He was the same as those young playmates who died. He had no backer, no potential and no strength. This kind of passive feeling is not good. The child that I saved in my previous life must be watching me. It must be because of his blessing that I was able to come to this world. Therefore I can't let him down. I must live on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and then slowly walked towards the hall with Yu's support. At the same time, his eyes became even more itchy. He didn't know what medicine that crazy master put on his eyes. "Huiletang, your courage is really not small. You let your disciple commit murder and actually dare to openly steal things in Guyan sect. Do you still have Guyan sect in your eyes?" In the hall, Elder X and Hai of Guyan sect brought a large number of disciples and came to denounce Huiletang. Elder X and Hai was the elder of Tianxian Peak, one of the 6 peaks. Although he was short and fat like a ball with a face full of fat, his reputation in Guyan sect was not low. There were a large number of martial arts disciples in the peak. Everyone's gaze was on a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man's face was indifferent. He had a long beard on his face. He was the elder of Arcade Peak, Huiting. Huiting sat on a chair. His sharp eyes kept flashing as if he was angry. Because of the aftereffects of qi deviation during cultivation, Huiting's temperament was temperamental like a devil. Trying to reason with him was simply impossible. Elder Xian Hai also knew this point. He just wanted to provoke Huiting to find an excuse. Huiting's elder position. He had been coveting Arcade Peak, this popular place, for a very long time. What? Huiting spat out 2 words. It was as if he only spoke 2 words. You want to ask me what I want? Huiting, don't tell me you still want to protect your disciple? Your disciple wanted to steal my disciple Zhao Shanhe's water spirit grass. This matter is obvious to all. According to Guyan sect's rules, outer disciples are not allowed to fight within the sect. Therefore, your disciple has already violated the rules. Hand him over immediately. Elder Xian Hai coldly snorted. He was very clear about Huiting's temperament. This guy had once suffered qi deviation and was delirious. He did not have the ability to think like a normal person. Therefore, he only needed to casually assign a crime to Huiting, and this was enough to force Huiting to explode. That's right. Hand over that trash Lin Ling. Behind him the disciples all agreed. It was as if the truth was on their side. This denouncement was very big. Disciples from other peaks also came to watch the show. This made Elder Xian Hai even more proud. The more people there were, the more people there would be to prove that Huiting could not help but explode later. From the looks of it, Huiting could not endure for much longer. With Yu's support, Lin Ling walked along the corridor. Naturally, he also heard the commotion in the hall. That denouncement made him frown. This was slander. It was obviously Elder Xian Hai's disciple Zhao Shanhe, who indiscriminately hit him and killed him by accident. Now they dared to shamelessly denounce him, and even slander him, Lin Ling, for wanting to steal Zhao Shanhe's water spirit grass, and should be punished according to the sect's rules. Wasn't this forcing Lin Ling to a dead end? Moreover, Lin Ling was very clear that he was implicated. Elder Xian Hai's goal was Arcade Peak, and he was only the trigger for Huiting's anger. This was a typical case of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth. Most importantly, with Huiting's temperament, he could do anything when he was enraged. At that time he would violate the sect's rules, and the result would be obvious. These guys had a good plan. However, in order to save his life, Lin Ling could not let them do as they wished. What's going on? So many people came to see me. Everyone is so considerate. Chapter 2. A visit to denounce. Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the youth who walked into the hall with bandages wrapped around his eyes, and they were all shocked. Huiting's cold face also loosened a little, and the anger from before also disappeared. Damn it! Looking at the change in Huiting's attitude, Elder Xian Hai cursed inwardly. His wishful thinking was disrupted, and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, you dare to come out and meet people after violating the sect rules? Lin Ling took a deep breath. Elder Xian is so angry, I wonder who offended you? Or was your wishful thinking disrupted so you flew into a rage out of humiliation? He was already forced to a dead end, so he absolutely could not back down. Because if he backed down, the result would be violating the sect rules. So he had to bite the bullet and speak, or else it would give people the feeling that he had a guilty conscience. And as long as he was in the right, with his master's position as an elder, Elder Xian Hai would not dare to touch him openly. And the people in the hall who were gloating quieted down. In their impression, Arcade Peak's Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing, cowardly, and not good with words at all. How did he speak so fluently now? Elder Xian Hai frowned but soon sneered disdainfully. With his status, he naturally would not care if Lin Ling was a mute or not. He was just about to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. Elder Xian, haven't you always been eyeing my Arcade Peak's elder position? If you want this position, just say it. Why do you have to resort to such schemes? When these words fell, Elder Exine Hai's face changed. Lin Ling was directly peeling off his skin and exposing his thoughts to the world. Although this matter was known by everyone, knowing was one thing. Saying it out in public was another matter. It was like an ambitious person plotting to usurp the throne. This rebellion was known by everyone, but it could not be said. Once it was said, it would lose the hearts of the people. Sure enough, Lin Ling's words caused the disciples of the various peaks in the hall to whisper. Elder Exine Hai was about to explode with anger. At the start he had disdained Lin Ling, but even if he was beaten to death, he never would have imagined that Lin Ling would shoot his mouth off like this. In the future, even if Huoleitang was ousted by him, the other disciples would definitely say that it was Elder Exine Hai who used underhanded tactics to force Huoleitang out of his position. At that time, Exine Hai wouldn't be able to face anyone. Nonsense. Lin Ling, you actually dare to slander this elder. Elder Exine wanted to use his prestige to intimidate Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm. Elder Exine, don't be impatient. The more anxious you are, the more guilty you seem. Well, your master is not good with words, but you have a sharp tongue. Elder Exine Hai's face was as gloomy as water. After being scolded by Lin Ling, he couldn't get angry, but if he did, he would seem guilty. Left with no choice, he signaled the disciples behind him with his eyes. Lin Ling, your words sound nice, but you're just trying to wash away your sins. Unfortunately, justice is in everyone's heart. Stealing my water spirit grass is a violation of the sex rules. You can't deny it, even if you want to. At this time, a young man walked out from Elder Exine's side, looking at Lin Ling with a sinister gaze. He was the one who started all of this. Zhao Shanhe. You said that I stole your water spirit grass. Did anyone see it? Lin Ling said lightly. Zhao Shanhe smiled contemptuously. Of course, junior brother, he and the others all saw it. Lin Ling, I advise you to admit your wrongdoings early. Don't be so stubborn. So I really did steal it. Lin Ling frowned. It seems like these shameless people did a flawless job. If he can't think of a way to deal with them, then he won't be able to escape punishment today. Admit it. Everyone in the hall shook their heads and laughed. Lin Ling admitted it. Then he won't be able to escape the sex punishment. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Someone come. Elder Exine Hai waved his hand, wanting to tie up Lin Ling. But at this time, Lin Ling slowly opened his mouth. It's rare for him to be reborn, so as long as there's a glimmer of hope, he won't give up. Elder Exine Hai only bullied Huoleitang because he was mentally unstable, not good with words and didn't know how to reason, but he, Lin Ling, knew how to. As a person of two lives, he was obviously better at arguing. I really did steal Zhao Shanhe's water spirit grass, but I want to ask Elder Exine, what kind of place is Arcade Peak? Lin Ling's voice became cold. Elder Exine Hai said contemptuously, Arcade Peak is the place where Guyan sect grows spirit grass. Lin Ling, you want to use your identity as a disciple of Arcade Peak to escape punishment? Unfortunately, it's useless. You're not an inner disciple, so Guyan sect won't protect you. You think too much. I don't intend to use my identity to escape punishment, because I didn't commit any crime. Lin Ling coldly shook his head. But since you know that Arcade Peak is the place where spirit grass is grown, then I want to ask you. Zhao Shanhe came to my Arcade Peak to steal spirit grass, so I took back Arcade Peak spirit grass. What crime is this? Took back Arcade Peak spirit grass? Elder Exine Hai was stunned for a moment. Then the fat on his face trembled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to admit to stealing spirit grass, but it was to take back Arcade Peak spirit grass. If it was really like this, then how could Lin Ling be guilty? Zhao Shanhe was guilty instead. And it wasn't a light crime. After all, Arcade Peak spirit grass belonged to the entire Guyan sect. No one was allowed to touch it, or else it would be treated as theft, and their limbs would be broken and they would be chased out of Guyan sect. Now Lin Ling's rhetorical question made Elder Exine Hai somewhat unable to react. I didn't steal Arcade Peak spirit grass. Lin Ling, don't make slanderous accusations. Zhao Shanhe also knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. Then where did your spirit grass come from? Don't tell me that you planted it. If you could plant it, then why do you still need Arcade Peak? You definitely stole it. Lin Ling lightly said. Let me think, what kind of crime is stealing spirit grass? And unless you have the identity of an inner disciple, otherwise your cultivation will be abolished, your limbs will be broken, and you will be chased out of Gu Yan's sect. Plop! Zhao Shanhe was only a 15-year-old youth. He simply couldn't stand the fright and directly sat down. Seeing Zhao Shanhe's appearance, Lin Ling's heart finally relaxed. He suddenly thought that since Elder Xianhai came here to slander him, then he could also slander the other side. Anyway, he was a disciple of Alcade Peak. Slandering Zhao Shanhe for stealing spirit grass would make people believe him. When the disciples in the hall saw Zhao Shanhe sitting on the ground, they all began to talk about it. However, no matter how they looked at it, Zhao Shanhe indeed had a guilty conscience, and Lin Ling said it like it was true, so they had no choice but to believe it. I didn't steal it, I don't have water spirit grass at all. That was just an excuse made by Master to punish you. Under the stares of everyone, Zhao Shanhe was incomparably scared and anxiously said. The sect rules of Gu Yan's sect were very strict. Zhao Shanhe had seen with his own eyes that disciples who violated the sect rules were punished, beaten bloody, and chased out of Gu Yan's sect, living a life worse than death. He wasn't even an inner disciple. If he really committed a crime, then naturally it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. But Elder Xianhai's identity as an elder, even if the matter was exposed, he would be safe and sound. At most he would lose face, so Zhao Shanhe was scared. Zhao Shanhe, you waste. Elder Xianhai was stunned for a moment. Then he roared in a low voice. He originally came here full of confidence, and everything was well planned. In the end he didn't lose to Hua Leiting, but instead he was checkmated by Hua Leiting's disciple. Just by relying on his mouth, he had messed up his plans and made him feel even more humiliated. Moreover, this Zhao Shanhe usually looks smart, but at the critical moment he was extremely timid. He was actually scared by Lin Ling to the point that he spilled everything. Chapter 3. Eyes recovered. Elder Xianhai. I've already said that you're only eyeing my master's position. It's not like we can't talk about it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Why do you have to resort to trickery? Lin Ling said again. This time, his words were directed at Elder Xianhai. Elder Xianhai clenched his fists in anger. His knuckles cracked. So that's how it is. All the disciples in the hall had a strange expression on their faces. They would be fools if they still didn't know the whole story. It seemed like all of this was set up by Elder Xianhai to frame Elder Hua Leiting. After Zhao Shanhe calmed down, he realized that he was frightened by Lin Ling's words. He quickly hugged Elder Xianhai's leg and said, Master, trash. Elder Xianhai kicked Zhao Shanhe and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Then he turned around and left. Obviously he failed today. He finally left. Hearing the footsteps leaving, Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief. He finally escaped this disaster. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, don't leave Alcade Peak. Otherwise you're dead. Zhao Shanhe snorted. If you have the ability, come to Alcade Peak and steal the spirit grass again. Lin Ling coldly replied. Zhao Shanhe's legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with resentment. The disciples of the various peaks had nothing to watch and left. However, before they left, they looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They didn't expect that today's crisis would be solved by Lin Ling with just a few words. This Lin Ling seems to be different from usual. Brother Ling. Yu ran over and held Lin Ling's hand. Even now she was still frightened. Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Then he felt something strange. Although he couldn't see Hua Leiting, he could still feel that Hua Leiting was looking at him. Lin Ling was in awe of his deranged master. No one could predict what his master would do in the next moment. Master, what medicine did you put on my eyes? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling said. Hua Leiting sat on a chair with an indifferent look on his face. Stone. He felt extremely strange. It was as if the previous incident had nothing to do with him. He did not feel angry at all. Stone. Lin Ling opened his mouth and waited for Hua Leiting to continue. Unfortunately, Hua Leiting remained silent. Alas. Lin Ling sighed softly and didn't ask any more questions. He left with Yu. Master has gone mad and lost his mind, and the original owner is weak and incompetent. Who would have thought that I would face such a situation after being reborn? Returning to his room, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. After being reborn, Lin Ling did not want to be a cripple for the rest of his life. He wanted to climb to the peak of this world and look at the whole world. That being said, Elder Xian Hai was still eyeing the Arcade Peak covetously. Therefore, Lin Ling had to grow stronger. Besides, there was still Zhao Shanhe, who would never let him go. And the only way was to increase his strength. In this world, the strong were revered. The martial path was vast and colorful. There were all kinds of unique innate spirit bodies. There were rumors of fire attribute innate spirit bodies that could control all the fire in the world. There were rumors of gods and demons that could split mountains and break seas. There were even demons and demons that could swallow the clouds and ride the mist. The martial path in his memories filled Lin Ling with curiosity. As for martial artists at the beginning, they used the spiritual energy of the world to shape their body. The initial realm was the body transformation realm. This realm was divided into 10 realms that strengthened the body's internal organs, bones, essence, and so on. Every time a realm was reached, the body's strength would increase by 1,000 jin. Qingyuan art, the basic cultivation method of the ancient face sect. After recalling, Lin Ling hurriedly began to cultivate. Although Qingyuan art was not profound, it was peaceful and suitable for beginners. However, an hour later, Lin Ling was speechless as he discovered that the spirit qi he had absorbed into his body had strangely disappeared. What is going on? Is my talent so bad? Lin Ling was shocked. After recalling, he realized that this trash talent was brought to him by the original owner. In the 5 years of cultivation in the ancient face sect, the original owner had always been at the body transformation realm. But for others, even if their talent was poor, they would have reached the body transformation realm. No wonder the original owner had the title of trash in the ancient face sect. When I'm unlucky, it keeps happening again and again. Could it be that the heavens want to torture me by sending me here? Lin Ling smiled bitterly and began to cultivate again. After a few hours, Lin Ling found something wrong. His dantian was wrapped in a layer of membrane. This membrane was like an eggshell, with complex lines engraved on it. All the spiritual energy that entered his body was absorbed by this eggshell membrane. The spiritual energy that entered my body was absorbed. Was I sealed? Lin Ling had some guesses, but who sealed him? He was not sure. After rummaging through the original owner's memories, he discovered that the original owner only had memories from after 10 years of age. The memories before 10 years of age were blank. I don't know who it was. Not only did they seal my future, but they also sealed my memories. Sigh. The next morning, the sun shone through the window. The warm light made Lin Ling feel extremely comfortable. He sat up and saw a faint light through the haze. Wait, it seems like I can see. Although he was still covered in gauze, he could still see the light in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Ling was filled with joy as he carefully removed the gauze. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling light. Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes and then slowly opened them again. After gradually getting used to it, he finally looked at this world for the first time. A simple hut, a wooden bed, a wooden chair, and a bronze mirror. All of these things were vivid and lifelike. His eyes had finally recovered. This is great. There is finally something to be happy about. Lin Ling laughed excitedly. Although his talent was not much, the recovery of his eyes would at least be of great help. Moreover, he was not used to being blind. After that, he went to the window and looked at everything outside with a cherished expression. There were birds chirping, flowers fragrant, and butterflies dancing. It was as if they were all cheering him on and striving to grasp his destiny. Moreover, he felt that his eyesight had improved. He could even clearly see the ants on the ground 100 meters away. There is an old man cultivating over there. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In the spiritual grass field far away, he saw a strange old man sitting cross-legged cultivating. However, other than Yu and his master, how could there be outsiders on Arcade Peak? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling walked towards the spiritual grass field. After a moment, he politely said to the old man, "Senior, I am a disciple of Arcade Peak. How can I help you?" He guessed that this old man should be a senior of Guyan Peak, so he greeted him. However, the old man did not even look at Lin Ling and laughed loudly. The strength of 9 dragons is extensive and profound. This is a 10th grade yellow rank cultivation technique. With this cultivation technique, I have hope of entering the martial spirit realm. With the strength of 9 dragons, I will be invincible in the same realm. Chapter 4. 9 Dragons Strength. Do you have to be so arrogant? I know you're a senior, but what's the point of showing off your superiority in front of a nobody like me? Lin Ling said helplessly in his heart, but he still smiled and said, Senior, do you need any spirit herbs? I'll go inform Master. The old man continued to ignore Lin Ling. Although this 9 dragon strength is strong, it requires a lot of training resources. One level surpasses the next. Lin Ling was also amused. He wanted to see how long this old man could ignore him. In his memory, a martial art was indispensable. The higher the level of the art, the stronger the power. Just like his Qingyuan art, it was only a pitiful first-grade yellow class art. And this old man was talking about a rare 10th grade yellow class art. It surpassed countless disciples of the Gu Yen sect. So, with all these factors added together, Lin Ling didn't believe that the old man was willing to tell him the art. However, Lin Ling was surprised this time. Not only did the old man in front of him explain it in detail, he even started to practice it live. It was as if he was teaching Lin Ling step by step. What does this old man mean? Could it be that this art will cause one to go mad? I'm just a nobody. If he wants to touch me, he can just move his fingers. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Lin Ling frowned, but he was still curious and couldn't help but follow the old man's instructions. If it were any other disciple, they wouldn't dare to practice it casually. But Lin Ling was already the most useless person here, so what was there to be afraid of? As for going mad? Maybe Lin Ling didn't even have the qualifications to go mad. This is strange. Outside the eggshell seal in my dantian, there seems to be a black spirit energy forming. After practicing for an hour, Lin Ling's face changed. It seemed that he had succeeded. But this was normal, because the 9 dragon strength was easy to learn. And with the old man's guidance, he didn't have to take the wrong path. Let's try again. Cultivate the second black spirit energy. The second time required even more spirit chi, but after 6 hours, he was still able to cultivate the second stream of black spirit chi without a hitch. At the same time, a strange feeling came over him. It was as if his whole body had been reborn, and his strength was infinite. Outside the eggshell in his dantian, there were 2 black dragon-like spirit energies wandering around. These 2 black spirit energies seemed to be the 9 dragon strength. Here, Lin Ling was dumbstruck. He discovered that he had unknowingly reached the second stage of body transformation. One must know that his dantian's eggshell seal was able to absorb any kind of spiritual energy. This was also the reason why he was still a waste even after cultivating for 5 years. However, this time, he did not absorb any of the 9 dragons' energy. Most importantly, he had only used a few hours to achieve what he had achieved in 5 years. How strange! Lin Ling was speechless. He had inexplicably seen an old man cultivating in the spirit grass field. Then, he had inexplicably guided him, and he had inexplicably reached the second stage of body transformation. However, since I have reached the second stage of body transformation, then the 9 dragon strength skill should be correct. It is easy to get started but difficult to master. It is a rare skill. Lin Ling secretly guessed. After all, the 9 dragon strength skill was a 10th grade yellow level skill. Moreover, the black spirit energy formed by this skill did not seem to conflict with the dantian's eggshell. This was the most important point. But why is this old man so nice, teaching me such a rare skill? If this skill were to be placed in the ancient Fei sect, I'm afraid it would cause a reign of terror. Lin Ling looked at the old man. However, the old man was still cultivating, and continued to ignore Lin Ling. Could it be that he can't see me? Lin Ling suddenly shivered. He carefully touched the old man. In the next moment, his face turned pale. This was because his hand had passed through the old man's body. This old man was not a physical body. This old man was a ghost. Lin Ling's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. Brother Ling, it's time to eat. What are you doing over there? At this time, Yu Yu's voice came from afar. Soon after, the little girl ran over in large strides. Yu, you came just in time. Can you see this old man? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Yu looked at Lin Ling strangely. Brother Ling, I saw you talking to yourself before and then touching here and there. It's so strange. Lin Ling did not pay attention to Yu's words. From Yu's words, he realized that only he could see this old man. Could it be that he really saw a ghost? Brother Ling, your eyes are better. This time Yu exclaimed. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that he had caught something. It seemed that after his eyes were better, he could see these strange figures. Moreover, these figures did not look like ghosts because they did not have consciousness. They were only minding their own business and cultivating. Could it be that he was looking at the past? This also meant that a long time ago, someone had cultivated in this place. And for some reason, the scene at that time had been replicated and could be seen by his eyes. Although he did not know what caused it, this world was mysterious. He knew too little. Therefore, he could only let nature take its course for now. You look at my eyes. What's the difference? Lin Ling wanted to make sure. Yu's big eyes were a little nervous. She reached out her small hand to hold Lin Ling's cheek and looked carefully. Oh, it seems like there's a green line in the middle of your eyes. But I can't see it clearly. Lin Ling was more and more certain that everything was caused by his eyes. But why did his eyes become like this? Yu saw that Lin Ling was silent and thought that Lin Ling was unhappy. She immediately withdrew her hands in self-abasement. Brother Ling, Yu's hands are too rough. Did they hurt your face? Lin Ling's thoughts were interrupted. Then his heart ached. He rubbed the little girl's messy hair. No, Yu's hands are touching my face. Brother is very comfortable. You don't think too much. Brother will always be by your side and protect you. In his memory, Yu was a pitiful girl. She grew up without parents. The disciples of Guyan's sect despised her and mocked her. Her only family was Lin Ling. In the past, whenever Lin Ling was bullied, Yu would take care of him. And every time after taking care of him, Yu would cry in fear at night. She was afraid that the only brother in this world who did not despise her would leave her. At that time she would be even more unwanted. If Lin Ling died, Yu would not hesitate. She would definitely die with him. The Yu in his memory made Lin Ling's heart ache. So when he saw Yu lowering her head, he secretly swore to protect this girl. Thank you, Brother Ling. Yu's messy hair covered her big eyes. At this moment, if her dirty hair was pushed aside, one would definitely find that this girl had a delicate face like a porcelain doll. Let's go back. Brother is hungry today. Chapter 5. Pick it up. After lunch, Lin Ling was still thinking about his eyes. He was sure that the ability to see the passing of time was brought about by his eyes. As for the reason, could it be because of Hua Leitang's medicine? But Hua Leitang's mind was not clear, so he could not ask anything. In desperation, Lin Ling's thoughts fell on the 9 dragon strength. Although the 9 dragon strength is strong, it is difficult to master and consumes a lot of resources. Unless it is a prince or young master, ordinary people cannot practice it. Thinking about the biggest flaw of the 9 dragon strength, Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This skill burned a lot of money. At present, Lin Ling wanted to break through to the 3rd stage of body transformation by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The probability was very low, so Lin Ling's eyes fell on the medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were one of the cultivation resources for martial artists. The Qi gathering pill had 10 times the effect of condensing spiritual energy. It was suitable for Lin Ling. The Qi gathering pill was a first-grade medicinal pill. Every Guyan sect disciple could receive one every month. In a few days it will be time to deliver the medicinal ingredients. I can go to the Dan Hall to receive my medicinal pills and see if I can get some medicinal pills. Alcate Peak grew spiritual herbs, so every month Lin Ling would be ordered to deliver medicinal ingredients to the Dan Hall. Early in the morning, Lin Ling and Yu walked down the mountain path. Although leaving Alcate Peak, there would definitely be some blind people looking for trouble. But Lin Ling believed that when they went, no one would dare to provoke them. After all, he was carrying the medicinal ingredients. It was a matter of great importance. Whoever blocked his path was equivalent to blocking the path of the Dan Hall. In the Guyan sect, no disciple dared to provoke the Dan Hall. Brother Ling, Yu's medicinal pill is yours. Good luck. All along, Yu's medicinal pills were for Lin Ling. She did not even dress like a normal girl, let alone cultivate. No, from now on I cannot take Yuyu's share. Before it was Yuyu who protected brother. Now it is brother's turn to protect Yuyu. You are not allowed to refuse. Lin Ling's denial made Yuyu unable to say anything even though she wanted to. The Guyan sect had 7 peaks. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Each peak had an elder, and the first peak, Tianshu Peak, was where the sect leader lived. It was the most important of the 7 peaks, and the Dan Hall was located on Tianshu Peak. Arriving at Dubhe Peak, Lin Ling saw a magnificent hall in the distance. The hall exuded a mysterious aura, as if it was the palace of an immortal. Around the hall, a large number of disciples had gathered. It seemed like they were all here to collect their pills. A trash master has a trash disciple. When I first came to Guyan sect, I almost entered Alcate Peak. Luckily, I was quick-witted and chose Alioth Peak at the crucial moment. Otherwise, I would have been dragged down by that trash Hualetang for the rest of my life. Many people were discussing. No matter where you were, as long as you were weak, you would be mocked and sympathized with. Lin Ling was very clear about this principle. It was just that this world was more naked. Ignoring the mocking around, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. That must be Yu Lu. She is so ugly and dirty. She has dirted our Guyan sect. That's right. Her hair and clothes have not been washed for a long time. I really wonder if she has any sense of shame. She actually has the nerve to walk out. A few female disciples were talking sarcastically. They puffed out their chests as if Yu Lu was a toad and they were white swans. Yu lowered her head and did not say a word. She felt extremely inferior. Lin Ling felt that Yu Lu was holding his hand even tighter. This made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. Those female disciples who thought they were beautiful were from noble backgrounds. They entered the Guyan sect and were supported by their family's resources. On the other hand, Yu Lu had nothing. How could they compare? Don't be afraid of them. They only rely on their family's background. Lin Ling's face was cold. He held Yu Lu's hand and walked forward. He did not care if he was being mocked, but he did not allow Yu Lu to be mocked. Trash, who allowed you to walk this way? Yu Lu is so dirty. Get out of my way immediately. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, a few princess-like girls suddenly frowned. One of them shouted. This girl seemed to be the leader of the group. Obviously, her background was not small. Lin Ling did not say anything. He grabbed a spirit grass from the bag behind him and threw it at the girl. Pick it up. Are you crazy? You dare to throw rotten grass at me and you dare to ask me to pick it up? The girl in the lead raised her eyebrows. She was furious. She did not understand where this trash of the first realm of body refining got the courage to order her to pick up the herbs. Do you want to teach me a lesson? But let me give you a piece of advice. I am carrying the alchemy hall's herbs. If even one spirit grass is missing, you will not be able to escape punishment. Lin Ling's face was calm as he spoke. These words were like a bolt from the blue, silencing the girls. The alchemy hall's reputation in the Guyan sect was not low. It was only second to the sect leader. How could they dare to provoke him? So you rely on the alchemy hall. You are ruthless enough. This time you escape. But if you have the ability, don't come out of the alchemy hall. Let's go. The girl in the lead said fiercely. She knew that Lin Ling could not make a mistake in the process of delivering the herbs. So she temporarily avoided him. Of course, even so, she was still angry. Because in front of so many people, she actually gave way to 2 country bumpkins. Before she entered the Guyan sect, she was the daughter of a rich family. When had she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? In her home, she could beat anyone she wanted to beat. She did not need to lower her voice and give way. In her eyes, Lin Ling and Yu were not even comparable to her servants. Lin Ling saw Yi Xilan turn around and leave. He coldly said, "You're leaving just like that? What do you want? You are only at the first realm of physique training, and I am at the third realm of physique training. If it was any other time, I would beat you into a dog." Yi Xilan stopped and angrily glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head lightly. The alchemy hall specifically asked for a 3-leaved red fruit. But now I am missing this spirit grass. If the alchemy hall asks, I can only say that you took it. After he finished speaking, his cold eyes looked at the spirit grass on the ground. His meaning was obvious. That spirit grass was the three-leaved red fruit. You threw that spirit grass yourself. You dare to say that I took it? You are wrongly accusing me. Don't go too far. Yi Xilan's eyes widen. Too far? When you are mocking others, why don't you say that you are going too far? Pick it up, Lin Ling calmly said. His attitude was extremely unyielding. This trash is so strong today. The people in the distance were secretly shocked. They could see that Lin Ling wanted Yi Xilan to lower her noble head. Trash, do you know who I am? Yi Xilan was furious. She knew that Lin Ling wanted to embarrass her and make her lose face. After all, if Lin Ling was really afraid that the alchemy hall would pursue the matter, then wouldn't Lin Ling pick it up himself? I will say this for the last time. Pick it up. Ignoring Yi Xilan's provocation, Lin Ling's voice gradually turned cold. You did well. Yi Xilan hesitated for a long time. In the end, she walked back and picked up the three-leaved red fruit. During this process, her heart was filled with shame. She actually lowered her head and picked up something for 2 country bumpkins. This was a big loss of face. This also meant that she was apologizing. In the past, she was a proud daughter of the Yi family. When had she ever picked up things for others? When had she ever apologized? Yu, did you see that? She is just a human. There is nothing to be proud of. She has to lower her head when she has to. Moreover, she thinks that she is a beauty just because she put on some rouge. What a joke. They are not as pretty as Yu. Lin Ling said to Yu. Yu nodded heavily. She was extremely touched. She would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. Not only was Brother Ling teaching Yi Xilan a lesson, he was also returning all the humiliation that Yi Xilan gave her back to Yi Xilan. This was also helping Yu regain her dignity. Chapter 6. Dan Hall, you made me lose face today. You also helped this dirty woman regain her dignity. But I don't know where you got the courage to not think about the consequences of doing such a thing. Can you bear it yourself? After picking up the 3 leaves vermilion fruit, Yi Xilan walked towards Lin Ling and said coldly, threatening me? Do you want to pick it up again? Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. His words made Yi Xilan grit her teeth. In the end, she remained silent. She knew that if she said anything more, this young man would find trouble with her again. At least when the young man was delivering the herbs, she did not dare to cause any more trouble. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Remember, you are also a human. Lin Ling said coldly and continued forward with Yu. Yi Xilan stood in place, trembling with anger. Many eyes looked at her as if they were silently mocking her. Not long after Lin Ling disappeared from the square, several figures came from afar. A young man said anxiously, Xilan, I heard that Lin Ling came to the Dan Hall. Did you see him? Today I will cripple him. He was Zhao Shanhe. I saw him. But crippling him is a favor to him. Why not kill him? Yi Xilan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then laughed coldly. That's a good suggestion. Walking along the road, Lin Ling smiled and talked to Yu to ease the tension in Yu's heart. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was deep in thought. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. That woman's background was not small. It seemed that after leaving the Dan Hall, without herbs to rely on, the trouble would not be small. If he had strength and talent, he would have been valued by the Guyan sect. Then the previous incident would not have happened. Lin Ling secretly clenched his fists. His pursuit of strength was even more urgent. Yu, we have reached the Dan Hall. Go back first. Lin Ling knew that when he left the Dan Hall, there would be trouble, so he wanted to send Yu away first. But Yu was not stupid. She knew that Lin Ling would be in trouble. It's fine. When there are too many lice, it won't itch. When there are too many debts, it won't worry. Big Brother will have a way to deal with it. Lin Ling smiled. Yu was silent for a moment. She seemed to be afraid that she would be a burden, so she nodded and left. Lin Ling took a deep breath and entered the alchemy hall. Lin Ling is here. And put these medicinal ingredients here. The old man in charge of collecting the herbs was familiar with Lin Ling. After checking the herbs, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He had a good impression of Lin Ling. Even though this youngster's temperament was a bit weak, He was polite to others. He was not like the other youngsters of Gu Yan's sect who were arrogant and condescending. "Hello, Senior He." Lin Ling smiled and greeted him. After thinking for a while, he slowly took out a stalk of spiritual grass. "Oh right, the spiritual grass field has a bumper harvest this year, and there's an extra stalk of rock grass. I don't know how to concoct pills, and I don't have any use for it, so I'll give it to Senior He." All of Alcade Peak's spiritual grasses were recorded by Gu Yan's sect. However, spiritual grasses would occasionally grow on their own, so they were left out. These spiritual grasses naturally belonged to the disciples of Alcade Peak. This was also the reason why there were so many people coveting Alcade Peak. Of course, there were not many spiritual grasses that grew on their own, only 1 or 2 stalks occasionally. The old man hesitated for a moment, but still took the spiritual grass. His gaze towards Lin Ling softened. Lin Ling smiled in his heart. Cultivation resources, no one would complain about having too much. Therefore, he was not surprised that the old man accepted the rock grass. The reason why he gave away the rock grass was naturally for a reason. "Senior He, you see, I've come to the alchemy hall many times to deliver herbs, but I've never entered. You see." The old man revealed an awkward expression. However, he bitterly smiled. It seemed that this little guy was also very smart. Giving me the spiritual grass, he had ulterior motives. He nodded. "You can go in if you want, but you can't be recognized. Also, I know. Even if I'm caught, I can't give up Senior He. I promise I won't say anything even if I'm beaten to death." Lin Ling smiled. He would first sneak in, then see if there was any way he could get his hands on the pills. "You little demon, you're much more crafty than before." The old man laughed and scolded. "Take this. This is the alchemy apprentice robe, and this is your identity jade tablet. Remember, don't get caught." Lin Ling smiled as he received the 2 items. After bidding farewell, he walked into the depths of the alchemy hall. The old man looked at Lin Ling's back and smiled again. Although he had been schemed against by Lin Ling, he was not angry. Moreover, compared to the previous timid Lin Ling, he liked the current Lin Ling even more. This little guy had changed quite a bit. This little guy's temperament is not bad. If his aptitude was also good, his potential would be extraordinary. What a pity, the old man sighed. The alchemy hall was very big, and the surroundings were filled with the fragrance of pills. Here were the highly respected alchemists of the Gu Yan sect. Alchemists were extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Every one of them was a highly respected existence. In the Gu Yan sect, there were only 2 people who could be called alchemists. One was Master Mu, an expert who was second only to the sect master. The other was Master Mu's disciple and Yuer. It was said that this was a heavenly daughter, and the existence of countless male disciples in the Gu Yan sect. As for the others, they were just alchemy apprentices and could not even be considered alchemists. This was Lin Ling's understanding of the alchemy hall. After pretending to be an alchemy apprentice and walking around, Lin Ling did not find anything. He then stopped in front of a large hall and looked around. Return to the primary pill hall? Return to primary pill. This was a pill of a lower grade than the chi amassing pill. In fact, it could not even be considered a pill. After all, the chi amassing pill was a grade 1 pill, but the return to primary pill was not even a grade 1 pill. The effect of the return to primary pill was to heal injuries. Healing pills naturally had no use for Lin Ling. He was about to leave. "What are you doing loitering around? It's almost time for alchemy. Get your ass in here." At this time, a cold voice sounded. There were a large number of alchemy apprentices in the hall, and the one who spoke to Lin Ling was a middle-aged man. Looking at him, he seemed to be the deacon of the primary pill hall. "What's going on?" "Right. I'm wearing the alchemy apprentice's robe." He must have mistaken me for an alchemy apprentice. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he quickly lowered his head and entered the hall. Like the others, he found a pill furnace and waited quietly. After all, he was a fake. Before he found the chi amassing pill, he could not be seen through. The deacon coldly snorted. He did not recognize that Lin Ling was a fake. After all, there were many alchemy apprentices in the alchemy hall. It was impossible for him to remember everyone's face. In front of the pill furnace, Lin Ling looked to the side. There was a handsome young man waiting for alchemy. He quickly said, "Senior brother, what are you doing now?" The young man looked at Lin Ling strangely. "Are you stupid? This is the primary pill hall. Naturally, it's the place to refine the primary pill. If we alchemy apprentices want to learn alchemy, the first step is to refine the primary pill." Lin Ling somewhat understood. However, he had never refined a pill before. At this time a bell rang. All the alchemy apprentices were shocked. Right now, Guyan sect is in dire need of primary pill. Each alchemy apprentice must refine 3 bottles of primary pill. Each person has 10 sets of ingredients. If you can't complete the task, then your contribution points will be deducted. Your contribution points will be reduced to 0, and your status as an alchemy apprentice will be removed. Of course, if you exceed the quota, then you will be rewarded with chi amassing pills and can learn how to refine higher grade pills. The deacon's voice sounded. After these words, all the alchemy apprentices' faces turned serious. They were afraid that if they made a mistake, they would be kicked out of the alchemy hall. Chapter 7. A terrifying 7 bottles. Senior brother, how do you refine the origin returning pill? Lin Ling asked the youth beside him. Haha, didn't you listen to the alchemy hall lecture? The handsome young man said indifferently. Because of the last alchemy hall lecture, I was delayed by something, so I don't know. Senior brother, can you give me some pointers? Lin Ling sincerely said. Who do you think you are to be worthy of my pointers? The handsome youth coldly laughed and said, there are many alchemy apprentices, so the competition is great. How can I teach you? I can't wait for you to be eliminated. One less competitor is more beneficial to me. Sigh. These people are so cold. Lin Ling's face turned cold. They could only ask him for help, but he really didn't know how to refine pills. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days. He didn't even know half of what cultivation was, let alone recognize medicinal ingredients. Lin Ling's blank face was extremely conspicuous. Naturally, it was also seen by the alchemy apprentices. They all laughed. No matter if it was martial arts or alchemy, there would always be someone at the bottom. However, it was precisely because there were disciples at the bottom that they could show off their talent. They were waiting to see a good show. The deacon also saw Lin Ling. He shook his head and mocked, "You don't even know the basics. What a disgrace." Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw that not far from him, next to a pill furnace, an old man was refining pills without any concealment. He was extremely generous. The old man's technique was like moving clouds and flowing water. Compared to the careless alchemy apprentices around him, he was simply a master. The old man muttered to himself, although the origin returning pill is not ranked, it is still a pill. There are 4 levels of pills: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow level is the worst and the heaven level is the best. He Yenshan can refine all kinds of high-level pills, but I have never refined a heaven-level pill. This time I will definitely succeed. Sigh. Lin Ling was startled. He looked around and found that no one was looking at the old man. This made him speechless. It seemed like his eyes had seen a ghost again. With the example from Arcade Peak, Lin Ling was very sure that this old man was definitely someone who had passed away. In other words, many years ago, this alchemist He Yenshan had refined pills here, and for some unknown reason the process of refining pills had been recorded. Although he didn't understand what kind of time and place was needed for such a strange scene to appear, the key was to solve the current problem. With this old man's hands-on guidance and explanation, Lin Ling believed that perhaps the origin returning pill would not be difficult. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. 2 hours later, he finally refined pills for the first time in his life. In the end, the rejuvenation pill is not ranked. It can also be refined with ordinary fire. It only requires the spiritual energy in the body to stimulate the flame. The alchemy furnace in front of him was an ordinary fire. Lin Ling patted the alchemy furnace with his right hand, and the spirit chi in his body flowed into the alchemy furnace through his palm. The fire under the alchemy furnace suddenly became vigorous, and this action was what he had learned from the old man. Safflower vine, pearl powder, tiger cane, salvia miltiariza. After the alchemy fire rose, Lin Ling threw a variety of medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner. Refining pills was generally divided into two processes. First, tempering the medicinal ingredients. Second, fusing the pills. These two steps seemed simple, but in reality they were broad and profound. Every detail was extremely crucial. Bang! Bang! At this time, a slight sound came from the alchemy furnace. Lin Ling frowned. The first time he failed. However, this was also normal. Although the old man had given him hands-on guidance, Lin Ling was still a newbie. It was normal for him to fail the first time. Again. Bang! The second time he failed again. Hee, what are you fooling around for? Seeing Lin Ling fail twice, the handsome youth could not help but shrug his shoulders. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. After 2 failures, he continued to summarize his experience. However, the third time, Lin Ling still failed. However, Lin Ling laughed. Failure was the mother of success. After 3 failures, he gradually found a way. So the control of flames is very crucial. It seems that alchemy is closely related to cultivation. However, the black spirit chi in my body seems to make me more familiar with controlling flames. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he began to refine pills for the 4th time. With the experience of the previous times, not long after, a pill fragrance wafted out. In the alchemy furnace, hundreds of pearl-sized pills emitted light. This time he succeeded. On the side, the handsome youth had just failed once. However, when he smelled the pill fragrance, he could not help but turn his head to look. His expression immediately became ugly. This guy messed around and actually succeeded once. He really hit the jackpot. He was very unhappy in his heart, but soon he sneered. He could see that Lin Ling's alchemy technique was different from the alchemy hall's teachings. Therefore, he was very sure that Lin Ling's previous success was just luck. Lin Ling did not know what he was thinking. He continued to refine pills. The 5th time he succeeded again. This time it was even better than the origin returning pill. The 6th time. The 7th time. The 8th time. Lin Ling could not help but smile in joy. Completing the task above expectations meant that he would be rewarded with chi-gathering pills. In this way, his goal of coming to the alchemy hall would be accomplished. Consecutive successes? How is this possible? The handsome youth was dumbstruck. He was momentarily distracted and instead he failed repeatedly. The alchemy furnace emitted black smoke, causing his face to turn black. Dong! At this time a bell rang. The alchemy time was over. In the main hall, some disciples had disappointed expressions. It was obvious that they had not completed the task. However, some had proud expressions. It was obvious that they had completed the task given by the alchemy hall. It had to be known that alchemy always had a failure rate. Even experienced alchemists could not have a 100% success rate. Therefore, to have a 50% success rate out of 10 sets of ingredients was already extremely rare. Number 1, 3 bottles of origin returning pills. Pass. Reward. 100 contribution points. The deacon put away the pills, examined them, and then announced the results. Number 2, 4 bottles of origin returning pills. Pass. Reward. 1 chi gathering pill. Number 3, 5 bottles of origin returning pills. How rare. This talent is not bad. If he works hard, he might have a chance to become an alchemist. Reward. 2 chi gathering pills. The disciples who had completed the task above expectations puffed out their chests arrogantly, their faces full of pride. The deacon examined them one by one, but the best result was still 5 bottles of origin returning pills. Not long after, his eyes flickered with disdain. Number 35. Number 35, it's that idiot. Haha. Haha, that guy didn't know where to start. It was obvious that he didn't know anything. This time I'm afraid he will be kicked out of the alchemy hall. Exactly. I don't know how he managed to sneak in, but I feel ashamed to be with him. Haha. The alchemy apprentices all laughed disdainfully. The deacon was also extremely disdainful of number 35. Then he began to count the pills on the table. His expression suddenly changed. 1, 2, 3, 7 bottles in total. Haha. As soon as he said this, the main hall was completely silent. 7 bottles. That was a 70% success rate. Up until now, the best result was only 50%, and that was exceeding expectations. Number 35 had actually refined 7 bottles. Chapter 8. Snobbish. Deacon, he must have done something. Those pills are fake. At this moment, a pill refining apprentice shrieked. He was the youth who had refined 5 bottles of rejuvenation pills. Seeing that Lin Ling had stolen the limelight, he was extremely dissatisfied. Moreover, he did not believe that Lin Ling could surpass him. That's right, I saw it before. His method of refining pills is different from the ones taught in the pill hall. Kick him out of the pill hall. One by one, the pill refining apprentices spoke. So it's fake. I said it before, how could you have refined 7 bottles? Number 35, you tried to deceive the pill hall. Your identity as a pill refining apprentice is revoked. The deacon also nodded. After all, he had been in the pill hall for many years, but he had never seen anyone achieve a success rate of 70%. The surrounding voices joined together to exclude Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling's heart burn with anger. He only wanted the spirit gathering pills, but because these people were jealous of his better results, they were all making things difficult for him. He coldly said, Deacon, you didn't even look at my pills. How can you be so sure that my pills are fake? Are you questioning me? The deacon coldly snorted. Your method of refining pills is different from the ones taught in the pill hall. Moreover, no one has ever achieved a success rate of 70%. Based on this, I know that your pills are fake. Also, you dare to question me? That's challenging my authority. Get out of the pill hall now. From now on, you are not allowed to take a single step into the pill hall. These are my words. If you have the ability, go complain to the sect leader. The deacon's words caused many of the pill refining apprentices in the hall to echo. Their heated voices almost overturned the hall. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. What a good bully. What a pair of dog eyes. This is the pill hall's deacon? Undeserved reputation. He was fearless because he was a fake pill refining apprentice. Even if something happened, he could leave at any time. The hall became silent. No one thought that the youth who had become a thorn in everyone's side would dare to mock the deacon at this time. This was simply too daring. The deacon's face turned ashen. You dare to scold me? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Quiet. The pill hall is a place for alchemy. For you to be so noisy, do you think the pill hall is a market? It seemed like the noise here had caused someone to be displeased. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was a woman in a pink dress. She was around 17 years old, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyes were like autumn water. She was the disciple of the alchemy hall's master Mu, and Yuer. Senior sister. Seniorin. Everyone's eyes narrowed. And Yuer's position in the alchemy hall was second only to great master Mu. She was one of the most respected alchemists. Even the sect master praised her greatly. Everyone saluted. Only Lin Ling stood there stubbornly. This was extremely conspicuous. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, What happened? What? Lin Ling also looked at Yuer. He said calmly, Senior, I refined 7 bottles of rejuvenation pills, but the deacon said I was cheating. Therefore, I feel that the deacon of the alchemy hall has an undeserved reputation. Oh. And Yuer looked at the deacon with a questioning gaze. Senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. It's impossible for him to refine 7 bottles of rejuvenation pills with 10 sets of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, his alchemy technique didn't come from the alchemy hall. The deacon hurriedly said. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Ling into pieces. Lin Ling's words were questioning him, making him extremely embarrassed. You don't understand because your level isn't high enough. Remember, there's always someone better than you. Your usual knowledge doesn't mean everything. Lin Ling said calmly. You. The deacon gritted his teeth in anger. This alchemy boy, Deacon Li, has been reviewing pills in our alchemy hall for 5 years. He's only 1 step away from becoming an alchemist. What right do you have to doubt him? However, since you're not convinced, our alchemy hall won't bully you. I'll review your pills and make you convinced. And Yuer said calmly. She naturally believed the deacon's words. That's right. Signorin will personally review them and make him convinced. In the main hall, the alchemy boys all said disdainfully. Lin Ling once again experienced the cruelty of the world. He smiled coldly. Review then review. I'll wait here. And Yuer also didn't bother to say more. She walked in front of the deacon and picked up Lin Ling's pills to review. 7 bottles of pills were poured out on the table. She slowly examined them. Her delicate little face gradually turned from disdain to seriousness. There were 700 origin recovery pills. Every one of them was the same size. The pill fragrance wafted through the air. On the surface of the pills there were 4 mysterious pill patterns. And Yuer crushed a origin recovery pill and sniffed it. Finally, her brows furrowed. These 7 bottles of origin recovery pills are all real. Her voice was extremely serious. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of shock. A success rate of 70% was extremely rare for alchemists. Even if she was the one refining the pills, she probably wouldn't be able to achieve 70% effectiveness. However, that alchemy boy had succeeded. This was simply inconceivable. It's all real? The alchemy boys in the main hall craned their necks like ducks being pinched by the neck. The deacon's face was extremely pale. Senior Sister had personally admitted it. This was definitely not a mistake. Since he had committed such a big mistake, his punishment wouldn't be light. I'm sorry. This is our alchemy hall's negligence. Deacon Lee also made a mistake earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. And Yuer said indifferently. He didn't make a mistake. He didn't even look. This is a dog looking down on others. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his words caused the deacon's expression to become even uglier. He had called him a dog in front of everyone, and he couldn't refute it. And Yuer continued. The alchemy hall has always treated everyone equally. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Deacon Lee, from tomorrow onwards, you will be guarding the door. Senior Sister, the deacon's expression changed. Guarding the door? This meant that his status had plummeted. He couldn't help but look resentfully at Lin Ling. You're asking to be humiliated. Lin Ling said indifferently. If the deacon had made a mistake, he wouldn't have bothered so much. However, the other party didn't even look and insisted. There was no need for him to give face to such a person. You. The deacon clenched his teeth and disappeared from the main hall. The alchemy hall's words carry enormous weight. Since you've exceeded the quota, you naturally won't be lacking in chi condensation pills. Furthermore, I and Yuer can give you an extra bottle. However, I heard that your alchemy technique is different from the alchemy halls. And Yuer continued. She was a bit curious about Lin Ling's alchemy technique. I don't want the extra bottle. I'll only take my share. All right. Lin Ling shook his head. Although that girl hadn't used her position to bully him, he knew that she was worried about the alchemy hall's reputation. That was why she was so easy to talk to. However, in reality, that girl still looked at him with an arrogant gaze. It was as if he was a servant, and the servant had done something abnormal that had made her curious. Chapter 9. Threat. This guy actually rejected Signorin? Seeing Lin Ling decisively shake his head, many of the alchemy apprentices were jealous. If it were them, they would have respectfully accepted the favor and even flattered Signorin with a smile. After all, Signorin was still an alchemist. Moreover, she was devastatingly beautiful. She was the goddess in the hearts of the male disciples of Gu Yin's sect. This little guy. And Yuer was extremely surprised, but she quickly thought that perhaps the other party was playing hard to get. First, he rejected her in an attempt to attract her attention. Then, when she took a step back to talk, this youth immediately took the opportunity to approach. However, she had seen this kind of trick too many times. She was extremely disgusted. So Yuer sneered and quietly waited for Lin Ling's next move. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not say anything. He took the pills and indifferently left. Moreover, he left very decisively, without any reluctance. This stinking brat, so arrogant. And Yuer was stunned for a moment. Her fists clenched tightly. That youth had directly ignored her, making her feel a sense of defeat. As soon as Lin Ling left the main hall, he smiled. He had finally obtained the chi gathering pills. There were a total of 4 pills plus the one he could receive himself. Perhaps there was hope for him to reach the third stage of body transformation. That, your alchemy technique from before, can you give me some pointers? At this time a person chased after him. It was the handsome youth from before. Obviously, he also saw that Seniorin was very curious about the alchemy technique, so he wanted to learn it and then take the opportunity to approach Seniorin. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and sneered. Who do you think you are? You think you are worthy of my pointers? Finished speaking, he indifferently left, leaving the handsome youth stunned. Then he stood in place, gnashing his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. Previously, he disdained to give pointers to Lin Ling, so he arrogantly said, "Who do you think you are?" But now, Lin Ling returned those words to him. This could be considered as asking for his own humiliation. This little guy really dares to ignore me. Doesn't he know that as long as he has a good relationship with me, he will have a meteoric rise in Guyan sect? Also, am I not good looking? And Yuer walked along the corridor. Thinking of what had happened earlier, an evil fire rose in her heart. Yuer, who provoked you? At this moment, a kind voice sounded from behind her. An old man in his 60s walked towards Yuer. This old man was dressed in a purple robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. His aura was extraordinary. This was the Alchemy Hall's Grandmaster Mu. Master, there was a little fellow who used 10 sets of medicinal ingredients to refine 7 bottles of yuan-returning pills. But he was too arrogant and actually dared to ignore me. And Yuer acted out of character and wrapped herself around the old man's arm like a little girl. Vitality recovery pill? Master Mu was rather curious. Such low-grade elixirs were once refined by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Grandmaster Dan Cauldron, Senior He Yenshan. He refined 8 bottles out of 10 sets of herbs, and they were all rare heaven-tier elixirs. Senior He Yenshan is worthy of being called the Titan of our alchemists. And Yuer's eyes were filled with admiration. The name Senior He Yenshan was practically the idol of every alchemist. Master Mu continued. But that little fellow had a 70% success rate. Although he did not break Senior He Yenshan's record, he is not older than Senior He Yenshan, so he is also very rare. Let me take a look at those yuan-returning pills. Thinking of that despicable, arrogant young man, and Yuer immediately clenched her teeth. He just got lucky. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to refine pills. As she spoke, she took out the yuan-returning pills that Lin Ling had refined. You're just a little girl. Master Mu laughed and scolded her. He then carefully examined the elixirs. The more he looked, the more serious his face became. Finally, his eyes widened. If that little fellow didn't get lucky, then he is a genius alchemist. And Yuer's face changed. How is he a genius? She asked. He just got lucky. Master, didn't you say that if one performs exceptionally well, a 70% success rate is not impossible? I didn't say 70%, but these yuan-returning pills are all heaven tier. Master Mu said, emphasizing each word. To date, in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Senior He Yenshan was able to refine a heaven tier low-grade yuan-returning pill. And Yuer was still holding on to the remaining elixir bottles. In her shock, she suddenly crushed them. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards Arcade Peak. He did not think that his mysterious eyes would help him so much. The first time was when he saw the 9 dragon strength technique. The second time was when he saw the method to refine the yuan-returning pill. When he was at a loss, the strange scenes he saw both times gave him hope. He was looking forward to finding the third strange scene. Stop. You are Lin Ling, right? I have something to ask of you. Just as Lin Ling was thinking, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had forgotten that it was time to return to Arcade Peak. Without any medicinal ingredients to rely on, those troublemakers became unbridled. What is it? Lin Ling looked at that person cautiously. Don't be so afraid of me and don't think of running away. Here is a dirty scarf. You will understand once you see it. That person had a sneer on his face, but his hand was holding a scarf in disdain. Scarf? Lin Ling frowned and had a change in expression. He was very familiar with that scarf. It belonged to Yu. Did these people kidnap Yu? Yu was a defenseless and weak girl. How could these people do it? If you have anything, come at me. Why are you implicating Yu? Lin Ling bellowed. He had underestimated how despicable these people were. If you want to protect that country girl, then follow me. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that she will be fine. Of course, she is dirty and ugly, and we are naturally not interested. But in places like brothels, as long as it is a woman, I think there will be people who like her. The youth opposite him said sinisterly, "Lead the way." Lin Ling yelled out coldly. His eyes were red. "That's good." The youth opposite him took large strides and walked away. Looking at his direction, he seemed to be leaving Gu Yan's sect. Sure enough, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at the small forest east of Gu Yan's sect. There, two figures had been quietly waiting for a long time. They were Zhao Shanhe and Yi Aaron. The two of them wanted to catch Lin Ling, but they were afraid that Lin Ling would run away. Therefore, they caught Yi to lure Lin Ling out. And this place was not Gu Yan's sect. If they killed Lin Ling, no one would know. Rumble. In the sky, it was unknown when it started to drizzle. It fell into the forest, making the forest hazy and extremely depressing. Lin Ling, you made us wait for a long time." After Lin Ling arrived at the small forest, a sentence floated out from the depths. Lin Ling frowned and looked around. The first thing he saw was under a big tree. Zhao Shanhe was holding his chin with both hands and laughing coldly. Behind Zhao Shanhe, Yi Xilan was holding a bronze mirror. She did not even look at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was a dead man in her eyes. As for Yu, she was hanging on the big tree. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth. Although she could not speak, her big eyes were filled with worry. Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a clear palm print on Yu's face. Chapter 10. The first battle anger boiled in Lin Ling's heart. He coldly said, "Speak, what do you want?" Yes. He didn't talk nonsense. Those two guys had a grudge with him, so they used Yu to lure him out. Naturally, they didn't come here to talk about old times. "Oh, I thought you would ask some idiotic questions like why did you lure me out? I didn't expect you to be so calm." Zhao Shanhe coldly laughed. He touched his nose. "Nothing, I just want to kill you." Kill? Lin Ling's heart went cold. He thought Zhao Shanhe only wanted to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect that he wanted his life. This made him realize once again the cruelty of this world. After all, he didn't have any deep hatred with Zhao Shanhe. Nor with Yi Xilan. It was just a small conflict. Because of a small conflict, he wanted his life? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. "Okay, but you have to let Yu go first," Lin Ling said. You think you have the right to choose here? You want to die, that country girl also wants to die. What is this called?" "Yes, kill to silence." Zhao Shanhe shrugged, then said to the other youth, "Cripple him first." Brother Shan, it's a piece of cake. This trash is only at the first level of body refining. I'll take care of him in 3 moves. Yes. The youth who brought Lin Ling here, with a satisfied face, walked out. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had no choice. He was in a situation where he had to fight with his back to the river. He couldn't escape. If he did, they would kill Yu, so he could only fight. Even so, his heart was bitter. After all, if he had a little more time, with the strength of the 9 dragons, he was confident he could defeat Zhao Shanhe and the others, but time waits for no one. Moreover, he had only been in this world for a few days. He still didn't know much about martial arts, and had never fought with anyone. This was his weakness. While Lin Ling was thinking, the youth's feet stepped on the ground, like an arrow shooting towards Lin Ling. A fist aimed at Lin Ling's chest. This speed so slow. Yes. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In his eyes, the opponent's movements were very slow. He seemed to see the youth's movements clearly. What was going on? Could it bite? Was his eyes? Lin Ling was suddenly enlightened. Not only could his eyes see the passing of time, he could also clearly see his opponent's moves. Bang! The punch landed on Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to fly out like a kite, heavily crashing into a large tree in the distance. Although he could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's attack, it was still his first time fighting with someone. His momentary shock had caused him to be distracted. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me, Wu Zhiping? What a piece of trash." That young man had succeeded in 1 move. He smiled proudly and said, "Brother Shan, I didn't even need 3 moves. I finished him in 1 move. I haven't even warmed up. What's there to be proud of? He's just trash at the first stage of body transformation. Winning doesn't mean anything." Go see if he's dead or not. Capture him. Zhao Shanhe said lightly. The young man nodded and strode forward. At this moment, Lin Ling had fallen under the large tree. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his chest was burning with pain. However, the injury he had imagined did not appear. That's right. He seems to be at the second stage of body transformation, and so am I. That's why his fist didn't injure me that much. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that the young man's punch had the strength of 2,000 genes. If he was at the first stage of body transformation, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. However, he was also at the second stage of body transformation. His hand subconsciously groped around, and suddenly he felt a wooden plank that looked like a bed. It was the broken branch of the tree that Lin Ling had crashed into. The wooden plank was held in his hand like a large sword. AI, you can't even withstand a single blow. I, Wu Zhiping, have a body of martial arts, but facing trash like you, it's difficult to display them. Sigh. At this moment, the young man shook his head and slowly walked over. He still believed that Lin Ling was either dead or seriously injured. However, as he was speaking, a figure suddenly burst out from the broken branch, and then a large wooden plank heavily slammed towards the young man. The battle is not over yet. Eat my plank. Eat. This sudden attack was very fast, and the young man had no time to react. Like a rubber ball, he was sent flying and smashed into a distant tree. The forest instantly quieted down. Zhao Shanhe's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. The sky was hazy with rain, and in the forest Lin Ling stood indifferently. His clothes were stained with blood, and his right hand was holding a large wooden plank. His eyes were like that of a wounded tiger. This guy can still stand. Wu Zhiping, you piece of trash, you can't even deal with the first stage of body transformation, Lin Ling? Zhao Shanhe said in a low voice. The three of them had surrounded one person, and it was the trash of Arcade Peak. If this trash could still escape alive, then they wouldn't need to practice martial arts anymore. Trash, you dare to sneak attack me? You're dead. Wu Zhiping spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was extremely ugly. He was sent flying by Lin Ling's wooden plank. If this news were to spread to the ancient face sect, he would have no face to see anyone. If I don't beat you until you kneel, then my surname is not Wu. Eat. The young man stamped his foot, and the ground shook slightly. He rushed straight towards Lin Ling. This time he was serious. At this moment, Lin Ling was not as nervous as he had been during the first confrontation. His eyes were constantly flashing, and he had seen through the young man's movements. Let's see whose fist is harder. As the young man's fist came crashing down, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. He also punched out. He also wanted to see who was stronger at the second stage of body transformation. Bang! Two fists collided in the forest, and an invisible astral wind rushed out in all directions. A tyrannical force came from the fist, causing Wu Zhiping's pupils to constrict. Then a terrifying thought arose in his heart, and he subconsciously shouted, Brother Shan, he is not at the first stage of body transformation. Now you know it's too late. Eat my plank again. Lin Ling did not pay attention to his surprise, and the large wooden plank in his right hand struck out again. Bastard! Wu Zhiping cursed, but it was too late to block. The large wooden plank heavily slammed into his face, and his nose was smashed crooked. His body flew backwards like a bullet, and once again smashed into a distant tree. With great difficulty, he pointed at Lin Ling. You. Before he finished speaking, he fainted. And before he fainted, he thought that he had actually lost to this trash from Arcade Peak. It must be known that although he was at the second stage of body transformation, in the ancient face sect, his strength was the strongest. So he had always been confident and proud. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling. Useless. Zhao Shanhe's face was ugly. Beside him, Yi Xilan's face was unhappy. These cockroaches really know how to jump. Zhao Shanhe, I'll give you an incense stick of time to deal with him. An incense stick of time? Why do I need that? Zhao Shanhe smiled proudly and slowly walked out. He looked at Lin Ling and said, You can be considered well prepared. Unfortunately, I am at the third stage of body transformation, and you will never be able to surpass me. It is impossible for you to survive in my hands. His whole body shook, and a strange aura emitted from him. That guy from before also said the same thing, but he was still defeated. Do you all only know how to talk? Chapter 11. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The power of words? Wu Zhiping said he would finish you in 3 moves. Then I will finish you in 1. Boom! Zhao Shanha's aura was fierce, and he arrogantly said, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. Ascending to the heavens with a single step, Hell King's bone shock fist. Boom! His figure blurred and looked like an illusion under the pitter-patter of rain. When Lin Ling finally reacted, he only saw a huge fist coming towards him. So fast! Boom! Lin Ling was shocked. This time his eyes could not see through the opponent, as if Zhao Shanha was using martial arts. Martial arts were indispensable to martial artists. If martial arts were to accumulate the energy of heaven and earth in the body, then martial arts were to use the energy of heaven and earth to attack. Bang! Being hit by the fist, Lin Ling spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body flew backwards. At the same time, he felt that a few of his ribs were broken. Taking turns to fight is one thing, but Zhao Shanha's realm is higher than mine, and he's using martial arts. This is really an unfair fight. Boom! Lin Ling clenched his teeth as he thought. Finally, he hit a rock, and the wooden plank in his hand shattered, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Am I going to die? Lin Ling only had this thought in his mind, but at this time, a warm current flowed into his chest, and his broken ribs no longer hurt as much. Huh! Boom! Lin Ling was surprised that he did not die as he imagined. Then, he was surprised to find that the 2 black energies in his dantian were the 9 dragons' strength. The 9 dragons' strength could actually heal injuries? Lin Ling's heart suddenly filled with confidence. One must know that since he started cultivating, there was no one to guide him, and everything depended on himself. He was not familiar with martial arts, so he did not know how strong the 9 dragons' strength was. But now, after continuous fighting, he was more familiar with the 9 dragons' strength. Hell King's Bone Shock Fist is a rank 1 yellow class martial art. Among the outer disciples of Gu Yan's sect, only Lin Ling was hit by my fist, and all the bones in his body should be broken. Senior Yi, you should vent your anger. Boom! At this moment, Zhao Shanha was extremely confident. He turned around and said to Yi Xilan, half of my anger has been vented. Originally, I wanted to give him 3 slaps, but forget it. I'll just kill this country girl while I'm at it. Yi Xilan put away the bronze mirror and replied indifferently. Zhao Shanha shrugged. Just as he was about to move on, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Feeling something strange, he turned around and was shocked. In the forest, the drizzle was hazy. In front of the rock in the distance, the youth struggled to stand up. His body was covered in blood, and his body was trembling. His head was lowered, and under the hazy drizzle, this scene looked extremely evil. The battle is not over yet. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! A figure shot towards Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha's pupils constricted. This Lin Ling was still alive. And the King of Hell's bone-shattering fist didn't shatter his bones? Yi Xilan also frowned. This strange scene made her faintly uneasy. So what if I'm not dead? Could it be that you still want to defeat me? Zhao Shanha was worthy of being at the 3rd stage of body transformation. In an instant he reacted. His right hand shook and his bones cracked. His fist blasted out. King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. This time Lin Ling did not dodge or retreat. He made the first move because he wanted to take the initiative. He did not like to take a beating without fighting back. Defeating you is a matter of time. A low voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, and his fist also punched out. Bang! A dull sound like a drum sounded. The 2 fists collided, and the forest seemed to be blown by a strong wind. Then the 2 figures retreated. Zhao Shanha retreated 20 meters, and Lin Ling retreated 30 meters. But this time Lin Ling did not fall. How is this possible? He is only at the 2nd stage of body transformation, and yet he blocked my King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. As he retreated, Zhao Shanha's heart was filled with shock. When their fists collided, he felt that Lin Ling's fist was extremely powerful, and there was a black light shining on it. Pooh! Lin Ling retreated, but at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the 9 dragon's strength could heal injuries, it only allowed him to recover some battle strength. It did not mean that his injuries were all healed, but the corner of his mouth curved up in a sinister smile. Previously, he had used the 9 dragon's strength in his dantian on his fist. The power of that fist was extremely great, and it gave him the strength to fight. The 9 dragon's strength was very strong. A 10th grade yellow rank skill. It really lived up to its name. You were lucky, right? Or is this the final radiance of the setting sun before you die? It's a pity that you were hit by my fist at the beginning. Coupled with the previous one, you have injuries on top of injuries. Even if I don't touch you, you won't be able to escape death, Zhao Shanhe coldly said. He felt extremely ashamed that he had not managed to finish off Lin Ling with 2 punches. Is that so? Lin Ling smiled coldly. A large number of medicinal pills appeared in his hand. They were the rejuvenation pills he had refined in the Hall of Alchemy. After he had successfully refined them, he had kept some for himself. He didn't expect that they would come in handy now. Swallowing the pills in his hands, Lin Ling immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body. Not only did his previous injuries seem to have healed, but the spirit energy that he had lost was also faintly recovering. The effects of the returning energy pills were even better than he had imagined. He did not know that the returning energy pills that he had refined were rare heavenly rank pills. Not only could they heal injuries, but they also had the effect of restoring spirit energy within the body. My injuries are almost healed. Lifting his head, Lin Ling coldly smiled at Zhao Shanhe. You. Zhao Shanhe's face was gloomy like water. He had never thought that dealing with a second-stage body transformation trash would be so troublesome. I know you want to say something to boost your morale, but can you shut your mouth? With his injuries almost healed, Lin Ling once again rushed towards Zhao Shanhe. Bastard! Seeing Lin Ling rush towards him, Zhao Shanhe's face turned red with anger. According to convention, he should be the one to attack, and Lin Ling should be the one to defend. But now it looked like he was being suppressed by Lin Ling. The anger in his heart had not yet dissipated when Lin Ling's crazy fist came crashing down. Zhao Shanhe had no choice but to meet it head-on. Pung! 2 fists collided. Zhao Shanhe's body flew backwards, and Lin Ling was the same. But in the next moment, Lin Ling once again rushed towards him. Crazy! Like a madman who did not care for his life. Zhao Shanhe's pupils panicked. He was beginning to feel fear. Lin Ling was simply unbeatable, and was extremely difficult to deal with. Not only that, but after continuously colliding with him, Zhao Shanhe was gasping for breath. His spiritual energy was running out. In addition, after several moves, he became more and more confused. Lin Ling was at the 2nd stage of body transformation, and he was at the 3rd stage of body transformation. The difference of one stage was like the difference between clouds and mud. There was a difference of 1,000 genes of strength, but Lin Ling was able to evenly match him. Could it be that Lin Ling's cultivation method was of a higher level? Pung pung. Gradually the two were evenly matched. The only difference was that Lin Ling once again swallowed some pills, and then rushed towards Zhao Shanhe like a madman. You motherfucker! Zhao Shanhe could not help but curse. Was this bullying him because he did not have any pills? He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling, you cannot defeat me. To be evenly matched with me at the 2nd stage of body transformation, you should be proud. Do you still want to continue? Chapter 12. Hell King's Bone-Shattering Fist. Didn't you say you could finish me in one move? Now you're scared? Where's your pride? Lin Ling took a deep breath, and once again rushed toward Zhao Shanhe. He punched out. Take another punch from me. If you don't lose, I'll admit defeat. Who do you think you are? I can't beat you, but do you think you can beat me? Being mocked by Lin Ling, Zhao Shanhe's pride was aroused again. His whole body's spiritual energy surged, and he punched out, Hell King's Bone-Shattering Fist. Facing that punch, Lin Ling didn't dodge, showing off his ability. Boom! Crazy fists once again collided in the woods. This time, both of them didn't fly back, but maintained the momentum of their fists colliding. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. Above the sky, the drizzle was still falling on the two teenagers' bodies. It was extremely depressing. Yixilan was already shocked to the point that she couldn't close her mouth. Today's scene was beyond her imagination. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the two teenagers. She faintly felt that this final confrontation was about to determine the winner. You are. The rain flowed down Zhao Shanhe's forehead. His face was pale, but his heart was shocked like thunder. In front of him, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, his eyes flashing. Thank you for teaching me my first battle in this world. As a reward, I'll tell you that you don't know Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Bang! Bang bang bang. After these words, Zhao Shanhe's bones felt like they were hit by an invisible hammer, and then he fell on his back. His bones were shattered by Hell King's bone-shattering fist. His eyes were wide open, recalling Lin Ling's desperate attacks. He faintly felt that this wasn't Lin Ling's recklessness, but through every confrontation, this guy learned his Hell King's bone-shattering fist, pretending to be weak and then seized the opportunity to fight back. This Lin Ling is not only crazy, but also has a terrifying talent in martial arts. I won. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked coldly at the big tree. Then he walked over step by step. Yixilan's expression changed drastically. She couldn't understand how the two of them could take turns fighting Lin Ling. Moreover, Zhao Shanhe's strength was one level higher. Yet, not only did they fail to kill Lin Ling, they were also defeated by him. Was this Lin Ling the same trash as in the rumors? At this moment, seeing Lin Ling walking towards her step by step, her legs went soft and she plopped down on the ground. She no longer had the arrogant look she had at the beginning. What do you want? I've already informed senior brother Xian. He's my boyfriend. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you off. In truth, there isn't much enmity between you and me. You mocked Yu and I humiliated you. We don't owe each other anything, that's all. However, because you were humiliated, you became resentful and wanted to kill me and Yu. Tell me, what do you think I want to do now? Lin Ling's voice was extremely low, and his eyes were ice cold. Yixilan swallowed her saliva with difficulty, but she couldn't say anything. Her arrogance in the past could only be used to face the weak. Once she faced the strong, her arrogance was blown away by the wind. I won't kill you. It will dirty my hands, but I will hit you. Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Yixilan's neck. He lifted her up. Yixilan's face was pale, and her heart was filled with deep regret. This young man was not easy to deal with. After all, Lin Ling came from another world. For him to casually take someone's life, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Even though Yixilan wanted to kill him, he couldn't bear to do it. He could only slap her face to vent his anger. Bang! At this moment, a giant tree on the left was smashed. It was as if it was blown up by a powerful force. In the rain of broken wood, a figure shot out and appeared coldly in front of Lin Ling. It was a young man around 16 years old. He was wearing a white robe and had an elegant demeanor. However, at this moment his face was filled with anger. Yixilan immediately shouted with difficulty, "Senior brother Xian." The young man nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Let her go, and I will let you go. Otherwise die. His words were extremely overbearing. He didn't give Lin Ling any choice. He didn't ask who was right or wrong. He only wanted Lin Ling to do as he wished. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't let go of his hand that was holding Yixilan's neck. Instead, he tightened his grip. He hated these self-righteous people. They didn't ask what was right or wrong and decided everything. The more the other party wanted him to let go, the more he wouldn't let go. It seems like you don't know who I am. I am the son of Tianqian Elder Xian Hai Xian Feng. Offending me won't end well for you. If you have the ability, tell me your name. The white-robed young man, Xian Feng, said coldly. Son of Elder Xian Hai. Lin Ling sneered, you don't even know who I am. Go back and ask your father. Does the face you lost at Arcade Peak still hurt? You are Lin Ling? You have guts. Let go of Lan immediately. If she loses a single hair, I want your entire peak to be buried with her. After Xian Feng found out that the young man in front of him was Lin Ling, he couldn't help but become even angrier. This trash of Arcade Peak was also so daring? I'll move for you to see. Lin Ling's sneer became even more intense. His pupils emitted a cold light. Today he was going to throw caution to the wind. Pa pa pa. Loud and clear slapping sounds echoed in the forest. Accompanying the slapping sounds were those cold words. I know you hit Yu's face. Now, I'll return it to you on behalf of Yu. Yi Xilan's face was swollen from the slapping. She didn't have that arrogant look from before. She stammered and couldn't say anything. You're courting death. Xian Feng was furious. In the Guyan sect, there had never been anyone so daring to hit his girlfriend's face. Moreover, it was in front of him. This was equivalent to slapping his face. He completely didn't expect that the more he threatened Lin Ling, the more Lin Ling wanted to hit him. For a moment's dignity you threw away your life. You've done well. However, I am at the 5th stage of body transformation. If you don't have this strength, then this forest will be your burial ground. Xian Feng's entire body was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, as if accompanying his murderous intent, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the dusky sky. Soon after, on top of a giant tree in the distance, he saw a strange figure. That figure lightly stepped on the leaves like a demon god. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his face was filled with murderous intent. Xian Feng borrowed that bolt of lightning to clearly see who that person was. It's him. Xian Feng cursed incessantly in his heart. He knew that there was no hope for revenge today. He could only say to Lin Ling, let her go. Today's matter will be settled when we return to the Guyan sect. If you're a man, then agree. Lin Ling frowned. In fact, when Xian Feng appeared, he still dared to hit Yi Xilan. That was because he knew that even if he didn't hit her, Xian Feng wouldn't let him go. But now, Xian Feng actually said that the grudges would be settled when they returned to the Guyan sect. This guy's words, could he believe them? Chapter 13. Battle Challenge. After Xian Feng received it, he coldly looked at Lin Ling. You are very lucky to have someone protecting you. However, if you don't die now, you will live a life worse than death. In Guyan sect, you will regret your actions today. After saying this, he did not say anything else and left with Yi Xilan. I will be waiting for you, Lin Ling coldly said, causing Xian Feng to stop in his tracks. His teeth chattered, but when he thought of that strange figure, he could only helplessly leave. After they left, the forest instantly quieted down. Only the pitter-patter of rain could be heard, as if confirming the previous fierce battle in the forest. Lin Ling's eyes flickered incessantly. He sensed that the white-clothed youth from before was very strong. Currently, he was not his opponent at all. However, the battle challenge had been set, and he, Lin Ling, would not be a coward. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling hurriedly ran to the tree and rescued Yu. Brother Ling, it's all my fault. Yu's face had a palm print, and her eyes were filled with tears. She was both moved and worried. She was moved because Brother Ling, in order to save her, accepted the challenge alone. She was worried because Brother Ling, in order to save her, had risked his life to fight, and had offended an even stronger enemy. Silly girl, they came for me. I implicated you. Alright, don't cry. Let's go back first. Lin Ling rubbed Yu's head and said. Then, he held Yu's hand and left through the forest. But they are very bad and very strong. Yu was still worried. Lin Ling stopped, his eyes filled with determination. I will be stronger than them. Yes, this sentence sounded like he was trying to show off. If other people heard it, they would definitely laugh disdainfully. However, Yu was stunned. In Lin Ling's smile, she saw a strong sense of confidence, which made her nod heavily. The two were like children abandoned by heaven and earth again. Holding each other's hands, they disappeared into the forest. Rumble. The sky was still covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed, and a bolt of lightning flashed. On top of a big tree, the ghost-like figure was still quietly standing there. His face was cold and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to be acting on instinct. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Who else could it be other than Huiletang? Protect. Huiletang mumbled to himself. These two words seemed to have been carved into his heart, causing him to act according to his instincts, just like a puppet. Perhaps he had once suffered from qi deviation while cultivating, causing him to lose consciousness. His instincts told him that he needed to protect a certain youth. Perhaps this was also his motivation to live. Or perhaps when a young man was in a life or death situation, he would make a move. After returning to Gu Yan's sect, Lin Ling comforted Yu before returning to his room. I was lucky enough to win this battle, but the benefits were huge. It showed me the power of the 9 dragons. Thinking of the battle not long ago, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flashed. His battle experience had increased. For example, his mysterious eyes seemed to be able to see through his opponent's moves. Although this kind of insight was not perfect, it at least increased his battle strength by a level. Next, the 9 dragons. This 10th grade yellow class skill was even more fierce than he had imagined. The black spirit energy could not only heal injuries, but also increase one's attack power. Lin Ling was confident that once he reached the 3rd stage of body transformation, martial artists of the same stage would not be his match. However, his current enemy was Xian Feng. This guy was not weak. With an elder as his father, he did not lack cultivation resources. His strength was much stronger than Lin Ling's. Therefore he had to work harder. Swallowing the spirit-gathering pill, the spirit energy in his dantian rippled. Time quietly passed. 10 days later, Lin Ling naturally reached the 3rd stage of body transformation. If he were to face Zhao Shanhe now, he could defeat him with a single punch. Unfortunately, the eggshell seal in his dantian was still not broken. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Moreover, his cultivation resources had been cut off, so he had to find more spirit-gathering pills. That's right. I'll use the spirit-returning pill to exchange for the spirit-gathering pill. Lin Ling thought of his own advantages. The spirit-returning pill was used to heal injuries. As long as one was a martial artist, they were indispensable. Moreover, he had used his own spirit-returning pill before, and it seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Its effects were even better. As for medicinal herbs, Alcate Peak did not lack them. The ancient Yen sect did not value these common herbs too much. Several days later, Lin Ling refined 30 bottles of spirit-returning pills. According to his guess, 1 bottle of spirit-returning pills could be exchanged for 1 spirit-gathering pill. Then 30 bottles would have 30 pills. This should be enough for him to break through to the 4th stage of body transformation. Of course, although he had the pills, where to trade was still a problem. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to go to Tianshu Peak to take a look. Tianshu Peak was the first peak outside of the 6 peaks. Usually most disciples would stay here. At this moment in the vast square, disciples were gathered in 2s and 3s. There is still a month until the inner sect disciple assessment. At present, besides Tianshu Peak and Alcate Peak, the other 5 peaks are filled with geniuses. Like Xian Feng, Yu Hailan, and Lian Shan, these fellows all have hopes of entering the inner sect. Of course, Xian Feng is powerful. But then again, Alcate Peak has not done anything this year. Alcate Peak only has 2 trash disciples and a crazy elder. It is normal that they have not done anything. Suddenly, a disciple saw Lin Ling and immediately laughed. It's Lin Ling. This voice attracted a lot of attention, and the sound of discussion floated up again. I heard that during the inner sect disciple assessment, senior brother Xian Feng challenged Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also accepted the challenge. No way, senior brother Xian Feng is the strongest 16-year-old. Is Lin Ling stupid? He actually dared to accept the challenge. Who knows, maybe this trash wants to liven up the atmosphere and let senior brother Xian Feng abuse him. In the distance, Lin Ling was stunned. During the inner sect assessment, Xian Feng wanted to challenge him and he accepted. When did he accept? Lin Ling's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Xian Feng seemed to have manipulated everything about him. Whatever he wanted him to do, he would do it. It seems like both sides agreed to the challenge. In the Gu Yan sect, even if one side is injured or killed, the other side is not guilty. Lin Ling suddenly thought of the Gu Yan sect's rules. Xian Feng agreed on his behalf, forcing him to be on the stage. When the time comes, Xian Feng can kill him in front of everyone's eyes, and no one will have any objections. So this is what he meant when he said he would settle accounts in the Gu Yan sect. Lin Ling somewhat understood. Xian Feng's plan was very good. He wanted to use the inner sect to deal with him, and at the same time step on him to show how powerful he is. But this kind of challenge, according to the Guyan sect's rules, I can refuse. Lin Ling wanted to refuse the challenge. His cultivation time was short, and he did not have any cultivation resources. Currently, how could he be Xian Feng's opponent? But after thinking about it, he knew that he could not refuse, because once he refused, Xian Feng would secretly kill him. The difference was that one was an assassination, the other was an open killing. Xian Feng obviously wanted to kill him openly, so Lin Ling could not avoid it. No matter what, he had to settle this grudge. And the time was only 1 month. Chapter 14. Going to Mountain View Town. Are you going to Mountain View Town? There's an auction there, maybe you can buy some good stuff. In a corner of the square, a chubby little fatty was talking to a few disciples. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he listened quietly. Mountain View Town was on the east side of 100,000 Mountains. It was the most prosperous place in the area. Many martial artists would hunt demonic beasts, or martial arts that they didn't need, and medicinal pills were all traded there. Senior brother, can you take me with you to Mountain View Town? Yes. Lin Ling walked over and politely asked. Of course, everyone will pay for the travel expenses. The little fatty smiled and nodded, then said, What's your name? Yes. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling? Alcate Peak disciple? I was wondering who it was. The little fatty's eyes showed contempt. You have guts. With your trash cultivation, you dare to challenge senior brother Xian. You're simply courting death. Sorry, I can't take you with me when we set out tomorrow. I don't want to offend senior brother Xian because of you. Yes. Lin Ling frowned. He pondered for a moment, then took out an energy recovery pill. What do you think of this energy recovery pill? Yes. Finished speaking, he flicked his right hand, and the pill shot towards the little fatty. The little fatty smiled disdainfully, then said, What's the meaning of this? You want to use the energy recovery pill as a reward to make me take you? Unfortunately, you can stop dreaming. Although the energy recovery pill is indispensable, its price isn't high. Yes. Try the one in your hand, Lin Ling said. The little fatty hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it directly. Instantly, his face changed dramatically. As a martial artist, he was naturally clear about the effects of the energy recovery pill. But after swallowing an ordinary energy recovery pill, most of it would slowly heal, dispersing the clots. But after swallowing this one, his whole body felt extremely cool. Not only did the stubborn injuries from the previous battle show signs of dispersing, even his spiritual energy seemed to have recovered a bit. This isn't an ordinary energy recovery pill, little fatty exclaimed. Then he felt that he had shouted too loudly. He hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid that someone would notice. A high-grade essence returning pill could often save a martial artist's life when they were in a life-or-death situation. Think about it, when you were fighting with an evenly matched opponent, and both of them were exhausted and heavily injured. With a precious essence returning pill, you could naturally turn defeat into victory and save your life. Therefore, it would be strange if little fatty was not surprised. Lin Ling nodded calmly. You're not that stupid. Fatty quickly rubbed his hands together. Junior brother Lin, no, senior brother Lin, do you have any more of those rejuvenation pills? If you do, give me 5 more. No, 3 will do. I'll take you to Mountain View Town. Lin Ling thought of the little fatty's arrogant face from before. He lightly said, That's not good. If you bring me there and senior brother Xian Feng finds out, he will blame you. Little fatty's expression was ugly. Extremely ugly. Wasn't Lin Ling's words what he had said before? He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Lin Ling continued, I'd better find someone else. I believe that with a bottle of essence returning pills as payment, there should be someone willing to take me there. 1 bottle. Little fatty's eyes bulged. Such a rare essence returning pill, if he had 3 of them, he might be able to save his life 3 times. As for 1 bottle, he didn't dare to think about it. Uncle, young master, little ancestor, please let me take you there. Little fatty's face was full of urgency. Where was that arrogant face from before? You really were born in the year of the dog, changing faces so quickly. But I'm in a hurry, so I'll choose you. Linling sneered, but he didn't want to complicate matters. Born in the year of the dog? These words slapped little Fatty's face again, making him feel incomparably ashamed. But for that bottle of essence returning pills, he could only swallow his anger. Senior brother Lin, wait here tomorrow morning. I'll take you there. Okay. Linling nodded his head, turned around and left. Little Fatty recalled the previous scene, and was once again shocked. This disciple of Arcade Peak's Trashmaster was not as bad as he had imagined. That calm and cool-headedness from beginning to end, he had grasped himself in the palm of his hand. The next day, Linling went to the square early in the morning. After little Fatty saw Linling, he gave some instructions, and then brought Linling out of the Guyan sect. Linling, on the other hand, was thinking about Xianfeng. Currently, Xianfeng was the strongest disciple among the outer disciples of the Six Peaks. Becoming an inner disciple was something that was set in stone. Many seniors and disciples of Guyan sect had high hopes for him. If such a strong genius were to lose at his most glorious moment, and also lose miserably, would Xianfeng still have the face to stay in the Guyan sect? Linling coldly smiled. He decided that on the day of the inner disciple exam, he would step on Xianfeng and make him lose miserably. Xianfeng's strength was at the 5th stage of body transformation. As long as he reached the 5th stage of body transformation, then he would absolutely be able to defeat him. Not long after, the two arrived at the foot of an emerald green mountain. Riding a giant centipede, they crossed the mountains and rushed towards Mountain View Town. Their mount was actually a centipede? Linling's horizons were broadened, but he quickly adapted to it. Along the way, the surrounding mountains and rivers were like the sea. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, giving Linling the feeling of 1,000 mountains with no birds flying, 10,000 paths without a trace. That pagoda is quite mysterious. After looking for a long time, Linling pointed towards a place in the mountains. He could vaguely see a mysterious pagoda sitting there. That is a burial ground. Little Fatty's face was somewhat dignified. That place is a tomb, the tomb of Lord Zhang. There are countless treasures inside, and it is said that they were placed there by the Zhang family of one of the 8 great ancient clans. Linling's eyes brightened. He looked at the people near the mountain range and then nodded. No wonder there are so many martial artists running along those mountain paths. So it is because of that tomb. Although Linling did not know the origin of the 8 great ancient clans, he knew that they were not ordinary just by hearing the name. And the tomb they set up, there were naturally many treasures inside, which made him a little moved. How can there be anyone? Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Little Fatty also looked into the distance and shook his head. That tomb is full of traps. In the past, who knows how many people died in the mountains for the treasures in the tomb. Otherwise, it would not be called a burial ground. No one. Linling was startled. He did see many martial artists leaping onto roofs and running on the walls. Could it be that he saw the passing of time again? Those people must be the martial artists who died in the burial ground. However, some of those martial artists were very close to the pagoda, and some were outside. If he followed them, he might be able to get close to the pagoda and obtain the treasures. Thinking of this, Linling smiled. It seemed that he had to go to that place. Your smile is so evil. Could it be that you have ideas about the burial ground? I advise you to give up. Who knows how many disciples wanted to enter Guyan sect, but none of them came out. Little Fatty could not help but say, maybe. Linling nodded and did not say much. Not long after, a large town appeared in the valley ahead. Although it was called a town, it looked more like a city. Linling sighed. A town was so big, what if it was a city? Chapter 15. Elimination System. From the Little Fatty, he learned that in the 100,000 great mountains, the disciples of the 4 great sects had the highest status, followed by the rogue cultivators. Of the 4 great sects, the disciples of the Flying Snow Palace had the highest status, and the Guyan sect was the weakest. As for the auction venue, it was called the Emerald House. The owner of the Emerald House was a powerhouse at the 10th stage of body transformation. Although he could not compare to the 4 great sects, He was still a formidable character in the Mountain View town area. If you want to auction your own items, you either have to have an extremely rare item, or you have to rely on the elimination system. The so-called elimination system meant that everyone wanted to auction their own items to maximize their profits, but there were too many monks and too little porridge, so it was up to each person to eliminate each other. The loser would not be able to auction their own items. When Lin Ling followed the little fatty to the Emerald House, in front of the ancient building, there was a surge of people. All of them were martial artists who had come to put up their items. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man stood in front of the building and shouted, "In the 100,000 Great Mountains, the only town is Mountain View Town, so everyone comes here to trade their items. But according to the rules, except for rare items, if you want to auction your items, you have to go through the elimination system. This year there are 10 spots." As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the surrounding voices were like the waves of the sea. "Owner Liu, you don't need to explain the rules. We Raging Blade Sect disciples naturally know. Everyone, out of the 10 spots my Raging Blade Sect wants one. Is there anyone dissatisfied?" "Bullshit. Who do you think you are? My Falling Leaves Sect didn't even speak. What qualifications do you have to speak?" "Arrogant. You sure are arrogant. See you in the elimination system." In the corners of the building, the disciples from the 4 great sects were all in high spirits. "Seems like the competition is very fierce. Senior Brother Lin, do you also want to auction your items?" The little fatty said in a low voice. He had never auctioned before, and usually came to buy more because his strength was not enough. "Since I'm already here, I definitely want to auction it." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded, causing the little fatty's face to change. He did not think that Lin Ling would come to the auction to auction his items, but those who dared to participate in the elimination system were not weak. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications? At this time, the middle-aged man's voice was heard again. "Considering that we are in a hurry, we will not choose one by one. Let's do it in one move. Draw a circle and fight with one move. Whoever leaves the circle first will be eliminated. Those who want to participate in the auction, come to the front." As his voice fell, one after another, the middle-aged man looked at the crowd and secretly nodded his head. The people who were preparing to sell were all 16 or 17-year-old youths. Their cultivation was between the 3rd and 4th stages of body transformation. It looked like the 4 sects had many good seedlings this year. Lin Ling didn't act rashly. He carefully looked at the people who walked out. After a moment, a green line quietly appeared in his eyes. For some reason, the people who walked out became clear. Lin Ling could vaguely guess their cultivation levels. Those people should be between the 3rd and 4th stages of body transformation. With my current strength, I should not fear them. Lin Ling nodded. He was a little surprised that his eyes had such power. At this time, the middle-aged man shouted, A total of 53 people. Is there anyone else?" No one else came out. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded, "Wait, there's still me." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling walked out. Behind Lin Ling, the little fatty originally wanted to pull Lin Ling back, but his hands were too slow. This caused the little fatty to open his mouth and say, "Even I, who am at the 3rd stage of body transformation, doesn't dare to go up. He must be stupid." Because he was the last to come out, the others also looked at Lin Ling. But soon they all shook their heads. They did not place Lin Ling in their eyes. The middle-aged man from the Jadeite house didn't pay too much attention. He only knew that the youngster was the youngest. He shouted loudly, "Altogether 54 people, perfect for pairs. Now draw 27 circles. 54 people separately exchange blows." This was a very time-saving elimination system. Half of the 54 people would be eliminated, leaving 27 people to continue fighting until there were only 10 spots left. Generally speaking, this kind of elimination would be decided in an incense stick of time. Then they began to divide the opponents. This was arranged by drawing bamboo tiles randomly. It depended a little on luck. Everyone walked into the circles. Some of the more impulsive disciples immediately attacked. Pung 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 sounds rang out. Almost half of the people were blasted out of the circles by their opponents. The elimination was extremely fast. Haha, so far among the 4 sects, only Gu Yen sect has been completely eliminated. Looking at the results of the elimination, Some of the onlookers shouted, "It's true. Looks like the Guyan sect has declined." The others also nodded. They saw that the Guyan sect disciples who participated in the elimination system were all lying on the ground, their faces full of unwillingness. There's still a Guyan sect disciple. He's the last to come out, the youngest one. Suddenly someone said. Then many eyes looked towards Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling was the last person from the Guyan sect. If Lin Ling was eliminated, then this year's Guyan sect would lose face. Of course, no matter how you looked at it, because of Lin Ling's young age, his elimination was a foregone conclusion. Although the elimination system does not mean anything, it still shows that there are rising stars in the sect. It seems that the Guyan sect being ranked last is not baseless. The middle-aged man from the Emerald House was not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. After all, Lin Ling was already at the third stage of body transformation at his age. This was already very good, and his cultivation was not enough to pass. I, Taiju, am a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Third stage of body transformation, I have more than 3,000 gene of strength. In the same stage, I am invincible. Get out of the circle yourself, I don't even want to fight. In the 2-meter-wide circle, Lin Ling's opponent indifferently said. This was a tall and sturdy youth who was nearly 2 meters tall. Compared to him, Lin Ling was extremely small. The people all around laughed, as if Lin Ling was a fish on the chopping block. That tall and sturdy youth's fellow apprentices cheered. They wanted the tall and sturdy youth to finish off Lin Ling and eliminate the last person from the Guyan sect. The tall and sturdy youth was very satisfied with the attention. I originally wanted you to get out yourself, but who told you to be the last person? I can only step on you to gain face. I only want to know, what do you feel now? Are you scared? Or do you feel ashamed? Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and said indifferently, What do I feel? I'm just curious what you ate. Why are you like a cow? You dare to tease me, you're dead. The tall and sturdy youth suddenly became angry. I'll break your bones with one punch. The tall and sturdy youth did not hold back. His sand nest-sized fist carried a strong wind as it blasted towards Lin Ling. That fist was actually bigger than Lin Ling's head. Many people shook their heads and laughed, waiting to see the scene of blood splattering everywhere. Some soft-hearted people even closed their eyes, afraid to see a tragedy. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to get back that bottle of Return Yuan Dan. The little fatty sighed. Then he saw that Lin Ling actually did not punch out when facing that sand nest-sized fist. Instead, he used his body to block it. This made the little fatty sigh, thinking that Lin Ling was scared silly. Bang! The huge fist smashed onto Lin Ling's head, making a dull sound that made many people's hearts skip a beat. It's over really easy. The tall and sturdy youth shrugged, as if he had dealt with the enemy. He did not even look at Lin Ling and wanted to walk out of the circle. It's not over yet, and you want to leave? Chapter 16. Luck. What? Nothing happened. The tall and sturdy youth sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that at the third stage of body transformation, one's entire body had a strength of 3,000 gene. His fist had already exceeded 3,000 gene of strength. Against a martial artist of the same stage, if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, the youth in front of him was as if he was made of iron, safe and sound. Could it be that this youth's head was harder than his fist? You lost. Win. Ignoring his opponent's surprise, Lin Ling punched out. The seemingly ordinary fist had a flickering black aura. With one punch, the tall and sturdy youth was blown out of the circle. Then Lin Ling walked out of the circle. He won. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't understand at all. They only saw the tall and sturdy youth fall out of the circle. Taiju, what are you doing? You actually jumped out of the circle. This Guyan sect disciple is really lucky. It must be that Taiju's old injury just happened to flare up, and he was the lucky one. The Flying Snow Palace disciples were unwilling to accept this. So it's luck. Yes. The surrounding people were somewhat stunned. After all, the previous scene was a bit strange. The youth took a punch but came out unscathed. Instead, he defeated his opponent with one punch. This didn't make sense, so it must be that his opponent's old injury flared up, causing him to be unable to use his strength. Of course, not everyone thought this way. For example, the middle-aged man from the ancient Jadeite sect didn't think so, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Luck. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head. When he took the punch earlier, he actually used the black spirit energy in his body to protect his head. The black spirit energy was extremely powerful. In the same stage, as long as he didn't use any martial arts, he wouldn't be afraid. To put it bluntly, his cultivation method was stronger than the tall and sturdy youth's. The next 27 will continue. Yes, the middle-aged man shouted again. Lin Ling walked into the circle again. The disciples from other sects stared at Lin Ling. They were jealous that Lin Ling relied on luck to pass and become the only disciple of the Gu Yan sect. Not bad, you actually defeated my junior brother Tai. Unfortunately, you met me, so your luck has come to an end. Yes. Within the circle, Lin Ling's opponent appeared. It was a young man wearing a purple long robe. This young man had his hands behind his back and had an extremely arrogant expression. From his clothes, he seemed to be a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Yinan, this guy came to sell last year and he's here again this year. Looks like he wants to prepare more cultivation resources and charge into the ranks of Flying Snow Palace's inner court disciples in one go. Someone recognized the purple-robed youth. That youth was obviously a regular customer of the Emerald House, and his strength was not weak either. He was at the 4th level of body tempering, and had the potential to become an inner disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Everyone looked at Lin Ling again and shook their heads. This time, would the youngest guy be able to pass by relying on luck? Still not quitting? Let me give you a word of advice. It's better to know your place. Yinan looked down at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had defeated Taiju, that was only luck. Yinan was at the 4th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling's luck had come to an end. Senior brother, let's begin. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything more. AI, why are the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? It's better for those who practice martial arts to be down to earth. Yinan seemed not to have heard Lin Ling's words. He spread out his hands and muttered to himself. He completely did not expect that when he said those words, he was the impetuous one. Looking at his confident appearance, it was as if he was giving pointers to the younger generation. This caused many people in the distance to shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling lightly sighed. Without saying anything more, he punched out. Hell King bone-shattering fist. Above the fist, a black light wrapped around it, as if it was a black iron fist. For this punch, Lin Ling also used the black spirit energy in his dantian. With the help of martial arts and the black spirit energy, the strength of this punch had already reached over 4,000 jin. This was Lin Ling's current strongest attack. Courting death. I'll let you have a taste of my 7-star finger. However, Yinan did not put Lin Ling's attack in his eyes. He pointed out a finger. His 2 fingers were wrapped in purple spirit energy like flames. 7-star finger. The face of the middle-aged man from the Emerald House changed slightly. He had heard of this martial art before. It was extremely powerful. The finger was like an arrow, and the attack was swift and fierce. Logically speaking, this martial art could not be practiced without reaching the 5th level of body transformation. He looked at Lin Ling again and shook his head. He did not think that with luck, the youth could block that finger. Bang! The fist and finger collided. A sudden change occurred. A figure was sent flying out of the ring. The crowd followed the figure and their faces changed. The one who was sent flying out of the ring was actually Yinan. The crowd looked at the ring again. They saw Lin Ling standing like a pine tree, maintaining his punching posture. On his fist, a black light flickered, as if it was made of pig iron. This scene to them was like a dream, and extremely illogical. This time it was not luck. I won. Lin Ling walked out of the ring, his face calm. To him, defeating the youth was normal. This was because the black spirit energy in his dantian increased the power of his Hell King's bone-shattering fist, allowing him to battle with a 4th level of body transformation. He is the youngest and is only at the 3rd level of body transformation. How could he defeat Yinan, who is at the 4th level of body transformation? Maybe the level of his martial arts is higher. Nonsense. Yinan's 7-star finger is at the 5th level of body transformation. That youth's level of martial arts is higher than his. How could it be possible? The others could not see how Lin Ling had won. Yinan sat on the ground, angry and furious. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Ling arrogantly, but in the end, he was defeated in one move. This caused him to lose a lot of face, but he was unwilling. The competition was different. The range was only 2 meters, so you won by luck. But if it was any other place, you would have lost. At this moment, Lin Ling had already walked out of the ring. A loss is a loss. What's with all this nonsense? Yinan was stunned and became even more unwilling. Then how did you beat me? Lin Ling did not even look at him. Luck. Luck? Yinan's face instantly darkened. He gnashed his teeth. That little guy is so mysterious. To be able to defeat Yinan, his martial arts must not be weak. His background must be extraordinary. The middle-aged man from the Emerald House looked deeply at Lin Ling, then said, "Okay, there are 14 people left. Let's stop here. This year, the Emerald House will make an exception and let 14 people enter the consignment sale." His words shocked many people. They subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. They all felt that the reason the Emerald House could make an exception this year was because of that youth. "Junior brother, your strength is not bad. I have high hopes for you. But since you've won the consignment sale quota, why not give it to me?" At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was a youth wearing a blue robe. As he spoke, his entire body's aura was released. It seemed to be on purpose. A faint light appeared on the surface of his body, making him seem as if he was wearing a layer of protective armor. Protective aura chi. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Protective aura chi was to expose one's spiritual energy to the outside of one's body, forming a protective effect. This was also an advantage after reaching the 5th level of body transformation. That youth was definitely at the 6th level of body transformation. Chapter 17. I won't fall for this. How tyrannical. Lin Ling frowned, his heart was puzzled. That guy was so strong, why didn't he compete for the spot, but instead came to snatch his fruit? Did he think it was easy to get a spot? No, that guy didn't compete for it, probably because he didn't want to lose face. That guy was a 6th-stage body transformation cultivator. If he fought, it would be considered as bullying the weak. He was the only one in the Guyan sect who got a spot, so the youth naturally took a fancy to him. Lin Ling shook his head. He definitely wouldn't give up his spot. After all, it was related to his future strength. He lightly said, "I'm sorry, senior brother, I can't give up this spot." Oh. The youth didn't expect Lin Ling to not give him face. He coldly said, "I'm an inner disciple of the Guyan sect, a 6th-stage body transformation cultivator. Junior brother, have you thought it through?" "Oh, what does it have to do with me?" Lin Ling said. The youth's face became gloomy. Lin Ling refused him in front of so many people. It was equal to not giving him face. "It seems you don't know who I am. Let me tell you, I'm Yang Zhan." He hadn't finished speaking when Lin Ling interrupted him. "No need to introduce yourself, I'm not interested. If you want to use your status and strength to intimidate people and bully the weak, then find someone else. I won't fall for it." Ha ha. This little guy has courage and a magnanimous temperament. Suddenly there was a lot of laughter. Lin Ling's words carried a hint of ridicule, making people laugh. "You have guts." The youth's face turned red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored him and looked at the middle-aged man from the Jadeite house. The middle-aged man lightly nodded. This was a dispute between sect disciples. He would not participate. Seeing that Lin Ling refused to give up his spot, he led the rest of the people into the Jadeite house. The elimination round was over. The surrounding onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were all curious as to who that young man from Guyan sect was. He was so young, but his strength was not weak at all. The young man stood where he was, trembling with anger. According to the rules, when he revealed his status and strength, the other party should give him face and be extremely respectful. However, what he got in return was an icy cold rejection. Moreover, the other party even ridiculed him, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. "I don't dare to touch you in the Emerald Pavilion. But if you have the ability, don't leave the Emerald Pavilion." The young man turned around and left. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. The little fatty also followed them into the Emerald House. With a face full of fear, he said to Lin Ling, "Grandpa, young master, little ancestor, I who Pang have to hand it to you. It's fine if you didn't give up your spot, but why did you have to be so tough? Aren't you offending that senior brother?" He had always thought that Alcade Peak's Lin Ling was a cowardly trash who was afraid of death. Who would have known that Lin Ling's pride was not weaker than anyone else's? Even if it was an inner sect disciple, he still wouldn't give face. Lin Ling looked at him coolly. "Do you think that if I don't give up my spot and say some nice words, that guy will let me go?" The little fatty stared blankly. "I don't think so. As long as you don't give up your spot to him, it seems like he won't let you go." "That's right. Since he won't let me go, why should I be afraid of him?" Lin Ling walked along the corridor, leaving the little fatty scratching the back of his head. After thinking for a long time, he realized that Lin Ling's words were indeed reasonable. After taking the rejuvenation pills to be appraised, Lin Ling quietly sat in the private room, thinking about what happened earlier. He discovered that the martial artists of this world were all extremely cold and domineering. Once they took a fancy to something, there was no reason for it. If they wanted it, they would take it. Perhaps this was also the reason why everyone wanted to be strong. "I'm still not strong enough." If my strength surpassed his, he wouldn't have dared to say these words. However, that guy's strength is very strong. He has aura chi protecting his body. Even Xian Feng isn't his opponent. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Fortunately, the rejuvenation pills could be put up for sale. He could also increase his strength and have the ability to protect himself. In addition, he also considered going to the burial ground to take a look. There were many treasures there. If he could obtain one, then when he returned to Gu Yen's sect, not to mention Xian Feng, perhaps he wouldn't even need to fear that arrogant young man from before. Not long after, the door was pushed open and the Emerald House's owner came in with an old man. The two people's faces were extremely dignified. They sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and their attitude was even more polite. "This little friend, I am Lu Manyun. This is the Emerald House's appraisal master, Elder Kuan Yang." The Emerald House's owner introduced himself first. "Greetings to the two seniors." "Greetings." Lin Ling quickly stood up. Elder Kuan Yang seemed to be unable to hold back and anxiously said, "Little friend Lin, the rejuvenation pill you put up for sale has been appraised by us. It is a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. Its value is not low." Speaking until here, he sucked in a breath of cold air. "I have appraised countless treasures, but this is the first time I have seen a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. If I remember correctly, in the current Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Senior He Yenshan can refine it. This elixir shouldn't be refined by you, right?" "Indeed. This elixir was not refined by me. It was refined by my master." "Yes." Lin Ling's face was calm, but his heart was a little surprised. Although he already knew that the rejuvenation pill he refined was not cheap, he didn't expect it to be a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. Of course, he didn't intend to say that he refined it. After all, an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. He was very clear about this principle. Lu Manyun and Elder Kuan Yang looked at each other. If it was refined by his master, could this young man's master be Senior He Yenshan? But it was very possible. This young man's origin was mysterious, and only Senior He Yenshan could cultivate him. "Someone bring me some good bilyuakun. Who asked you to use pu'er to serve me?" Lu Manyun wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly shouted. Elder Kuan Yang didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. "These rejuvenation pills, we will treat them as the treasure of this auction. May I know what young friend Lin wants to exchange for?" "Yes." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and then smiled helplessly. He guessed that these two people misunderstood that he was He Yenshan's disciple. He smiled and said, "I want to exchange for essence gathering pills. The more the better." "Yes. According to the market price, a normal bottle of rejuvenation pills can be exchanged for one essence gathering pill. Yours is a heavenly grade rejuvenation pill. I think one bottle can be exchanged for 5 pills. Furthermore, your rejuvenation pills are this year's treasure. So the Emerald House will give you 10 extra essence gathering pills. Elder Kuan-yang said. Lin Ling was instantly delighted and smiled as he nodded. In the ancient Yen sect, he could only receive 1 essence gathering pill a month, but the Emerald House was extremely generous and gave 10 pills at once. It was equivalent to a year's worth of cultivation pills for an ordinary disciple, plus the essence gathering pills he obtained from the transaction. The purpose of this trip was achieved. In addition, to show our sincerity, our Emerald House will also give you a purple gold card. In the future, you don't need to go through the elimination system. You can come to sell your items at any time. Lu Manyun's smile was extremely sincere. I only hope that when your master, Senior He Yenshan, has time and passes by here, he can come visit the Emerald House. Wow! So this guy is trying to make friends. Lin Ling somewhat understood. Unfortunately, he didn't know Senior He Yenshan, so he could only shrug his shoulders and say, if Senior Master has time, I will definitely tell him. Yes. His words had another layer of meaning. He only said master, not Senior He Yenshan. His master was the crazy Huolei Tang. Chapter 18. Intercepted on the road at the auction site. All the martial artists were going crazy. The Jadeite house was very experienced and said that these pills came from Senior He Yenshan's hands and were Heaven-step returning origin pills. If one missed this opportunity, they would not be able to buy them. As a result, the price of Lin Ling's returning origin pills was crazily raised, and all the martial artists fought for them. Finally, the price of a bottle of pills was raised to 10 spirit gathering pills, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. In the end, the 27 bottles of returning origin pills were bought by a female disciple from the Falling Leaves sect. That woman was said to be a core disciple of the Falling Leaves sect, and her cultivation was extremely high, so no one dared to compete with her. Lin Ling had no interest in who the returning origin pills would end up in. What made him happy was that the 27 bottles of returning origin pills were exchanged for 270 spirit gathering pills, enough for him to cultivate for a long time. The spirit gathering pills were finally in his hands. Xian Feng, I hope you're stronger than I imagined. After the auction ended, Lin Ling hurriedly received his pills, and not long after, he left without stopping. Mountain View Town was the most prosperous town in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Besides the Jadeite house, the other places were also very lively. Lin Ling thought of Yu, so he bought some girly accessories. After he walked along the street for half an hour, suddenly, a figure blocked his path. This person was the one who forced Lin Ling to give up his spot in the Jadeite house's elimination system. Yang Zhan. Haha, you really made me look for you. Without the Jadeite house, what else can you rely on? Yang Zhan blocked the road, coldly staring at Lin Ling. He had been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. It's you. Ah. Lin Ling subconsciously took a step back, his face dignified. He did not expect this guy to be waiting for him. His eyes swept around and found that many martial artists on the street had a look of ridicule on their faces, none of them intending to stop him. It seemed that this kind of thing was not uncommon in Mountain View Town. This was a bit troublesome. This Yang Zhan was an inner court disciple with tyrannical strength. He was not his match. Are you regretting offending me? Back then I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Today, I'll tell you that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Yang Zhan couldn't help but sneer. His voice was filled with pride as he stared at Lin Ling like a cat catching a mouse. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He had to think of a way to resolve the crisis before him. If he were to fight, it would be impossible for him to win. As for escaping, it would be very difficult as well. However, at this critical moment, although Lin Ling was anxious, he wasn't scared silly. Instead, he calmly thought of his own advantages. That's right, essence gathering pill. With a lift of his right hand, several essence gathering pills appeared in Lin Ling's palm. These pills caused the surrounding martial artists to lick their lips in anticipation. As long as one was a martial artist, they would never complain about having too many spirit gathering pills. Since I can't escape death, then let's fight to the death. These are my many years of savings. Whoever helps me punch him once, I'll give him 1. Punch him 10 times, I'll give him 10. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the surrounding martial artists' eyes to become even more greedy. Then they heard Lin Ling say, Don't even think about snatching the essence-gathering pills from my hands. Otherwise, I'll destroy them all. So, if you want to obtain essence-gathering pills, there's only one way, and that's to beat him. Lin Ling's left hand pointed at Yang Zhan. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards Yang Zhan. Although Yang Zhan was a disciple of the four great sects, and his cultivation seemed to be very strong, if it was just one punch, it wouldn't be difficult. And one punch in exchange for one essence-gathering pill, this was also very worthwhile. After all, other than the disciples of the four great sects, it was even more difficult for these rogue martial artists to obtain essence-gathering pills. Money makes the world go round. In a world where martial strength was revered, cultivation resources were always the most important thing to martial artists. They could even fight for it with their lives. Disciple of the four great sects, you and I have no enmity in the past, nor do we have any grievances today. I'm just taking someone's money to eliminate a disaster for them. An old man rushed out, rushing towards Yang Zhan. This old man was very anxious, as if he was waiting for the essence-gathering pill to break through. Perhaps he had a blood feud and was waiting for Yang Zhan's strength to increase, so he threw caution to the wind. It's yours. Before the old man's fist could reach Yang Zhan, Lin Ling threw a essence-gathering pill over. Thanks. The old man's footsteps sped up. His goal was very simple, to punch Yang Zhan. Even if it was just a touch, it would be considered as completing his mission. How can I, the one-eyed dragon, miss out on such a good thing? Brat, one of your essence-gathering pills, I'll take it. Another martial artist rushed out, pouncing towards Yang Zhan. Don't worry, I won't cheat anyone. Even if you kiss him, I'll give you one essence-gathering pill. Lin Ling lightly said. I'm definitely going to kiss him. Me too. With someone in the vanguard, the other martial artists began to stir. Originally they were a little apprehensive, but now that there were more people, their courage grew. Not to mention that the sect disciple wanted to settle accounts with them, but with so many people, they couldn't find him, so they had to strike first. Touching his butt counts, right? Spitting is fine. The street gradually turned into a chaotic mess. Yang Zhan was still dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events. Only when he saw a large number of rogue cultivators rushing over did he react. He couldn't help but roar, "Bastards! Bastard! Didn't you say no one would help me? Sorry, I have a lot of people right now." Lin Ling's slightly childish face revealed a sneer that didn't match his age. In his hand, he continuously threw out essence-gathering pills. His strength was indeed not as good as Yang Zhan's, but he had essence-gathering pills. Today, even if he had to use essence-gathering pills, he would smash Yang Zhan to the ground. Although Yang Zhan's strength was strong, how could he withstand the human wave tactic? After sending a person flying with a punch, he was immediately submerged, followed by countless fists smashing on his body. In addition, there were also people touching his butt, kissing his face, and even spitting on his face. He was a dignified inner sect disciple of Gu Yin's sect. He had always had his eyes above his head, like a son of heaven. When had he ever experienced this kind of treatment? This was simply molestation. This made the anger in his heart burn like a flame. Yang Zhan had never thought highly of Lin Ling, nor had he ever looked down on him. However, this 15-year-old youth had made him suffer twice in a row today. Yang Zhan, I'll remember you. Lin Ling's face was cold. He threw the essence-gathering pills in his hand towards Yang Zhan's direction, then took advantage of the chaos to escape. With this throw, the street became even more chaotic. Those rogue cultivators were like refugees who had been starving for months. One after another, they rushed towards Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was previously thrown by Lin Ling's essence-gathering pills on his body, clothes, and hair. Suddenly, countless hands reached towards his clothes, hair, little brother, chrysanthemum, and other places. Don't let me see you or I'll kill you. Yang Zhan was pressed down by countless people, lying on the ground. His eyes were red as he roared. Chapter 19. Boneyard Training. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Ling rushed out of Mountain View Town. Previously, he had thrown out over 100 essence-gathering pills. This was simply his blood and sweat. Fortunately, he knew how to refine essence-returning pills and could exchange them for essence-gathering pills without limit. Otherwise, he would have died of heartache. But thinking of Yang Zhan's miserable state, Lin Ling felt that the 100 essence gathering pills were worth it. This time I relied on the essence gathering pills to escape danger. Next time I may not be so lucky. I must quickly increase my strength. At present, Lin Ling still had over 100 essence gathering pills. It should be enough to break through to the 5th stage of body tempering. At that time, with the advantage of the 9 dragons' strength, he believed that he would not be afraid of Yang Zhan again. The boneyard. When he came, Lin Ling had already memorized the route, so it was not difficult to return. But that place was rarely visited and gave people a feeling of dread. In my previous life I read many grave-robbing novels. I didn't expect to personally rob a grave in this life. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. A day later, he finally arrived at the foot of the boneyard. Looking up, he could vaguely see the peak of a pagoda in the mountain. At the same time, below his feet, a path like a snake spiraled into the depths of the mountain. 8 great ancient clans, the tomb of Lord Zhang. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not recklessly advance. Instead, he looked around and saw that the path was littered with bones. Obviously, on this path to the pagoda countless people had died here. Today no one dared to come here. Of course, others did not dare to come, but Lin Ling had the mysterious eyes. He may be able to enter. Thus he was not in a hurry. He quietly looked at the ancient path in front of him. This place is mysterious. I can only look at the passing of time. Lin Ling stared at the great Tao without blinking. He wanted to see how the deceased martial artists would walk on this great Tao. Not long after, 2 green lines appeared in his eyes. Following his eyes, he saw that at the beginning of the path, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. His eyes finally saw the passing of time. Haha, Lord Zhang was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who would have thought that he would be buried here? His tomb must have countless treasures. All of them belong to me, Nan Batian. That figure was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. His entire body exuded a boundless domineering aura. He carried a bronze sword the size of a door on his back, making him look like a hidden expert. Lin Ling's mind trembled. This person's strength was so strong, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. If he followed him, he might even be able to enter the boneyard. It's moving. Then Lin Ling exclaimed. The warrior named Nan Batian waved his right hand and the bronze sword on his back appeared in his hand. Then the tip of the sword slashed the ground and shot into the great path. Lin Ling stared intently, afraid that he would miss something. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Nan Batian entered the great path, a strange phenomenon occurred on the other side of the great path. It was as though a mechanism had been triggered, and pitch-black iron spears shot out like arrows. Puff! That mighty and domineering Nan Batian only walked 10 meters before he was shot by the iron spear. His body was nailed to the cliff on the other side of the road. Lin Ling. Originally he was looking forward to it. In the end, Nan Batian's appearance was impressive, but he was useless. He only walked 10 meters before he died. Moreover, under the cliff Lin Ling saw the simple bronze sword. He was speechless. You failed, Nan Batian. Rest in peace. That sword is not bad. Leave it to me. However, although Nan Batian died gloriously, he was not completely useless. At least, he let Lin Ling know that the first 10 meters of the great path were countless iron spears. Whoosh! At this time a second figure appeared. It was a thin young man. His eyes were like an eagle's and his face was cold. Lin Ling knew that his second test subject had appeared. He could not help but look forward to it. The young man looked at the great path and said indifferently, "The first path is the iron spear mechanism. You must pass through it with a movement technique, or you will die under the iron spears. Fortunately, I have the reverse blood technique, 3rd grade yellow rank. Blood flows in reverse, increasing the speed of spirit energy circulation, and greatly improving the body's constitution. However, this martial art is very harmful to the body. I must control the timing well, or I will die without a doubt. Once I go, it will be difficult to predict whether I will live or die. This reverse blood technique has saved my life many times." The young man took out a piece of beast skin and hid it under a rock on the left side of the great path. Then he walked back to his original place. After closing his eyes, Steam began to emit from the surface of his body. Lin Ling's face changed. He knew in his heart that it was not steam, but the high temperature produced by the rapid circulation of spirit energy in the body, evaporating the air on the surface of the body. Reverse blood technique. Use the Jian pericardium meridian of the middle finger to open the door. After opening the door, the blood in the body will flow in reverse, and the spirit energy will riot. The young man raised his head. His eyes looked at the sky as if he could see through the world. Then, he gently put his left middle finger into his mouth and suddenly bit it. Lin Ling was shocked. He knew that the middle finger was the hand Jian pericardium meridian. That was an acupuncture point. In his previous life, he had read martial arts novels and knew that the six-pulse godly sword was cultivated using the hand Jian pericardium meridian. Because the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, the middle finger was the closest point to the heart. Opening the door with the middle finger was the same as opening the engine, stimulating the heart and causing the blood to flow in reverse. What a mysterious martial art! Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the young man again and saw that his body was covered in mist. Then with a whoosh he turned into mist and shot into the great path. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time a large number of iron spears shot out. However, the young man's figure was like a ghost, easily dodging them. His speed was extremely terrifying. In a moment the young man rushed forward. After 50 meters, more and more iron spears appeared behind him. The young man saw that there was no way to avoid them. He actually used his hand as a knife and cut the iron spears in half. So strong. Wow! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He found that the reverse blood technique not only increased his speed, but also increased his attack power. Pooh! At that moment, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood like a deflated balloon. Finally, the mist around his body faded away. The young man sighed. I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to pass. The after effects of the reverse blood technique are too great. I won't be able to last much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, countless iron spears pierced through him and he died. Lin Ling sighed. This burial ground was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was very clear that with his own strength, he wouldn't even be able to walk 10 meters before he turned into a hedgehog. Moreover, if he didn't have eyes to see lost time, perhaps he wouldn't even have the qualifications to take a single step here. That's right, that young man put the reverse blood technique under the rock. Wow! Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't go any deeper, he had originally come for the treasure. That reverse blood technique was also a treasure. He immediately found the rock and dug out a piece of beast skin. The beast skin was densely covered with characters. It was the cultivation method of the reverse blood technique. This martial art was a grade 3 martial art. It was extremely rare, but it wasn't very difficult to cultivate. It was just that not everyone could cultivate it. The reverse blood technique's side effects were very serious. First, it couldn't be used for too long. Otherwise, the heart wouldn't be able to bear the burden and would explode. After all, reversing the flow of blood was against the norm. Second, if it was used too often, it would leave a chronic illness in the body. Chapter 20. Intersect Assessment. Time slowly passed. On the first path of the burial grounds, Lin Ling's body was nimble as he continuously dodged the incoming spears. When he couldn't dodge anymore, he punched out. On his fist, a black light flashed. Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Ka! The incoming spears instantly turned into powder. 5th stage of body tempering. Full body strength of 5,000 Jin. Coupled with my black spirit energy, my strength has increased by several times. Boom! Lin Ling smiled. In this month, his cultivation had broken through 2 stages and entered the 5th stage of body tempering. This was the strength of the 9 dragons. As long as he had the resources, his cultivation would naturally be successful. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Ling shot forward. In front of him, there were even more spears, densely packed and firing. Take my sword. Boom! Lin Ling held a huge bronze sword in his right hand and slapped it out. At this moment, the surface of the bronze sword turned pitch black. If one looked carefully, they would see that the surface of the sword was wrapped in black spirit energy and seemed to have become even harder. He had picked up this sword in the mountain path. Crash. A large number of spears were sent flying, but the sword did not stop. It heavily smashed into the rock wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the rock wall. This bronze sword is really powerful. The more I use it, the more comfortable it is. Boom! Lin Ling stopped. Then he looked into the depths. He had already reached the end of the first path, and there seemed to be even more mechanisms here. Cha! The rock walls on both sides suddenly shook. This time, a large number of spears shot out from both directions. They were densely packed like a wave of spears. This was the end of the first path, the machine gun array. In the face of this iron spear array that had no door to the heavens and no path to the earth, even a sixth stage of body transformation cultivator with a protective aura would be filled with hatred. There were too many spears, there was no way to avoid them. However, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. He slowly raised his left hand and put his middle finger into his mouth. He suddenly bit down and said in a low voice, "Reverse blood technique." Boom! When the terrifying iron spear shot over, Lin Ling strangely disappeared, leaving behind only a faint mist. At the end of the first avenue, the fog was faintly discernible. One could vaguely see a figure shuttling back and forth, ignoring the thousands of iron spears as if he was strolling in the rain. After a long time, everything seemed to have ended. At the starting ground of the first avenue, Lin Ling's body appeared. His upper body was bare, and there were scars of various sizes on his body, adding to the beauty of his slightly robust body. I've already passed the first Great Tao, but the second Great Tao is terrifying. I'm not strong enough yet. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The fifth stage of body transformation, in addition to the bronze greatsword and the black spiritual energy, there are very few people in the same stage who can defeat me. Xian Feng is only at the fifth stage of body transformation. I want to see just how arrogant he can be. Not only that, but if I use the reverse blood technique, I want to test the edge of a sixth stage body transformation powerhouse. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling laughed. At this moment, he finally had the capital to be confident. His bitter training spilled sweat, but his harvest was also considerable. Now, he only needed to return to Guyan sect and end his grudge with Xian Feng. At that time, when the disciples of the various peaks saw the former trash of Alcade Peak, what would they think? 3 days later, Guyan sect. At this time, the sky was as black as ink covering the earth. Although today was the joyous day of Guyan sect's promotion to inner sect disciple, the sky was not beautiful. It was extremely oppressive. Of course, the weather could not affect the mood of the Guyan sect disciples. At this moment, they were both excited and excited. In the vast square, the crowd was surging. Today's protagonists were 16-year-old geniuses from the various peaks, and the king among them was Xian Feng. Xian Feng, 16 years old, at the peak of the fifth stage of body transformation. His strength was outstanding. Not only was he famous in Guyan sect, even among the 10,000 great mountains 4 sects, he had the reputation of being a proud son of heaven. What allowed him to laugh at the crowd was precisely his age and talent. At 16 years old, most of the disciples were only at the 4th stage of body transformation. Elder Xian, congratulations. As long as you pass the 3 assessments, this child Xian Feng will be an inner sect disciple. Our Guyan sect will have another genius, and will definitely prosper. Young. When I was 16 years old, I was only at the 4th stage of body transformation. On a high platform, the important figures of Guyan sect gathered. The elders of the various peaks congratulated Elder Xian Hai, and Elder Xian Hai was all smiles. At this moment, his heart was filled with pride. Elder Xian Hai, you have done a good job in nurturing Xian Feng. His potential is extraordinary. When the time comes for the competition between the 4 sects, he will also help our Guyan sect gain some face. Mo Jingtian obviously thought highly of Xian Feng, and praised him. You flatter me, sect leader. Elder Xian Hai's fat face smiled even more. Then his eyes turned to look at Hua Leiting, and suddenly laughed. Elder Hua, among the 7 peaks of Guyan sect, except for Tianshu Peak, the other 5 peaks have disciples who have entered the inner sect. Your Alcade Peak seems to have done nothing. As soon as he said this, the elders of the other peaks showed a disdainful smile. Sect leader Mo Jingtian also looked over. He was a little unhappy. As the sect leader, he naturally wanted to see the sect prosper. However, Alcade Peak had fallen into the hands of Huileiting and had no achievements. The two disciples of the peak were trash, and this made Mo Jingtian want to give up the position of elder Huileiting. However, Huileiting was an elder appointed by the previous sect leader, who was also his deceased father. Mo Jingtian could only accept it for the time being without a good excuse. Elder Xian Hai's words were filled with disdain. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely been enraged. Unfortunately, Huileiting's face was as expressionless as before. Elder Xian Hai clenched his teeth, feeling as if he had punched cotton. Senior Xian, good job. You got full marks for speed, attack, and defense in the 3 assessments. Cheers. At this moment, cheers could be heard from all around the square. On the platform in the middle of the square, a young man in white robes stood with one hand behind his back. He had a proud smile on his face and was enjoying the praises from all around. He was Xian Feng. Today he was the main character. Today he was radiating brilliance. Today, not only did he attract the admiration of all the disciples, he was also valued by the sect leader. He, Xian Feng, represented the future of Guyan's sect. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. Mo Jingtian clapped his hands in appreciation. The sound of his clapping was crisp and clear. Good, good, good. Xian Feng, from today onwards, you will be promoted to Guyan sect's inner disciple. Clap. Thank you, sect leader. Clap. Xian Feng was immediately overjoyed. Elder Xian Hai stood up with a smile and pretended to be lecturing Xian Feng. Although you are the strongest 16-years-old disciple in Guyan sect, you must remember not to be arrogant. Although you are now an inner disciple, there is still one more round in the inner assessment, and that is any outer disciple can challenge you. If they win, they will become an inner disciple directly. Therefore, you should follow the rules and accept the challenges from the disciples of each peak. Clap. This was indeed the rule of Guyan sect, but it was obviously just a formality from Elder Xian Hai's mouth. Xian Feng was already the strongest outer disciple. Who would dare to challenge him? Chapter 21. Lin Ling accepts the challenge. Oh? Mo Jingtian was slightly surprised. A month ago, someone dared to challenge Xian Feng? Wasn't this courting death? He nodded his head and said, allow the battle. Yes. Thank you, sect leader. Xian Feng bowed respectfully and looked at the entire square. His expression was arrogant, as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling, do you dare to challenge me? Yes. His voice was accompanied by the thunder in the sky, shaking the surroundings. It's Lin Ling. I almost forgot about the battle a month ago. Yes. The square was in an uproar. Everyone finally remembered the battle between Lin Ling and Xian Feng. It wasn't because they had a bad memory, but because they didn't think that Lin Ling and Xian Feng were equals. Hence no one took it seriously. Lin Ling? Yes. Mo Jingtian was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. However, no one accepted Xian Feng's challenge. Many people started to laugh at Lin Ling. Of course, this was normal. Xian Feng was the main character today. Lin Ling wouldn't dare to challenge him. He must have gone into hiding. Xian Feng sneered and was about to call him a piece of trash. However, at this moment, a calm voice came from the side of the square. Why wouldn't I dare? Yes. This voice was like thunder in a clear sky, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking over slowly from the side of the square. His footsteps were steady and he carried a huge sword on his back. His expression was indifferent and his gaze was calm. It was Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to accept the challenge. Mo Jingtian frowned. He didn't know the tiny Lin Ling. However, he could tell that the young man was about the same age as Xian Feng or even younger. Was he qualified to challenge Xian Feng at such a young age? Soon he shook his head and thought that it was impossible. It's him. Yes. And Yuer's expression changed slightly. She had been looking for Lin Ling all this while. She didn't expect to see him here. She quickly whispered a few words to Master Mu beside her. Master Mu sat in his chair, secretly shocked. After everyone recovered from their shock, Disdainful voices rang out like waves. In their eyes, Xian Feng was like a proud son of heaven, and Lin Ling was like a country bumpkin. So Lin Ling daring to accept the challenge was simply asking for humiliation, and even tarnishing the idol in their hearts. Arcade Peak trash, what a disgrace. Senior brother Xian, cripple him. Lin Ling walked step by step towards the competition platform. However, the voices in the surroundings were like demonic voices, causing him to furrow his brows. Right now, he was like a lonely little boat that was about to be drowned by the waves. His heart was extremely heavy at this moment. When he thought of the various encounters he had after coming to this world, he clenched his fists tightly. Just because I'm a disciple of Arcade Peak. Just because Arcade Peak is a place of high demand. Just because the elders of Arcade Peak are fools? That's why they hate me. Lin Ling's gaze was cold. Perhaps in the hearts of these disciples, because Guyan's sect had him as the bottom, they found a sense of superiority. Soon after, Lin Ling looked towards the high platform. Every peak's elders had disdain in their eyes, and no one put him in their eyes. Only Huiletang, although his gaze was cold, Lin Ling could vaguely sense a trace of strangeness. Big brother Ling, faintly Lin Ling heard a weak voice. He looked over and saw a young girl standing quietly in the distance. Her eyes were filled with tears of worry. It's Yu. Perhaps in the entire Guyan sect only Yu was worried about him. Yu, don't worry, I will defeat him. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. His gaze fell on Xian Feng, who was sneering not far away. At this moment Xian Feng was emitting a dazzling light, like a proud son of heaven. This made Lin Ling remember a month ago, when Xian Feng forced him to accept the challenge, toying with his life and death. At that time he was like an insignificant ant. But now he was no longer an ant. After a month of bitter cultivation, and many times of life and death, he already had the qualifications to challenge this proud son of heaven. Since this battle was unavoidable, then he would defeat Xian Feng in front of everyone's eyes, and trample this proud son of heaven under his feet. Since coming to this world, Lin Ling had always been living passively. But at this moment he had an impulse. He wanted to take the initiative to fight. Bang! Pulling out the large bronze sword from his back, Lin Ling looked at Xian Feng in the distance and said in a cold voice, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. 3 moves. Following that determined voice, thunder roared in the sky, and the heavy rain finally began to fall. And the youth in the rain for some reason made many people feel dazed. In the next moment, everyone's face changed dramatically. Defeat you in 3 moves. These words were arrogant beyond measure, and could be said to be crazy. In Guyan's sect, other than the inner disciples, who would dare to say these words to a 16-year-old youth? But the one who said these words was actually the trash from Arcade Peak. On the high platform, the elders of the various peaks were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Lin Ling's words were the funniest joke they had ever heard in their lives. As for Mo Jingtian, he also shook his head and laughed. Young people are hot-blooded, he could understand. But one must know one's limits. Defeat Xian Feng in 3 moves. Not to mention this Arcade Peak disciple, even the disciples of the other peaks did not have such strength. I don't know what's wrong with your brain, but you're at most at the 3rd level of body transformation. I don't even need to use martial arts, and I can easily defeat you. But I don't have time to play tricks with you. In 1 move I'll make you die here. Bang! Under the heavy rain, Xian Feng's face was as calm as an ancient well, without any signs of anger. Today he was the main character, the focus of attention, as dazzling as the stars. Lin Ling's words of a clown, how could he be moved? Facing the resistance of an ant, the high and mighty deities would not be angered, because the deities disdained. You will never understand the power of the 5th level of body transformation. Boom! Xian Feng's aura exploded. He was at the 5th level of body transformation, and his body had the strength of 5,000 jin. Cracks appeared on the rocks beneath his feet. He was like an undefeatable god of war, causing many disciples in the square to gasp. Elder Xian Hai, it seems that Xian Feng held back in the previous assessment. Now he is going all out. Mo Jingtian's eyes lit up, and he secretly nodded his head. Xian Feng was indeed the most talented 16-year-old in the Guyan sect. In his eyes, Xian Feng was like a dragon rising to the heavens, blooming with dazzling light. And the youth opposite Xian Feng, Mo Jingtian, shook his head again. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze suddenly froze. At this moment on the stage, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, and he ignored the gazes of the crowd. However, he did not hide his aura, and it also exploded. Papa! When this aura was released, the rocks on the stage also emitted cracking sounds, as if they were being crushed by an ancient giant beast. The strength of this aura was not any weaker than Xian Feng's. Around the square, the gloating voices of the crowd came to an abrupt end. Xian Feng had reached the 5th level of body transformation, and this was known to all. After all, his talent and resources had always been at the peak of his peers. However, Lin Ling had also reached the 5th level. One must know that not long ago, Lin Ling was only at the 1st level of body transformation. Chapter 22. Shocking the 100 miles on the stage, the elders of the various peaks could no longer laugh. Elder Xian Hai was shocked, but he quickly snorted. 5th stage of body tempering. Looks like he has obtained many benefits from Arcade Peak. On the path of cultivation, resources are indeed indispensable. However, it does not mean that a huge amount of resources can produce a genius. Mo Jingtian did not comment. In his eyes, Xian Feng was radiating a dazzling light, but the youth opposite him was also as dazzling as the sun. 5th stage of body tempering. No wonder you have such confidence. On the competition stage, Xian Feng's arrogant expression suddenly changed. At the start, he had been high and lofty, enjoying the resistance of the ants before their deaths. But now the ants were getting closer and closer to him. He felt insulted. Looks like you stole Arcade Peak spiritual herbs and forcefully broke through to the 5th stage of body tempering. Humph, using external forces to break through, your foundation is unstable. Let me give you some pointers. Whoosh! Xian Feng made his move. He was the main character today. His pride could not be shared with others. So Lin Ling used external forces to break through, no wonder. Humph, if we had Arcade Peak spiritual herbs, we could also reach the 5th stage of body tempering. Senior Xian, defeat him in one move. Seeing Xian Feng make his move, many people shouted. Perhaps they were unwilling to accept the fact that the trash under their feet was standing above their heads today. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Lingjing stood motionless. In his eyes, Xian Feng was using some kind of martial art. His body was crouching down like a snake, and his speed was extremely fast. Of course, if it were someone else facing this kind of speed, they might not be able to react. But to Lin Ling, too slow. Compared to the iron spear array of the burial grounds, it was like a tortoise crawling. So why move? Why dodge? Haha, standing there stupidly, you can't see through my movements. Xian Feng had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. He punched out. His fist tore through the air, emitting an explosive sound. I don't understand. We are both at the 5th stage of body tempering. Where does your confidence come from? Lin Ling said indifferently. The bronze sword in his right hand moved slightly. Dang! The sword easily blocked the punch. From start to finish, it was as light as the wind. What? Xian Feng took a step back and retreated. His fist did not hit Lin Ling, which made him extremely shocked. Moreover, that sword was also very strange. When his fist landed, it actually did not move at all. Only a layer of black light flickered on the surface of the sword. But the shock in Xian Feng's heart instantly vanished. What replaced it was anger. Lin Ling wasn't like an ant that could be slaughtered by him. His pride was once again insulted. How lucky! Take another punch from me. Xian Feng did not believe that Lin Ling was that strong. His body slithered like a snake, while his other fist broke through the air. Tiger Roar Imperial Fist. This time he used a 1st-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Wherever his fist passed, the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. It was as if a ferocious tiger had descended from the mountains. He firmly believed that no one in the 5th stage of body transformation would be able to withstand his fist. Controlling me from above, I thought you were strong. Second move. Lin Ling's feet remained motionless. He lightly waved the sword in his right hand and blocked the punch once again. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, but Lin Ling was still as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Xianfeng's heart changed. Lin Ling had still blocked his tiger's roar imperial fist. This was extremely abnormal. It had to be known that his tiger's roar imperial fist had a strength of nearly 6,000 genes. Even a tiger could be beaten to death. Moreover, Lin Ling had not moved a single step from beginning to end. This was a type of contempt. This caused Xianfeng's face to become more and more unsightly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Now there is one more move. Lin Ling lightly spoke behind the sword. With the 9 dragon strength in his body, he could clearly feel that the difference between him and Xianfeng was too great. Don't be too arrogant. Defeat me in 3 moves? Dream on. Xianfeng's face was fierce. He was now more like an ant, allowing Lin Ling to humiliate him as he wished. Today I will cripple you. Bone-melting water palm. Roar. With a roar, Xianfeng's right hand suddenly became soft as if it had no bones. It flowed like water, and on his palm a blue light flickered. It was as if his entire palm was formed from water. Bone-melting water palm. 2nd grade yellow rank. This was an extremely terrifying martial art. Those who were hit by this palm would have their bones crushed into powder and be paralyzed for eternity. Not only was this martial arts attack powerful, it was also powerful in defense. Like the waves of water, it could use softness to overcome hardness. This martial art was cultivated by the inner court disciples. Its power was so great that even those at the 6th level of body transformation, who had the protection of earth energy, would not dare to easily receive it. Obviously this time Xianfeng had used all his strength. That young man really surprised me. But now that Xianfeng has used this martial art, I'm afraid that young man will not be able to face it. Stop. Emo Jingtian frowned. He wanted to stop Xianfeng, but he held himself back. Beside him, Elder Xianhai's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he could see the scene of Lin Ling's bones being crushed into powder. 3rd move. Stop. Lin Ling coldly snorted. His left hand punched out. On top of his fist, a black light flickered and a buzzing sound could be heard. His entire arm began to vibrate. This kind of vibration did not only affect his arm, but even the rocks beneath Lin Ling's feet began to tremble. Shake! 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 Shock Bailey! Hell King's bone-shattering fist! Exclamation point! Staring at the stage, Elder Xianhai subconsciously opened his mouth. His expression changed drastically. Just as he wanted to shout, it was already too late. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A tyrannical wave of air swept out, causing many people in the distance to have difficulty breathing. Xianfeng's right hand was like a wave, but when his palm landed on Lin Ling's fist, he immediately felt an unprecedented force attacking him. If his palm was a wave, then his opponent's fist was the earth, and it was the earth that was constantly shaking. Shake! Shake! Shock Bailey! Hell King's bone-shattering fist! No! Xianfeng shouted. His arm was directly shattered. The vibration did not stop and spread throughout his body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. All the bones in his body cracked and shattered into powder. This was the bone-shattering fist of Hell King's bone-shattering fist. Xiao! Xianfeng flew out and landed heavily on the ground. He could no longer get up. How is this possible? Exclamation point! Everyone's eyes were fixed on the square. Their eyes were filled with shock. The elders of the various peaks also stood up one after another. The battle between Lin Ling and Xianfeng ended very quickly. There was no entanglement, nor was there a draw. There was only an overwhelming suppression. And the one who was overwhelming wasn't Xianfeng, but Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won completely. No one had expected this result. Why is his Hell King's bone-shattering fist so terrifying? Shock! Sect leader Emo Jingtian's expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling's Hell King's bone-shattering fist was so strong. One had to know that Xianfeng's bone-shattering water palm was a 2nd-grade yellow-ranked martial art, while the Hell King's bone-shattering fist was only a 1st-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Perhaps he didn't cultivate the Qingyuan art. Sigh. In the next moment, Emo Jingtian muttered to himself. If the level of the cultivation technique was high enough, the spiritual energy produced from the body would be purer and denser. Naturally, the power would be stronger. He guessed that the cultivation technique that Lin Ling was cultivating was at least at the 4th level of the physique tempering realm. Chapter 23. Never lower your head. I'm sorry. Today's stage was supposed to be yours. You were supposed to be the main character. But I made you fall from the lofty clouds into the abyss of hell. But if you want to blame someone, then you can only blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Not everyone can be trampled on by you. On the stage, Lin Ling walked step by step towards Xian Feng. When he arrived in front of Xian Feng, he stepped on Xian Feng's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Every bone in Xian Feng's body was broken. He couldn't speak. He could only look at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. There was resentment and also regret in his eyes. From now on, he would become a cripple. Originally, Xian Feng had wanted to kill Lin Ling without asking any questions. He had wanted to fight in place of Lin Ling. He had wanted to kill Lin Ling during his glorious moment of becoming an inner court disciple to increase the atmosphere. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would secretly grow. In just a month he had surpassed him. Today's main character had quietly been reduced to a supporting role. He had even become a cripple. Xian Feng was filled with regret. 3 moves are over. Our grudges are over. Ignoring Xian Feng's strange expression, Lin Ling waved his sword and sheathed it on his back. He slowly walked towards the edge of the stage. Everyone held their breaths, unable to utter a single word. Only the rumbling of thunder and the sound of the heavy rain resounded incessantly in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth who was leaving step by step. That scene made them feel that it was extremely unreal. 3 moves and Xian Feng had lost. Today's Lin Ling had not only slapped Xian Feng's face, but he had also slapped everyone's face. That was because Lin Ling had shown them that the so-called geniuses, the existences that outer court disciples admired the most, were nothing more than this. Stop! Do you think you can just leave like this? Suddenly a shout broke the silence. On the stage, Elder Xian Hai was coldly looking at Lin Ling. His son had been crippled right in front of his eyes. How could he swallow this anger? Lin Ling stopped. He indifferently looked over. What? You still want to avenge him? Elder Xian, you should know that it was Xian Feng who challenged me to a duel, not me who challenged him. Moreover, if I don't accept the challenge, he would use any means to kill me. That's why I accepted the challenge. Don't tell me that this is against the rules. In today's battle, it was Xian Feng who had forced him into a dead end. That was why he rose up to resist and end their grudges. Moreover, this was a life and death battle. He didn't kill Xian Feng. This was already very merciful. Therefore, he did not understand what Elder Xian Hai wanted to ask. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Elder Xian Hai suddenly clenched his fists. He was very unwilling, but Lin Ling's words gave him no excuse to attack. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Ling did not violate the rules. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, Xian Feng's current situation was all his own fault. It was just a spar between disciples of the same sect, so there was no need to cripple the other. To be so cruel and merciless at such a young age, you will definitely become a monster in the future. Although you didn't violate the rules of the sect today, you must stay behind and apologize to Elder Xian. You must explain everything from beginning to end. At this moment, a figure jumped down and coldly stared at Lin Ling. It was Yang Zhan. Ever since he was humiliated, Yang Zhan had been looking for Lin Ling. He never thought he would meet him here. Now was a good opportunity. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also win Elder Xian Hai's favor. Disciples of the various peaks, do you agree with what I said? After jumping down, Yang Zhan looked around at the surrounding disciples. After all, the sect master was here, so he had to have a good reason to do anything. Otherwise, he would offend the sect master. And the best way to do that was to have everyone agree. The surrounding disciples hesitated for a moment. Although they knew Lin Ling was not in the wrong, when they thought of Elder Xian Hai's prestige, they could only support Yang Zhan and force Lin Ling to admit his mistake. Compared to offending Lin Ling, They obviously didn't want to offend Elder Xian Hai even more. Yes, make Lin Ling admit his mistake. Moreover, it's all his side of the story. Maybe he didn't like senior brother Xian, so he used the challenge as an excuse to cripple senior brother Xian. What a vicious idea! Waves of voices resounded. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a sinner who had committed a grave mistake. Lin Ling clenched his left fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He didn't open his mouth. It was useless to say anything now. He looked at Sect Master Emo Jingtian. Today's matter, anyone with eyes could tell who was right and who was wrong. He didn't believe that the Sect Master didn't know. Emo Jingtian frowned. Naturally, he had guessed the whole story. He didn't open his mouth because he was hesitating. In fact, he thought highly of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a genius who surpassed Xian Feng. He was the most talented 16-years-old disciple in Guyan sect. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be younger than Xian Feng. It would be a lie if he didn't want such a genius. However, the one who wanted to punish Lin Ling was Elder Xian Hai. Elder Xian Hai was an elder of his father's generation. He had a deep foundation in Guyan sect and had great prestige. He couldn't afford to offend him. Sect Master, this brat is arrogant and doesn't know etiquette. If he continues to act recklessly, it will be a disaster. At this moment, the elders from the other peaks spoke. They followed Elder Xian Hai's lead and naturally sided with him. Their words finally made Emo Jingtian completely silent. If it was Elder Xian Hai alone, he might be able to find some excuses to help Lin Ling. However, since the elders from the other peaks had spoken, he couldn't go against the trend. Therefore, he could only give up on Lin Ling. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have been abandoned by heaven and earth. However, listening to the ridicule around him, the strange thing was that he didn't feel any anger. It was as if the unfair scene in front of him was something that would happen in his subconscious. It seems that I've always been kind. However, I didn't realize that this is no longer the world I used to be. Right and wrong, good and evil, it's all about strength. However, it's also good. I feel that the current me has completely integrated into this world. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Gradually, he became more accustomed to this world. Humans will eventually grow. The current him could be considered to have completely transformed. Moreover, everyone here had given up on him. However, he firmly believed that one day, these people would regret it. Laugh, he still has the nerve to laugh. He crippled someone and didn't even have a trace of guilt. This guy is a devil. A disciple sneered. After he finished speaking, he looked at Elder Xian Hai proudly. It was as if he had set the atmosphere and wanted Elder Xian Hai to record his contribution. Bang! Lin Ling waved his right hand and stabbed his sword into the ground. The smile on his face deepened. It seems that you're not happy with me. If that's the case, then come up. I'll make you the second person to be crippled. Bang! He completely let go. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Ling, wasn't someone who could be trampled on. Chapter 24. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. When Yang Zhan saw that the atmosphere he had just created was crushed by Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but curse these disciples inwardly. However, he couldn't let Lin Ling continue to intimidate them. Otherwise, without the support of the disciples of the various peaks, the sect master would probably ignore this matter. Senior Yang, does your chrysanthemum still hurt? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's mocking words were heard. His face turned ugly. The last time he was played by Lin Ling with pills, he was stripped naked. Even his chrysanthemum was poked by countless people. I know you want to say some righteous words, but stop with the hypocrisy. If you want me to apologize, you and I will fight. If you win, I will cripple both my arms and kowtow in apology. Swish. The bronze sword was pulled out and pointed at Yang Zhan. Rumble. That ostentatious sentence, accompanied by the sound of thunder in the sky, boldly fell into the ears of every disciple. You and I will fight. If you win, I will cripple both my arms. Yang Zhan was shocked. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. Even the elders and sect leader Emo Jingtian had a slight change in expression. What was this? In order to not apologize, Lin Ling dared to challenge an inner sect disciple? Yang Zhan was currently 19 years old, a full 4 years older than Lin Ling. He possessed a protective aura shield and was at the 6th level of physique tempering. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge him, and even threatened to cripple his own arms if he lost. This courage, this determination, was unparalleled in the Gu Yin sect. Rumble. All the shock was suddenly awakened by the sound of thunder. Then countless eyes looked at Lin Ling. Under the heavy rain, the youth's face was filled with determination. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the disdain and ridicule they had for Lin Ling was unknowingly standing on their heads. How were they qualified to laugh at him? Thunder surged in the sky. Under the heavy rain, a great battle was about to break out. You are very courageous. You are not even an inner sect disciple, yet you dare to challenge me. In the history of the Gu Yin sect, you are the first person to do so. Yang Zhan's low voice reverberated in all directions. Right now he was furious. Lin Ling was looking down on him, making him feel like a soft persimmon that anyone could step on. Lin Ling had only just entered the inner sect. Did he have the qualifications to do so? If you lose, cripple your own arms? Your arms are mine, and I'll be waiting for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. Yang Zhan's aura erupted, and a protective layer of energy appeared around his body. It was a tricolored energy that was purple, green, and red. Earth energy protection. With the unique characteristics of the 6th stage of body transformation, no martial artist at the 5th stage of body transformation would be able to break through it. Compared to senior brother Yang Zhan, Xian Feng was completely incomparable. Whoosh! Yang Zhan shot forward, his palm slamming down. His aura was like that of a sovereign descending upon the world, arrogant and domineering. Little thousand-leaf hands. A sudden change occurred in the sky. Countless palms drifted past like leaves, densely packed and stirring up the wind and clouds. What terrifying strength! So this is an inner sect disciple. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Zhan was too strong. After reaching the 6th stage of body transformation, the power of all his martial arts had greatly increased. Then many people looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had never seen the strength of an inner sect disciple, and would never understand the gap between them. Rumble. The countless palms were like leaves, finally forming a single palm that slammed down towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I want you to lose in one move. Is that so? Under the gazes of tens of thousands, Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He slowly raised his left hand and put his middle finger into his mouth. This action caused many people to be puzzled. In the next moment, a white smoke floated up. It was extremely strange, and on the stage, Lin Ling's figure mysteriously disappeared. Everyone stared with wide eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Bang bang bang. The little thousand-leaf hand slammed down on the stage, causing a 10-meter palm print to appear on the stage. He disappeared. Yang Zhan's face changed, his heart shocked. He didn't hit Lin Ling. Where did Lin Ling go? Yang Zhan, your arms, Lin Ling will take them. Ice cold. Yang Zhan's body trembled. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see a black light pass through him. Then he felt pain in his arms. Looking down, he saw that his arms had been cut off. Papa! The 2 severed arms fell to the ground, causing Yang Zhan's eyes to widen. Then he cried out in pain. When did Lin Ling cut off his arms? He didn't even know. Lin Ling, you dare cut off my arms? You and I are irreconcilable. From now on it will be either you or me. Roar. Sitting on the ground, Yang Zhan roared. In the past he was above everyone, but now he was a cripple. For someone as proud as him, how could he accept this? Is this a life or death challenge to me? Since this is the case, I accept this challenge. The cold voice rang out again, causing Yang Zhan to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. He had been so angry that he had spoken without thinking, but now he suddenly regretted it. He regretted his ruthless words, he regretted standing up for Elder Xian Hai, and he regretted provoking Lin Ling. So, a black light passed through Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan only saw a large black sword, and then a line of blood appeared on his neck. He wanted to say something, but blood spurted out from his neck. Finally, with a plop, his head fell off. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with even more regret. Yang Zhan had been defeated in one move. The battle stage was completely silent. The elders on the stage all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. When Lin Ling had challenged Yang Zhan, they had all thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But in just one round Yang Zhan had been defeated. This result was beyond their imagination. It had to be known that Yang Zhan was an inner court disciple. He's only 15 years old, but he actually defeated an inner court disciple. What kind of martial arts did he use just now? It was so fast. Mo Jingtian's face was filled with shock. After defeating Xian Feng, his evaluation of Lin Ling was very high. But looking at it now, it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. This Lin Ling was simply a peerless genius. Only peerless geniuses had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Looking at your red body and the smoke surrounding you, and the way you put your hand into your mouth, you must have eaten some elixir that burns your life force. In order to win, you actually resorted to unscrupulous means and even killed your senior brother. At this moment, Elder Xian Hai's murderous voice rang out. He was also very surprised by Lin Ling, and he also felt a sense of crisis. He could not see through his opponent anymore. His opponent was actually able to defeat someone at the 6th level of body tempering with his 5th level of body tempering cultivation. This was simply unimaginable. And the more this was the case, the more this Lin Ling could not be allowed to live. So you ate some elixir, no wonder. Good, in order to win you even resorted to unorthodox means. Senior brother Yang only wanted you to admit your mistake, but you did not know what was good for you and casually took his life. Today I cannot let you live. I want to see what qualifications an outer court disciple like you has to be arrogant. So. Chapter 25. Dazzling light. Under the heavy rain Lin Ling stood tall. His whole body was shrouded in mist, giving people an illusory feeling. His whole person was extremely demonic and indifferent, and this was the characteristic of the reverse blood technique. The reverse blood technique was a 3rd-grade yellow class martial art. Generally speaking, this martial art was practiced by the 9th to 10th level of body transformation, but the reverse blood technique was a special case. It could also be practiced by the 5th level of body transformation, but its side effects were very frightening. Normal people could not withstand the reverse blood flow. If Lin Ling did not have the self-recovery black spirit energy and the heavenly recovery pill, he would not be able to practice it. However, if he succeeded in practicing the reverse blood technique, it was not impossible for him to defeat someone at the 6th level of body transformation. Lin Ling, you killed someone, do you still not know your wrongs? At this time a cold voice came from the front. The one who spoke was a 20-year-old youth. His hands were behind his back, and his face was full of righteousness, as if he was cleaning up the Gu Yen sect. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule, shocking the heavens. He killed someone? He was already very merciful. When Zhao Shanhe and Yi Xilan wanted to kill him, he defeated them, but his heart was kind and did not kill them. After that, Xian Feng wanted to kill him, he defeated them but still did not kill them. Yang Zhan wanted to cripple his arms, and he returned an eye for an eye. However, Yang Zhan was not willing to lose and issued a life and death challenge. Could Lin Ling endure? Lin Ling had already given them many chances. These people, he did not know how to cherish them. Could it be that their lives were lives and his, Lin Ling's, life was not a life? I walk alone in this world. Those who block my path I kill to stop them. Those who block me die, but I have a clear conscience. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword. On the blade, a dazzling black light descended like the night sky. Who do you think you are? You think you can kill me just because you want to? If not for the power of the pill, you are nothing. The youth contemptuously said. There were 3 of them, so why should they fear Lin Ling? Not to mention, Lin Ling was only borrowing the power of the pill. Whoosh! A black light flashed by, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The youth continued to point at Lin Ling with disdain. His eyes widened. Before, he hadn't been able to react in time. All he saw was a black figure quickly pass by him. Then he felt his life force drain away. A bloody wound appeared on his neck. Behind him stood Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already made his move. It's true that I'm nothing, but killing you is still very simple. A hoarse voice came from behind the young man, causing the young man's eyes to widen. With a plop he fell face down. So fast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If Lin Ling's victory over Yang Zhan was a fluke, then the scene before their eyes was no fluke. That arrogant senior brother wanted to clean up Gu Yan's sect, but before he could do so, he was killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling had simply slapped them, the inner court disciples, in the face. Bastard! Another 3 people jumped down. They were all inner disciples. Go! 5 inner disciples, all at the 6th stage of body transformation, rushed towards Lin Ling. Now they didn't care about face. They only wanted to surround and kill Lin Ling. These senior brothers are so shameless. For some reason, many people were secretly cheering for Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had won their admiration. After all, he was an outer court disciple who didn't fear power. He defeated 2 inner court disciples in succession. This kind of monstrous talent and unyielding fighting spirit. They couldn't help but admire him. And now he had defeated 5 people in succession, breaking the Gu Yan sect's record. No matter what, today's Lin Ling had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. So. On the stage, Lin Ling fought 5 people alone. For a moment the stage was filled with people. The rain from the sky fell on Lin Ling's body, forming a mist. His entire body was red. His blood was crazily flowing in reverse. He could even hear the thumping of his heart. However, his indifferent eyes looked forward. If it was only one person with the reverse blood technique, I wouldn't be afraid. But 5 people is a bit troublesome. Sigh. Lin Ling, can you be any more shameless? Relying on the power of pills to increase your speed, you only know how to dodge. You don't have a heart of martial arts. Sigh. The 5 inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Ling. They all felt humiliated and couldn't help but mock him. The reverse blood technique was too fast. They couldn't catch up. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Lin Ling. Your life belongs to me. Great 9 heaven hand. Sigh. 9 palms shot out. On the palms lines flowed. These palms looked like they were made of stone, extremely mysterious. In your dreams. Sigh. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He raised his right hand and blocked with his greatsword. Dang! The stone palms collided with the greatsword. A tyrannical chi wave swept out. Borrowing that chi wave, Lin Ling retreated. So powerful. Lin Ling is not only fast, but his attack power is also not weak. Wow! The surrounding disciples all praised. They didn't know that the reverse blood technique stimulated the potential of the human body. Blood reversed speed, attack, and defense all exceeded their normal state. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling defeat a 6th-stage body transformation master? The 5 inner court disciples gnashed their teeth in anger. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out. I'm shameless? The 5 of you joined forces to fight me, and you even launched a sneak attack. I don't know who is more shameless. Wow! These words caused a large number of sighs to ring out. Lin Ling's words were true. The 5 inner court disciples had joined forces to fight him, and they still had the nerve to say that he only knew how to dodge. In terms of shamelessness, the 5 of them were even more shameless. The face of the inner court disciples had been completely lost by the 5 of them. Really useless trash. Get out of the way. How can I stay silent while watching a cockroach jump around? Wow! At this time a voice rang out from the sky. Then, a figure shot onto the stage like a meteor. It was a one-armed youth. His face was covered with scars, and he looked extremely cold. Leng Yu, it can't be. Even he has made a move. He is ranked 20th among the inner court disciples. Some disciples recognized the one-armed youth and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. No one would have thought that Lin Ling, a mere outer court disciple, would be able to defeat several people in a row. He had actually caused a ranked 20th inner court disciple to come out and fight. This kind of battle record was unprecedented. Even if Lin Ling was defeated, it would still be an honorable defeat. I, Leng Yu, am at the 7th stage of body transformation. No matter what you do, you will not be able to block a single move from me. Surrender, lest you dirty my hands. Also, you are just an outer court disciple. Whatever the sect tells you to do, you should do it. Jumping up and down, trying to show off, overestimating yourself. You don't have the composure that a martial artist should have. Lung Yu faintly stared at Lin Ling. His words filled with ridicule. Then why are you fighting? Aren't you just trying to step on me to show off? Do you have the composure of a martial artist? Besides bullying the weak and fearing the strong, what else can you do? If I were at the 7th stage of body transformation today, would you dare to say these words? Lin Ling indifferently replied. His words caused Lung Yu's eyebrows to furrow, his anger rippling out. Every person who goes on stage says such confident words, but they all lose. I hope you are not the next one. Lin Ling raised his sword. His resolute attitude shocked the crowd. He wanted to challenge Lung Yu, who was at the 7th stage of body transformation. Chapter 26. My only family. It's him. And Yuera clenched her fists as she looked at the proud figure on the stage. She didn't know why, but the proud figure made her heart flutter. She called out softly, Master. Master. This kid's willpower and fighting spirit are extraordinary. I really don't know what Imo Jingtian is thinking. Master. Master Mu murmured with a tinge of disappointment in his voice. He was disappointed in Imo Jingtian. Today, he only saw a lonely young man who went against the entire sect in order to not admit his mistake. In fact, this young man was not in the wrong. Very good, you have successfully angered me. Please remember, the person who will kill you is me, Lung Yu. Master. On the stage, Lung Yu said word by word. A strong aura emanated from his body. His protective aura was so strong that the entire stage shook. In fire 9 legs. Master. He lifted his leg slightly. His calf was red like a burning iron. In a flash he kicked towards Lin Ling. This speed was very fast. Moreover, the hard rocks on the ground where he leaped turned pitch black, as if they had been burned by fire. The 7th level of body tempering was indeed worthy of its reputation. The surrounding disciples found it difficult to breathe and took a step back. This level of battle was not something they could imagine. The 7th level of body tempering is much stronger than the 6th level of body tempering. Master. Lin Ling frowned and tightened his grip on his sword. The 7th level of body tempering made it difficult for him to breathe. Guard. Master. Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out. Above Lung Yu's head, a terrifying palm appeared. It grabbed Lung Yu's neck and smashed him to the ground. Pung. In one move, Lung Yu spat out blood and lost consciousness. This unforeseen event happened in an instant. When everyone looked over, they were shocked and their mouths were wide open. No one would have thought that the arrogant Lung Yu, who was confident that he could win this battle, would be defeated before he even made a move. It was extremely ironic. Before Lung Yu went on stage, he was arrogant. Following which, everyone looked at the person who came and gasped. It was Arcade Peak's Huileiting. Master. Lin Ling's eyes widened. He had always thought that Huileiting was not in his right mind and would not care about him and Yu. However, he did not expect his master to make a move at this critical moment. Could it be that in Guyen's sect, other than Yu, he still had relatives? The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the firmament was as dark as ink. On the ground there was dead silence. Everyone was looking at Huileiting. Huileiting's appearance was extremely abnormal. In his memories, this elder of Arcade Peak was not in his right mind. If you ignored him, he would ignore you too. No one had expected him to stand out at this moment. Huileiting, what are you trying to do? Elder Xian Hai was also very surprised, but soon he sneered. Your disciple has already violated the sect's rules. As his master, you don't punish him but dare to protect him? What do you think the sect rules are? On the battle stage, Huileiting stood expressionlessly, ignoring Elder Xian Hai's words. From the looks of it, he was still as delirious as ever. Don't blame us for disregarding our former friendship today. Elder Xian Hai did not care about the reason for Huileiting's appearance. He hurriedly gave a signal to each peak's elders to make a move. Obviously, Elder Xian Hai wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Huileiting. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Heaven Ferocious Palm. Dragon Drunken Saber. Great Wave Shark. Each peak's elders sneered and made a move. Their attacks were earth-shattering. Obviously, their strength was enough to make their attacks break out of their bodies. A huge palm with flames fell from the sky. A huge saber made of rock slashed down like a mountain. The sky was filled with water vapor. A huge shark made of water opened its mouth wide and bit towards the battle stage. So terrifying, this is the strength of an elder. The crowd was shocked. They finally saw the means of a strong expert. Only those above the physique refinement realm could make their attacks break out of their bodies. Rumble. Before the attack came close, the entire square was shaken and turned into dust. So strong. Boom. A strong wind blew. Lin Ling could not stand steadily. His eyes widened. This was the first time he saw the means of a strong expert. Then he anxiously shouted, "Master, dodge." Master. The destructive attacks were all directed towards Lin Ling. In front of Lin Ling was Huiletang. Protect. Master. Huiletang's face was indifferent. He did not move a single step and slammed his palm on the ground. Rumble. Spiritual energy exploded. A tortoise shell made of spiritual energy appeared. It was at least 10 meters wide and extremely dazzling. Tortoise mysterious art. Bang bang bang. The attacks hit the tortoise shell and cracked it. Then Huiletang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Huiletang could not block the combined attacks of several elders. Stubborn. Master. Elder Xian Hai snorted. He had been looking for Huiletang's weakness. He did not expect Huiletang to deliver himself to him. Crash. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure stood up from the shattered stage and stood firmly in front of Lin Ling. This figure was covered in blood and was heavily injured. However, his eyes were resolute and he did not move a single step. It was Huiletang. He's not dead yet. What is Huiletang trying to do? Is he still protecting Lin Ling? The crowd was shocked. No one could guess what Huiletang was thinking from his actions. Huiletang was like a puppet. Even though he was severely injured, he still refused to give up and stood in front of Lin Ling to protect him. Master! Master! Lin Ling's eyes widened as he stared at the frail figure. His heart felt as if it was being stabbed by a knife. In his eyes, the entire world was dark and gloomy. Thunder rumbled incessantly and rain poured down. All around him, there were only sounds of mockery and cold faces. Only the man standing in front of him was like a giant protecting him. It was only at this moment that he realized that his master, whom he had always respected, had always been protecting him even though he seemed indifferent to him on the surface. Even if he died, he would not step aside. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, other than Yu, Huiletang was also his family. Not dead yet. TSK, how troublesome. However, we are cleaning up the sect for Guyan sect today. Those who block our way will die. Elders, listen to my orders. Go. Elder Xian Hai sneered and waved his hand. He now had control of the situation. Beside him, sect leader Emojingtian could not bear to watch anymore. However, he did not stop them. After all, he did not like Huiletang. It was just that he could not bear to see Huiletang die today. Stop! Stop! At this moment, a figure floated down. It was an old man. After landing, he stared coldly at the crowd. Although Elder Hu is not in his right mind, there are so many of you bullying him. Is there any meaning to it? Also, from today onwards, Lin Ling is a member of my alchemy hall. Chapter 27. Don't bully a poor young man. It's Master Mu. In the past, Lin Ling had no backing in Guyan sect. His only master was a lunatic. That was why the disciples dared to bully him. However, now that Master Mu had stepped out to support Lin Ling, the situation was different. Master Mu was the most powerful alchemist in the alchemy hall. All the pills in Guyan sect were refined by him. Even the sect leader had to give him some face. Master Mu, what do you mean? Xian Hai stared at the old man. He did not dare to neglect Master Mu. However, he did not understand why Master Mu would speak up for Lin Ling. They should not have any relationship. Master Mu did not even look at him. Instead, he stared at Jingtian. I have a good relationship with your father. I watched you grow up. Unfortunately, you are much worse than your father. Hearing this, Emo Jingtian's expression changed. He remained silent. Master Mu sighed and shook his head. I know you are worried about Elder Xian Hai and the others, so you gave them face. However, for them, you gave up the future of Guyan sect. As the person in charge, you lack foresight and indecisiveness. You lack the demeanor of a great general. I am very disappointed. However, you are the sect leader and I am only an alchemist. I have no right to interfere with what you think. However, today I will protect Lin Ling. Emo Jingtian was reprimanded by Master Mu. He could not speak up. If Lin Ling had offended someone else, he would have stood up for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had offended Elder Xian Hai. Hence he could not do anything. After all, Elder Xian Hai's prestige in Guyan sect was greater than his. Master Mu, you said that Lin Ling is a disciple of your alchemy hall. Alright, we will give you face. However, Huiletang did not care about his status as an elder and openly attacked a disciple. This is against the sect rules. At this moment, Elder Xian Hai's voice was heard. He was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Hence, he could only not let Huiletang off. Removing Huiletang from his position was also his goal. Hearing this, Master Mu frowned but didn't say anything. He could treat Lin Ling as his disciple, but he couldn't treat Huiletang as his disciple. Lin Ling's face was gloomy. He was surprised by Master Mu's appearance and did not understand the other's intentions. However, the most important thing right now was to save Huiletang. After all, it was Huiletang who saved him not long ago. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, Elder Xian Hai, I want to ask you, who is the current sect leader of Guyan sect? Lin Ling and Elder Xian Hai had only met twice. The first time was when Lin Ling came to question Elder Xian Hai. At that time, Lin Ling could only face Elder Xian Hai with the attitude of a weakling. The second time was here. After experiencing so many things, he no longer showed the attitude of a weakling. His gaze was overbearing and overbearing. Elder Xian Hai let out a cold humph. That's unnecessary, of course it's sect leader Mo. Since you are not the sect leader, what right do you have to abolish someone else's position as an elder? Could it be that your ambition is getting bigger and bigger, and you even want to covet the sect leader position? Lin Ling's expression was cold, his words sharp. Hearing these words, Elder Xian Hai's expression changed and he cursed under his breath. Yes, that's right. Emo Jingtian, how long are you going to be indecisive? Master Mu chuckled and looked deeply at Emo Jingtian. However, he sighed in his heart. He and Emo Jingtian's father were old friends, so he stayed in Guyan sect to help with alchemy. However, Emo Jingtian was disappointing him more and more. He was too young and lacked his own opinions. He lacked the courage of a martial artist to stake everything on a single throw. Emo Jingtian frowned. Master Mu scolded him in front of so many people. If he didn't stand up now, what prestige would he have left? He couldn't offend Elder Xian Hai or Master Mu. Therefore, he could only open his mouth and say, Guyan sect's rules state that unless the elder is dead or has committed a heinous crime, the elder cannot be removed from his position. Elder Hua has already violated the sect's rules and attacked his disciples. Elder Xian Hai immediately said. He was boiling with anger. The situation was getting out of his control. Your disciples attacked me in public and joined hands to kill me. Didn't they also violate the sect's rules? Elder Xian Hai, as their master, you have also violated the sect's rules. Lin Ling stared coldly at Elder Xian Hai. You? Elder Xian Hai was speechless for a moment. Indeed, if Huiletang had violated the sect's rules, how could he not? Allowing his disciples to besiege Lin Ling and taking turns to fight him was already a matter of public opinion. Alright, since Elder Hua is not dead yet, his position as an elder will be decided during the grand competition of the Six Peaks. According to the rules in the grand competition of the Six Peaks half a year later, if Elder Hua's Arcade Peak does not have a disciple who can become a core disciple, it means that his teachings have failed and he can be removed from his position as an elder. Emo Jingtian tried to smooth things over. I'll let you jump around for another half a year. Elder Xian Hai snorted and gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only do so. Fortunately, there was only half a year left. In this short period of time, Arcade Peak would not be able to cultivate a core disciple. After all, a core disciple's cultivation was at the 10th level of physique tempering. Therefore, no matter how talented a genius was, it was impossible to raise his cultivation by a few levels in half a year. This was also another way to remove Huiletang from his position as an elder. Linling, this is all that I can help you with. You're on your own now. Emo Jingtian looked deeply at Linling. He did not expect that Linling alone would cause such a huge change in Guyan's sect. It was as if he had stirred up a storm. You did not help me. If Master Mu did not speak up for me, I'm afraid you would still treat me like an ant. Right now, you are upholding justice because you do not want to lose the prestige of the sect leader. However, Emo Jingtian's words were exchanged with Linling's cold reply. This made Emo Jingtian frown as he could not put down his pride. Emo Jingtian helped him? Linling didn't think so. What did Emo Jingtian say about the previous round of tagging and unfair battles? Right and wrong were obvious at a glance. Did Emo Jingtian uphold justice? No, he only maintained his silence. Moreover, if Emo Jingtian could distinguish right from wrong, how would Huiletang be injured? Therefore, Linling would not be grateful to him at all. Haha, the river of time is always flowing. Emo Jingtian, remember your actions today. You have given up on Linling. In the future you will regret it. Haha. Master Mu's laughter was heard. The reason why he helped Linling was not only because he was invited by his disciple, and but also because he liked this young man who was not afraid of power and stood firm in his beliefs. I will regret it? There is no such thing as regret in my life. I will wait and see. Haha. Emo Jingtian sneered and shook his head. Linling's current strength was not bad, but it did not mean that he could go far in the future. After all, he had seen clearly that Linling did not have the innate talent of a spiritual body. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make a sect leader regret. He did not believe that a mere Linling could create any big waves. Linling, let's go. Bring your master along. Master Mu did not say much. Linling nodded his head and walked towards Huiletang. At this moment, he realized that Huiletang had already lost consciousness. However, he was still standing tall and firm with his own beliefs. Although Huiletang's body was weak and his mind was not clear, in Linling's eyes, this man's head was the sky and his feet were on the ground. He was like an iron-blooded giant that would never fall. Linling admired him greatly. This was his master Huiletang. Chapter 28. Linling's background. 3 days later, Alcate Peak. Linling slowly woke up. His whole body was still sore. Although the reverse blood technique was strong, the after-effects were also very serious. Fortunately, he noticed that in these 3 days, the black spirit energy in his dantian was constantly healing his body, so his body was fine for the time being. Moreover, in the bitter battle 3 days ago, Linling's body was constantly breaking through the limits. He found that his cultivation realm was showing signs of a breakthrough. Sure enough, battle was the catalyst for advancement. Right, Master? Yes. After recalling the events 3 days ago, Linling quickly got up and pushed the door open. Linling, you're awake. Yes. Outside the room, Anwar and Master Mu were both there. Both of them looked at Linling with a complicated expression. In the battle 3 days ago, Linling's fighting spirit and conviction made them extremely surprised. It was completely different from the rumors. Linling first bowed, grateful for Master Mu's help, then anxiously said, Master Mu, my master. Master Mu sighed softly. In these 3 days I've checked on your master for you. I found that your master's injuries, other than those caused by Elder Xian Hai and the others, he originally had a chronic illness. In fact, I'm also very surprised that he was able to live until now. He seemed to be holding on with one breath. Yes. Hearing this, Linling tightly clenched his fists. Thinking of the man in front of him that day, his heart ached. This injury I can't cure. His meridians were broken, his dantian collapsed, and his brain suffered a heavy blow. I used 1 Qi Supreme Clear pill to save his life, but he may enter a state of deep sleep. If there's no rare pill to save him, he may not wake up in this lifetime. Master Mu's voice was heavy. He was very clear about Huiletang's injury. His meridians were forcibly broken. Even walking a step would cause him to experience heart-wrenching pain. But Huoletang still survived. Every day, he walked as usual, forcibly increasing his strength, suffering inhumane pain. One must know that ordinary people who suffered this kind of injury would have already killed themselves. They simply couldn't bear the pain. Therefore, Master Mu was very surprised. What exactly was supporting this man to live on? That's right, your master has woken up. He wants to see you. Moreover, he has also recovered from his serious injuries. Master Mu said again. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His heart was full of doubts. Could it be that Master's mind was not clear? He nodded his head and followed Master Mu. Not long after, in the room, Lin Ling looked at Huoletang, who was lying on the bed with an extremely pale face. His heart rippled and he didn't know what to say for a moment. On the bed, Huoletang was no longer as cold as before. When he saw Lin Ling, his eyes lit up, and his expression gradually became excited. Lin Ling, your master might faint at any moment. If you have anything to say it quickly. Master Mu sighed and left the room. Master! Lin Ling tightly bit his lips and shouted. In his previous life he had no parents and no relatives. He thought that in this life Yu was his only relative. However, Huoletang's concern made him feel something he had never felt before. Perhaps it was fatherly love. 13th young master, your servant failed to protect you. Please punish me. Master. Huoletang's complexion was not as indifferent as before. Instead, he became more and more excited. He almost wanted to get off the bed. Lin Ling's complexion changed, and he quickly helped him up. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. 13th young master, what did he mean? Huoletang sighed softly. 13th young master, time is limited. I can only make it short. I am not your master, but your father's former subordinate. After your father died, I was ordered to protect you to leave that place. On the way I was chased by enemies and was seriously injured. That's why I was muddle-headed all these years. Finally I brought you to Guyen's sect. Obviously, he had recovered his memory and remembered what happened in the past. What? Master. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion greatly changed. This fact made him somewhat surprised, but then he remembered that his memories before he was 10 years old were blank. No wonder he did not know anything. Fortunately, although I was muddle-headed, I still remembered my mission to protect young master. Huoletang's face revealed a smile, but his voice became softer and softer, as if he would fall into a deep sleep at any moment. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes became hazy. Although he had not spoken to Huoletang more than 10 times, Huoletang had saved him. This was an unchangeable fact. When everyone gave up on him, Lin Ling was disheartened. He thought that heaven and earth had abandoned him. However, there was still a madman who relied on his faith to protect him and believe in him. This kindness was enough. 13th young master, from now on it's up to you. However, when you are 16 years old, there will be someone coming to pick you up from that place. Also, when your eyes were injured, the medicine I applied on your eyes was a stone. As for what it was exactly, I don't know. It was left to you by your mother. Huoletang dotingly looked at Lin Ling, then slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps after watching the young master grow up, he had already regarded Lin Ling as his own son. Master! Master! Unfortunately, Huoletang did not wake up. This made Lin Ling's eyes become hazy. Then he thought of Huoletang's words. His background did not seem simple. When he was 16 years old, there would be someone coming to pick him up. But where was that place? Also, the origin of the mutation in his eyes was clear. It was a stone left to him by his mother. Although he did not know what kind of mysterious stone it was, at least his mother would not harm him. Master, I am not the Lin Ling of the past. However, I will treat others the same way they treat me. You have always protected me. I will definitely cure you. Yes. After covering Huoletang with a blanket, Lin Ling sat quietly. He recalled everything in his mind. His expression was extremely complicated. He sat there for a full 6 hours. When it was late at night, Lin Ling got up and left. Outside the room, everything was quiet. However, Master Mu and Inuer did not leave. When they saw Lin Ling walk out, they both sighed. Lin Ling looked at the two of them in surprise. Then he sincerely bowed and said, Master Mu, I, Lin Ling, will remember your kindness. I know the method to refine the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. I will tell you now. Yes. He knew that Master Mu might have helped him for other reasons. However, he could only repay him with the recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. This was also the only favor Lin Ling could repay. Then he went into his room and found a pen and paper. According to his memory, he wrote down the recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill. Master Mu was stunned for a moment. He was excited. He helped Lin Ling because he could not bear to see Lin Ling being bullied by others. However, to be able to obtain such a precious recipe for the Heaven Tier Vitality Restoration Pill, he was also very surprised. He could not help but think more highly of this young man. This young man's temperament was indifferent, but he was very grateful. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, this was extremely rare. Not long after, when Lin Ling came out, Master Mu opened his mouth and said, Lin Ling, I have 5 bottles of vitality restoration pills and their recipes. I will give them to you one by one. Thank you. Chapter 29. In order to become stronger, 5 bottles of essence gathering elixir? Lin Ling raised his eyes and was a little puzzled. Master Mu had helped him, and this huge favor was enough for him to repay with the Heaven Tier essence returning elixir. He didn't expect Master Mu to give him an additional reward. You have underestimated the value of the Heaven Tier essence returning elixir. Although the essence gathering elixir is of a higher grade than the essence returning elixir, there are many alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who can concoct the essence gathering elixir. However, there are only 2 people who can concoct the Heaven Tier essence returning elixir. One is you and the other is Senior He Yenshan. Master Mu laughed. Thank you, Master Mu. Lin Ling didn't continue to be pretentious. He secretly remembered this favor. Master Mu looked deeply at Lin Ling and pondered for a moment. He then said indifferently, in the martial martial arts first, then the Tao. This path is not easy to walk. If you choose to retreat, then find a place where there is no one and live a peaceful life. If you choose to move forward, then life and death will accompany you. After finishing his words, he left with a new air. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but at this moment his martial Tao heart was even more intense. The night was as deep as water. On the Alcade Peak there was a gentle breeze. 2 figures sat together on the cliff and looked at the bright starry sky in silence. I won the inner sect assessment, but they went back on their words and besieged me without any fairness. Elder Xian Hai's conspiracy and the sect master's disdain. No matter what, I must take first place in the 6 Peaks tournament half a year later. Lin Ling's eyes were at a loss at first, but they gradually became firm as if he had made a decision. He didn't really care who the Alcade Peak belonged to. However, if he wanted to give it away, he had to ask Huoletang personally. This was his way of repaying Huoletang's favor. Furthermore, the more Elder Xian Hai wanted the Alcade Peak, the more he had to stop him. The more Sect Master Mo Jingtian looks down on us, the more I have to work hard. It's not to prove how great I am, but to prove that the dignity we lost in the Gu Yen sect will be taken back with my own hands. As he muttered to himself, the determination in Lin Ling's eyes became even stronger. And now, he had finally entered the ranks of the Gu Yen sect's inner sect disciples, and he was the youngest inner sect disciple. However, the Gu Yen sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples were people from 2 different worlds. He had only stood out from the outer sect and walked into a stronger world. The cultivation of an inner sect disciple was from the 6th to the 10th stage of body transformation, and those at the 10th stage of body transformation were the core disciples. In the Gu Yen sect, the advancement of the body transformation realm was calculated in years, so Lin Ling only had half a year's time. This was a very short period of time. Brother Ling, Yu asked in a low voice. She was extremely worried. Don't worry. Although Master is asleep, I will protect Alcade Peak for Master. Furthermore, I will cure Master. Lin Ling reached out and rubbed Yu's soft hair. He looked at the starry night sky, his eyes as bright as the stars. In the past he fought to survive. Now he fought to become stronger. At this moment his heart of martial arts was like a small boat. In this sea where the strong preyed on the weak, it sailed against the wind. With the goal in his heart firm, Lin Ling also entered a state of bitter cultivation. Fortunately, he had now obtained 5 bottles of spirit pills. In addition to the previous bitter battle, breaking through to the 5th stage of body transformation should not be difficult. When I was at the 5th stage of body transformation with the 9 dragon strength and the reverse blood technique, even a martial artist at the 6th stage of body transformation was not my match. If I reach the 6th stage of body transformation, then I will have the qualifications to challenge those at the 7th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling was extremely confident. Time slowly passed. A month had passed, and the 5 bottles of spirit pills had been consumed by Lin Ling. The enormous amount of spiritual energy caused his dantian to undergo an earth-shattering change. 6 streams of spiritual energy, like black dragons, constantly wandered around the eggshell seal, rumbling like a waterfall. He had finally reached the 6th stage of body transformation. In reality, with 500 spirit pills, if it were another person, they would also be able to reach the 6th stage of body transformation. They would even be able to reach a higher level than Lin Ling. However, the time required would be much longer than Lin Ling's, perhaps even a year. This was because using pills to forcefully increase one's strength would cause the spiritual energy in one's body to be turbid. It would be easy to cause one to go berserk. Therefore, just by refining the spiritual energy, it would take a lot of time. But Lin Ling, his 9 dragon strength did not have this flaw. The refining of spiritual energy was extremely fast. In addition, Lin Ling had recently undergone a bitter battle of life and death. Therefore, it was normal for him to break through in a month. 6th stage of body transformation, protective chi. Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy. Pa pa pa. Protective chi appeared on the surface of his body. It was a kind of light black protective chi that covered his entire body like a layer of water membrane. Moreover, when he used his full strength, there were 6 streams of black spiritual energy that swam around the surface of the protective chi. They were like dragons, shocking the hearts of people. Protective chi can increase a martial artist's defensive strength, making them unafraid of ordinary weapons. However, my protective chi is a little different. When I use my full strength, the black spiritual energy will madly revolve. I'm afraid that it will increase my defensive strength even more. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He had a feeling that if his protective chi collided with the protective chi of the same stage, he would definitely be the winner. Otherwise, the 9 dragon strength would not have the qualifications to be called a 10th stage body transformation technique. That's right, the eggshell seal. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. Then he controlled the black spiritual energy and crazily attacked the eggshell seal in his dantian. After knowing that his background was mysterious, he guessed that the eggshell seal in his dantian was not simple. Attacking the eggshell seal with all his strength, Lin Ling immediately felt his dantian on the verge of breaking. However, he clenched his teeth and persevered. His eyes were resolute. Not long after, the eggshell seal finally loosened and a crack appeared. Boom! As soon as the crack appeared, a tyrannical aura erupted. It's flames. Lin Ling felt the pain increase several times, as if he was being burned by flames. Boom! This earth energy shield was no longer a black earth energy shield, but a yellow flame earth energy shield. The bed he was sitting cross-legged on was instantly burned to ashes, and the ground was scorched black. This protective chi was actually stronger than the 9 dragon strength. What is this? Lin Ling's expression constantly changed. This was the first time he had seen such a strong aura. Moreover, it was only a crack and it was already so strong. If the seal was completely unsealed, he did not know how strong it would be. This eggshell seal belongs to the original owner. It seems that the original owner's identity is indeed mysterious. Lin Ling secretly nodded. However, he did not think too much about it. He only treated this eggshell seal as his trump card. Now that his cultivation resources were cut off, he considered going to the burial grounds to explore. Early in the morning, the sky was cloudless and the sun was charming. On the Guyen Sex Square, a large number of youths were gathered. Some were practicing martial arts, while others were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. TSK, that Lin Ling is really amazing. Before he was trash, now he's an inner disciple. Yes, at that time I was dumbfounded. I did not expect Arcade Peak's Lin Ling to be so strong. He's much stronger than Xi and Feng. Chapter 30. Provocation. At this moment a contemptuous voice came from afar. Humph, frogs in a well. Didn't your master tell you? Lin Ling borrowed the power of medicinal pills, otherwise how could he be so powerful? Sigh. The square quieted down. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw a blue-robed young man sitting on top of a large rock. His expression was arrogant, and he looked at the crowd with disdain. It's senior brother Mu Shan. Sigh. Some disciples recognized the young man. He was an inner disciple with tyrannical strength, as if he was a proud son of heaven standing on top of their heads. Mu Shan, I just came back from the 100,000 Great Mountains. I heard that the clown Lin Ling became an inner disciple and defeated many people. Is it true? Sigh. Another voice came from the other side. A young man with long hair walked over with a smile on his face and a deerskin wine bag in his hand. Heavens, it's senior brother Zhang Yun. Sigh. Why did he come back? What day is it today? Inner disciples who are rarely seen are all gathered in the square. Sigh. The square was in an uproar. Usually, inner disciples disdain to be together with outer disciples, so it was rare to see them. But today they saw two of them in a row. However, the two inner circle disciples ignored the gasps of admiration around them, as if they were looking at a group of ants. Mu Shan's face was indifferent as he said, "That clown has defeated a lot of people, this is the truth. But I heard from Master that guy ate a medicinal pill, otherwise he would not be so strong." Sigh. When Lin Ling used the reverse blood technique, his middle finger bit into his mouth, making people think that he swallowed a medicinal pill. So that's how it is. But consuming medicinal pills at the cost of a lifetime's potential, it's really an unfair victory. If there's a chance as his senior brother, I'd like to give him some pointers. Sigh. The disciple named Zhang Yun smiled disdainfully. Such a person Yang Zhan, that trash actually lost to him. What a shame. But Yang Zhan isn't worth mentioning, he can't last more than 5 moves. Mu Shan shook his head. The conversation between the two was calm and natural, as if they were above the masses. However, not only did it not make the surrounding disciples unhappy, but they also revealed looks of envy. After all, inner disciples had always been the object of their admiration. So many people. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the bluestone steps. The lively scene in the square made him frown, but he didn't care and continued walking. His silhouette was clearly incompatible with the bustling scene in the square. Some disciples looked over and immediately cried out in alarm. It's Lin Ling. The noise in the square instantly stopped. Everyone looked at the young man walking down the stairs. In the eyes of the crowd, the young man's face was calm. He had a bronze greatsword on his back, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He's so calm and a little different from his usual self. Some of the disciples wanted to say something, but when they sensed Lin Ling's indifference and calmness, they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Yunsai and Mu Shan looked at each other indifferently. TSK, you're all Cape Peaks Lin Ling? Previously you were really impressive. Suddenly Zhang Yunsai said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Previously, he had been waiting quietly and thought that Lin Ling would be nervous after seeing his two senior brothers. However, Lin Ling's attitude was calm, as if he didn't see them, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently, "Do you have something to say?" Yes. After experiencing the inner disciple exam, he had completely assimilated into this world. In the past, he stood aloof from worldly affairs and only wanted to survive. However, everyone bullied him and wanted to kill him several times. Now he knew that this world spoke with strength. When you were strong, no matter what you did, others would respect you. When you were weak, even if you were kind to others, others would still bully you. Therefore, there was no need for him to speak in a submissive manner. You're talking to me in such a tone? You're so young, but your arrogance is quite big. Zhang Yunsai's expression turned cold. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm and didn't put him in his eyes, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Brother Yunsai, it seems like your reputation isn't good enough. You can't even suppress a little brat. However, what surprised me is that Hua Leitang's disciple is much better than him. At least he's not as useless. On the other side, Mu Shan laughed arrogantly. During the inner disciple exam, he wasn't present. He had only heard about how awe-inspiring Arcade Peak's Lin Ling was. However, from the looks of it, it was nothing more than that. It was a pity that he had something to do and couldn't rush back. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Useless? Lin Ling originally wanted to leave, but the arrogant youth sitting on the rock said something, which made his expression turn cold. He didn't say anything else and walked towards Mu Shan. Hua Leiting and Yu were his only family in this world. No one was allowed to insult them. Lin Ling's actions were clear. Many people were secretly shocked. It seemed like Lin Ling wanted to provoke his two senior brothers. However, during the inner disciple exam, the elders of each peak said that Lin Ling's strength was comparable to an inner disciple's by borrowing the power of pills. Without pills, Lin Ling's strength was at most at the 5th stage of body transformation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunsai laughed loudly. Brother Mu Shan, you're just picking on a persimmon. It seems like Brother Mu Shan's reputation is weaker than mine. At least between you and me, he chose to provoke you. He seemed to be fighting with Lin Ling, whoever Lin Ling walked towards. It meant that they were weaker. Now that Lin Ling was walking towards Mu Shan, it meant that Jiang Yunsai's prestige was greater than Mu Shan's. Of course, this was only a secret battle between them. In his opinion, neither of them were people that Lin Ling could look up to. Mu Shan was indeed a little angry. His face was cold. I'm not trash like Yang Zhan. Before you do something, don't you think about the consequences? Don't tell me you're relying on your master to save you. Unfortunately, if he comes, I'll beat him up too. His voice was arrogant and overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the rock and punched towards Lin Ling. Green Lotus Wind Fist. Walala! Mu Shan's fist seemed to transform into a lotus. Around the lotus, rays of light bloomed like a sea urchin. It was obvious that at the 6th stage of body transformation, one would have astral energy to protect the body. The astral energy could be moved according to the owner's will, increasing the attack power by a large margin. Looking at Mu Shan's aura, they were both at the 6th stage of body transformation, but Yang Zhan was obviously not at the same level as him. What a strong wind! Step back. Retreat. The surrounding people's faces changed. They took a step back, staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. During the inner disciple exam, he was already at the 5th stage of body transformation and did not fear those at the 6th stage of body transformation. Now that his strength had increased, he did not even bother to move. Bang! The fist was like the eye of the wind, hitting Lin Ling. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then they looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's sorry state. However, with just a glance, their eyes widened. In the corner of the square, Lin Ling stood tall. The fist had hit his chest, but he was safe and sound. Looking carefully, Lin Ling's body was covered with astral energy. 6 rays of black spiritual energy spiraled like dragons, firmly protecting Lin Ling. The fist could not break through the astral energy protection. Astral energy protection? He's also reached the 6th stage of body transformation. Everyone was shocked. One must know that a month ago, Lin Ling was only at the 5th stage of body transformation and defeated Yang Zhan with the help of pills. In a short month, Lin Ling had reached the 6th stage of body transformation and was even unharmed after taking a punch from Mu Shan. Chapter 31. Fight Lin Yu again. Impossible! Mu Shan cried out in alarm. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to reach the 6th stage of body tempering, there was no way he would dare to take his fist head-on. At this moment, his fist was suddenly grabbed by a hand, causing him incomparable pain in his wrist. Then with a snap his bones were crushed. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but compared to Yang Zhan, how could you not be a piece of trash? Lin Ling said with a cold expression. His words caused Mu Shan's forehead to be covered in cold sweat. Then with a bang, a fist covered in black light smashed into his face. Mu Shan's jaw was knocked off, and he was sent flying backward. He crashed into the ground far away, unconscious. He defeated Mu Shan with one punch. Everyone's pupils constricted. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Ignoring the astonishment of the people around him, Lin Ling walked toward Jiangshan Fortress. At this moment Jiang Shansho was drinking wine, but his face was full of shock. He did not expect Lin Ling to defeat Mu Shan so easily. This was beyond his imagination. After all, every new disciple who entered the inner sect would need at least 1 or 2 years to be a match for the older disciples. However, Lin Ling did it. But now Jiang Shansha was a bit nervous. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? Don't be too arrogant. His voice was no longer as calm as before. I'm arrogant? Before this, you were the one who was arrogant. Don't forget who stopped me. Lin Ling said expressionlessly. When he arrived in front of Zhongshan Fortress, he snatched the deerskin wineskin from his hand, raised his hand, and poured the wine from the wineskin onto Zhongshan Fortress's head. Who? The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually doused Zhongshan with wine. This was a naked insult. You are courting death. With the wine pouring on his head, Zhongshan Stopper was so angry that his whole body was trembling. I dare you to say that one more time. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His gang qi surged, and 6 streams of black spirit qi roared like dragons. Me. Jiang Shansai's face changed. That surging heavenly qi protecting his body caused fear to well up in his heart. He could feel that Lin Ling's heavenly qi protecting his body was extremely terrifying. It was different from an ordinary person's. This kind of momentum could only be felt when facing his senior apprentice brother at the 7th stage of body transformation. For a moment he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Which peak are you from? Lin Ling said in a low voice. I'm a disciple of Fekta Peak. Jiang Shansai said subconsciously. He was obviously afraid. Go back and tell your elders if they want to vent their anger. Then don't send trash here. Also, half a year later, Alcade Peak will still belong to my master, Hua Leitang. Get lost. Following Lin Ling's shout, get lost. Zhongshan Fortress did not even want his most cherished deerskin wine bag. He fled in terror. The surrounding disciples all paled and took a step back one after another. Mu Shan and Jiang Shansai were stronger than Lin Ling. The two of them did not see Lin Ling's inner disciple assessment and did not believe that Lin Ling had such strength. They wanted to fight for their respective peaks, but in the end, not only did they not vent their anger, one of them was sent flying with a single punch, and the other fled in shame. Lin Ling's strength clearly surpassed the two of them by a large margin, and was easily defeated. However, didn't Lin Ling consume pills to exhaust his potential? How did he break through to the 6th stage of body transformation? Everyone was shocked. That guy is the new rising disciple? He just entered the inner sect and already defeated 2 senior apprentice brothers. He has some skill. The inner sect's genius disciples are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. He's just a small fry. In the distance, 2 figures looked at the scene in the square, indifferently discussing. At this moment, if anyone knew their names, they would definitely be shocked. They were the current 2nd and 3rd ranked inner disciples, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin. Right, that guy Nu Ba hasn't come out yet? Occupying the 1st place of the inner sect disciples, it's time for him to move. Humph. He wants to surpass us by far and become a core disciple. However, the 3 of us are all at the 9th stage of body transformation. It's still unknown who can break through faster and enter the 10th stage of body transformation. I'm looking forward to stepping on Nu Ba. Someone made a move. It was Lung Yu, who was ranked 20th in the inner sect. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation. That new disciple is in for a hard time. The 2 of them spoke calmly. Suddenly, one of them gloated. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from the square. How impressive. Lin Ling, you only know how to bully the weak. When you meet me, you can only obediently kneel down. Humph, the voice was deafening. The crowd was forcibly separated and a one-armed youth strode out. His face was ferocious and his entire body emitted a tyrannical aura. It's Lung Yu. Right, during the inner sect assessment, Lung Yu wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson as a senior apprentice brother, but was interrupted by Hua Leiting. Today, he must be here to vent his anger. Humph. Many people were startled. Soon after, a disciple whispered. Lung Yu was not like Mushin. This time Lin Ling was in big trouble. It's you. Lin Ling frowned. He had an impression of this guy. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation and his strength was very strong. He was definitely not at the bottom of the inner sect disciples. The enmity between you and me was interrupted by your master last time. Today let's settle it. The humiliation your master gave me today, your disciple will pay for it. Stopping his steps, Leng Yu indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had seen Mushin defeated and guessed that Lin Ling had reached the 6th stage of body transformation. But this level of cultivation was not enough to move him. Enmity? Lin Ling sneered. He had enmity with Leng Yu? It was obvious that Leng Yu was looking for trouble. He challenged him and then was defeated by his master. When had he ever provoked Leng Yu? But this guy was the same as the others in the Guyan sect. There was no reason to speak of. It all depended on strength. If you say there is enmity, then there is enmity. It just so happens that I also want to test my strength at the 7th stage of body transformation. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Ling calmly said. Both Mushin and Mushin were soft persimmons. He had won without even using 40% of his strength. But Leng Yu was different. He was a worthy opponent. You dare to test my strength? Good, I want to see how much weight you have. Lin Ling's calm words clearly angered Leng Yu. His entire body's aura surged out. It was a kind of aura mixed with red and white. It was extremely terrifying. I practice a 3rd level skill in flame skill. Today, I will let you see what makes me one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. In flame 9 legs. He slightly lifted his leg. His calf was like a red-hot iron. The temperature in the square suddenly rose. A 3rd level skill. You must know that a skill is much rarer than a martial art. This Leng Yu must have had a lucky chance. Some disciples enviously said. In the same stage there were many factors that determine victory or defeat. Talent, martial arts, skill, etc. Leng Yu had a high-level skill and his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling could not win. A 3rd level skill? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with ridicule. His skill was the 10th level 9 dragon's skill. Leng Yu wanted to be arrogant with a mere 3rd level skill? Whoosh! At this time a meteor shot over. It was Leng Yu's leg. I will cripple you with one leg. His leg was like fire. But strangely there was a cold feeling in the heat. It was extremely strange. It was said that this Yin flame skill was cultivated with the help of a pill. The pill was called corpse blood pill. It was refined with a human corpse as the main ingredient. After taking it for many years, Leng Yu's temperament was extremely gloomy. You don't have the strength. Chapter 32. Crushing Leng Yu. Lin Ling was using a big sword, which relied on strength to win, not a light and graceful sword. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. The sword was stepped on by Yi Futian's leg, and the surface of the sword emitted a sizzling sound of boiling water. In the next moment, Lin Ling's body glided backward. However, Lin Ling was not injured. His protective chi was extremely strong. How is this possible? Clang! Leng Yu's face turned ugly when he did not defeat Lin Ling in one move and only made Lin Ling retreat. You're really lucky. One more move and I'll take your life. Clang! 100 ghost coffin bearers. Clang! Whoosh! He shot toward Lin Ling again. In midair, he raised his leg high, and his protective energy surged, forming a strange coffin shape. The coffin wrapped around his leg and swept toward Lin Ling. What a strange martial art. Clang! Many people's faces changed. Some experienced people guessed that this fire art should be a fire and water element martial art. As a martial artist's strength increased, his martial art path became more specialized. For example, metal element martial arts, wood element martial arts, and other elements of the 5 elements martial arts. In addition, it was said that there were wind, thunder, lightning, dark, light, ghost, and so on. Similarly, martial arts were divided into different elements. He really knows a lot of martial arts. Clang! Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Up until now, he had realized that he didn't know many martial arts. Pluto Bone Shattering Fist and Reverse Blood Art. Pluto Bone Shattering Fist's rank was too low, so it wasn't suitable to be used against powerful warriors. Reverse Blood Art was more of an auxiliary martial art. Just as he was thinking about it, that coffin-like kick swept towards him. Lin Ling raised his sword to block it. Clang! The leg swept the bronze sword. Lin Ling's arm shook, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. Although he had protective energy, his cultivation level was still lower than Long Yu's. Fly! Clang! The leg stopped in front of the sword. Long Yu's leg suddenly exerted force, sweeping Lin Ling and his sword away. Clang! Clang! The air exploded from the kick as Lin Ling's body flew backwards. However, at the critical moment, his greatsword stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of his flying backwards. A long sword mark was left on the ground. The intense confrontation between the two of them attracted a lot of attention. Many disciples were extremely excited. Long Yu is indeed one of the top 20 inner disciples. His strength is terrifying. I wonder when I will be able to reach his level. You? Dream on. However, Lin Ling was starting to lose. It wouldn't be long before he lost. With Long Yu's temperament, she would probably cripple Lin Ling's 4 limbs. Lin Ling was able to block 2 of Long Yu's moves with his strength at the 6th stage of body transformation. This is already not bad. Ignoring the voices around him, Long Yu maintained his raised right foot and stared into the distance with disdain. I thought you would have some strength, but in the end I didn't even use my full strength before you couldn't block me. You really disappoint me. But I won't kill you. It's just that I lost an arm back then, so I like it when my opponent is also crippled. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined, it was only so. In the distance, Lin Ling knelt on one knee. He patted his clothes and slowly stood up. His gaze was fixed into the distance. Is that so? I didn't use my full strength either. Long Yu's smile instantly froze. His ferocious face surged with killing intent. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly humiliated him. Fighting with him, this Lin Ling actually didn't use his full strength at the beginning. Could it be that he was looking down on him? The surroundings were also in an uproar. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin both smiled faintly. For a moment they were somewhat curious. They obviously didn't fully believe Lin Ling's words. They just took it as Lin Ling's words to show off. I really hate you more and more. Die. The protective aura around Long Yu's body surged and flowed like water towards his only arm. Finally, it formed a ghostly fire in his palm. I originally wanted to save this move for the competition between the 6 peaks, but thanks to you, I'll let you see it in advance. The ghostly fire in Long Yu's palm kept jumping. This was the martial art that accompanied his Yin fire skill. It condensed the protective aura around his body and turned it into a ghostly fire. When the protective aura was condensed, his defense naturally decreased, but his attack increased. This martial art had already reached the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. Whoosh! Holding the ghostly fire in his hand, he shot it directly at Lin Ling. Interesting. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were slightly moved. Obviously, even they didn't dare to underestimate this move. Condensing all the protective aura around his body in his hand. If my 9 Dragons force could be used like this, it would definitely be powerful. Lin Ling's face was calm, but he was a little surprised. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and put his left hand into his mouth and gently bit it. Reverse blood skill. He had reached the 6th level of body tempering, and the strength of his body was more than 6,000 pounds. The reverse blood skill had also increased his speed and attack power, and his strength had reached more than 7,000 pounds. This was his trump card. Whoosh! Blood flowed in reverse and his body was hazy. Lin Ling didn't retreat but went straight ahead. Everywhere he passed, the hazy fog dragged a tail which was extremely dazzling. What is that? Everyone's eyes narrowed. They didn't understand what martial art Lin Ling was using. They couldn't even see Lin Ling's figure with their naked eyes. So fast. Long Yu's face changed. A huge aura covered the sky. The figure in front of him seemed to have overdrawn his vitality to release his strongest attack. My ghostly fire. Long Yu also noticed that the ghostly fire in his palm had dimmed. Unless you're at the 8th level of body tempering, you've lost. The cold voice came from afar. In the next moment there was a rumbling sound. The ghostly fire in Long Yu's palm collided with a large sword. Waves of air surged, blowing many people off their feet. As for Long Yu, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Rumble. After the waves of air, spiritual energy exploded. In the next moment, Leng Yu seemed to have encountered an unprecedentedly powerful attack. His body flew backwards and smashed into the ground with a bang. In the strongest collision he had lost to the large sword. As he flew backwards, he saw black spiritual energy swirling around the surface of the large sword. It was extremely terrifying. He couldn't understand how Lin Ling could suddenly increase his speed and attack power. His strength was instantly stronger than his. Could it be that Lin Ling used a martial art? Or was it that Lin Ling's cultivation method was stronger than his? Or did he eat a pill? Lying on the ground, Leng Yu's mind was spinning wildly. His eyes were filled with panic. He knew that he had lost this battle. His speed and attack power have both increased. He can jump levels to fight. Could it be that he ate a pill? After a brief moment of silence, the shocked voices of the disciples sounded out. If it wasn't a pill, then the cultivation method he cultivates is of a higher level than Leng Yu's. Moreover, the rank of his martial art is not low. His aura shield is extremely strange. There are 6 black spiritual energies swirling around it. I have never seen it before. In the distance, Ning Fei frowned. This battle was beyond his expectations. This newcomer who had just entered the inner sect rose very quickly. In one battle, he stood in the top 20 of the inner sect disciples. Is it a pill, a cultivation method, or a martial art? But if it's a cultivation method, it's at least a 4th-rank cultivation method. After all, Leng Yu's cultivation method is already a 3rd-rank cultivation method. Xiao Lin said with a dignified expression. Chapter 33. Frivolous and Unrestrained. In this world, geniuses were like carps crossing a river. Some were blessed by the heavens and rose to the top. Some were well prepared and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, but no matter which one it was, they did not like to see it because it would affect their status. And Lin Ling in their hearts was a well-prepared newcomer. A genius who could challenge those of a higher rank. You did not disappoint me, at least you made me use all my strength. As a reward, I will cripple your remaining arm. Bang! On the square, Lin Ling dragged his greatsword, the tip of the sword cutting the ground as he walked step by step towards Leng Yu. His sword was not light and nimble, but vigorous and domineering. In Leng Yu's eyes it was extremely dazzling. Leng Yu felt as if he was looking at a tyrannical king of swords walking towards him. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. What do you want to do? Bang! I said, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Lin Ling said expressionlessly. This is Gu Yin's sect. Although inner disciples can challenge at any time, but to casually cripple someone, where are the rules of the sect? Leng Yu panicked. At this moment he only wanted to grab onto a life-saving straw. His panicked appearance made many disciples sigh. This was the first time they saw Leng Yu show the attitude of a weakling. Does Gu Yin's sect have rules? Bang! Lin Ling laughed mockingly. If there were rules when he won the inner disciple assessment, did anyone stand up and speak up? Taking turns to fight, bullying the weak with the strong. There was only a gloating smile. The so-called rules of the sect, in fact, speak with strength. If you win, you cripple my arms. If you lose, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Accompanied by Lin Ling's low voice, the greatsword slashed across and chopped off Leng Yu's other arm. The pain caused him to roll on the ground. From today onwards, he would become an armless person from a one-armed man. This was a result he brought upon himself. Moreover, both his arms were chopped off. This result was even more unbearable than death. He, Leng Yu, would never have thought that in just a short month, the Lin Ling he looked down on previously would now stand on top of his head. I thought you were great, but you are only SOSO. Coldly glaring at Leng Yu, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and swept his gaze across the crowd. Nobody dared to match his gaze. In the past, he stood aloof from worldly affairs. But now, these people bullied him because he was the weakest, mocking and humiliating him. Now that he had acted so decisively, those people became as fearful as ghosts and gods. At this moment he finally experienced the benefits of being powerful. In the distance, Ning Fei and the other man glanced at Leng Yu indifferently. They ignored her and stared at Lin Ling. Ning Fei pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, Your potential is not bad, but I want to ask, did you eat medicinal pills? Or did you cultivate a high-level cultivation technique? If it's a cultivation technique, then tell me what rank it is. His voice was ethereal and formless, as if it came from the horizon, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw two stalagmites protruding from the mountain peak in the distance. The tip of the stalagmite was only the size of a candle. Two figures stood on top of the stalagmite, looking as steady as a mountain. Below the stalagmite was a few hundred meters tall, but the two of them looked extremely calm. These two people's skills were obviously very high, and could not be underestimated. However, everyone was puzzled, and for a moment they did not know who these two young men were. Lin Ling frowned, his eyes quietly watching. Then, through his eyes, he saw that the flames in their dantian were very vigorous, like a volcano. Compared to Lung Yu, these two people were much stronger. It seems that there are many hidden powerhouses within the Gu Yin sect's inner court disciples, Lin Ling secretly said. He guessed that the other party's strength was definitely at the 8th stage of body transformation, or even higher. However, these two people's questions made him very uncomfortable. It must be known that martial artists' cultivation techniques were mostly secrets, and others would not easily ask about them. This was a taboo, because to tell others about one's cultivation technique and martial arts was tantamount to exposing one's back to the enemy. Unless one's feelings were deep, otherwise who would do such a thing? Therefore these people's words were too rude. Lin Ling lightly said, before asking people, shouldn't you first tell them about your cultivation technique or martial arts? You really are a strong newcomer. I was just curious and you asked me back. On the stalagmite, Ning Fei slightly frowned, and calmly said, if you want to know, it's not impossible. However, in this world strength is respected. If you are stronger than me, I can tell you. However, it seems that you are not, and I have the strength to kill you. Therefore, the one who must answer this question is you. The young man's words were very naked and very strong. It was clear that he was stronger than you, so you must answer. Senior Ning Fei, why are you suddenly so curious about a junior brother's martial arts? I remember you said that in the Gu Yin sect, other than Nu Ba, no one can arouse your interest. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. A young woman in white clothes walked over slowly. She was like a proud daughter of the heavens, and she carried arrogance and grace. Everywhere she passed, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Master Mu's disciple and Yuer. At the same time, Lin Ling heard in Yuer's soft voice, Lin Ling, these two people are not to be trifled with. They are the second and third genius powerhouses of the inner court, Ning Fei and Shaolin. Even I may not be their opponent. Lin Ling's heart was somewhat shocked. The second and third ranking of the inner court disciples? After the crowd heard an Yuer call out Senior Ning Fei, they immediately exploded. They had heard of these two people's names. Ning Fei, Yuheng Peak's proud disciple, represented the entire Yuheng Peak's young talents. This kind of powerhouse was usually elusive, and disdained to meet with other disciples. They did not expect to see him here today. Shaolin was Mizang Peak's proud disciple, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Ignoring the surrounding surprised voices, the young man in white smiled and said, I was just curious for a moment. However, since Junior Sisterin said so, then we won't ask. In any case, the answer doesn't matter. Although he said so, his gaze toward Lin Ling carried a hint of coldness. That's good. Lin Ling is Master's new disciple. He has just entered the inner court and has not yet adapted. If you want to exchange in the future, he will naturally help you. Yuer smiled slightly. After saying goodbye, she took Lin Ling and left. Ning Fei and Shaolin's faces were ugly. However, they still had to give face to Yuer, so they could only stare at Lin Ling's back. Lin Ling left indifferently. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the two people and smiled faintly. That smile made Ning Fei and Shaolin frown even more. They knew that Lin Ling was not afraid of them, which made them a little annoyed. Ning Fei's strength is very strong. In the younger generation of the Gu Yin sect, only two people are stronger than him. Moreover, among the four major sects of the 100,000 Mountains, he also represents the younger generation of the Gu Yin sect. There are no more than 20 people who are stronger than him. Shaolin is not weak either. You are not their opponent now. Along the way, Anywhere looked at Lin Ling and said, "The scene in the square before, she heard the news and came." She was worried about Lin Ling, but she did not expect Lin Ling to even defeat Lung Yu. This growth speed made her extremely surprised. Chapter 34. Returning to the burial ground. "Thank you, Signorin." "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. There's still half a year left. If you want to rise in the Six Peaks competition and protect Alcade Peak, they are all opponents you must face. I'm just reminding you. "Thank you." Seeing Lin Ling return to his normal appearance, Anywhere smiled and took out a palm-sized snail and handed it to Lin Ling. "This is a mother and child insect. It has the ability to transmit sound. You can keep it. If there's anything, you can transmit sound to me." "Thank you." This snail is a mother and child insect. It's really strange. Strange. Lin Ling looked at it carefully. He had seen this kind of insect at the auction in Mountain View Town. The snail in his hand was green and slightly wriggled, making him curious. "Don't kill it. It's very expensive. Remember, feed it some pills every day." Anywhere couldn't help but smile. When this junior brother wasn't cold, he gave people a feeling of innocence. "Okay, thank you." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He said a few words to Anywhere and left the ancient face sect. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling defeating Lung Yu quietly spread in the ancient face sect. The elders of the various peaks were surprised, but they didn't take it to heart. But Xian Feng was different. Knowing that his former enemy had not only not stagnated, but had even established himself as an inner disciple, he was furious. On the other side, Lin Ling was heading towards the burial ground. He was currently lacking cultivation resources. Although the spirit gathering pill was still effective, the demand was too large. According to his guess, he would need at least 10 bottles, which was 1,000 pills. This amount was too much for him. Therefore, he had to find other ways to increase his strength, and the burial ground was his only choice. The burial ground was still desolate, and a deathly stillness pervaded the air. Whoosh! Lin Ling shot through the first avenue. After reaching the 6th stage of body transformation, it was easier to pass through the iron spear array. After a moment, he passed through the first avenue and stopped, looking up. He saw that the entire avenue was spiraling all the way to the top of the mountain. Now that he had reached the 2nd avenue, he was closer to the top. What danger is hidden in the 2nd avenue? Lin Ling stood there quietly, trying to see the lost time through his eyes. However, after standing still for a while, the lost time did not appear on the ancient path. How could there not be? Lin Ling was puzzled. However, the appearance of lost time was very mysterious. He could not summon it at will, and it depended on luck. Of course, although the timing of its appearance was not controlled by Lin Ling, each time it appeared, it was of great help to Lin Ling. Perhaps the lost time does not appear in front of the Grand Tao, but in the middle of it. Therefore, I can only see it by moving forward. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed inwardly. Right now, there were no volunteers to help him. He could only rely on himself. Moreover, the reason why he insisted on entering was because he had obtained the inverse blood technique from the first path of the bone burial ground. Hence, he guessed that his gains from the 2nd path should not be small. To put it bluntly, he was profiting from the dead and picking up the treasures left behind by his predecessors. Reverse blood technique. Lin Ling put his middle finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. After all the blood in his body boiled, he stepped into the 2nd path. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Ling did not dare to be negligent. There's nothing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he carefully advanced. However, he knew that sometimes the quieter it was, the greater the danger. Bang! As expected, there was a strange sound in front of him. The soil surged, and then a huge figure quietly appeared. The figure seemed to have walked out of the rock. After it gradually became clear, Lin Ling saw that it was a 3-meter-tall terracotta figure. Damn, what the hell is this? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! At this time, the terracotta figure shot over. It did not seem to be carved from stone at all. It was extremely sensitive, as if the figure was wrapped in a living person. No wonder it's so quiet. It's actually hiding such a monster. Lin Ling's mouth could not help but twitch, but soon he laughed. He drew his sword and slashed at the terracotta figure. I don't care if you're a person or a rock. If you want to block my path, then let's see if you have the qualifications. Bang! The terracotta figure punched out. It was simple and unadorned. However, when it collided with the sword, Lin Ling immediately felt a terrifying force. This force was probably at least 8,000 jin. This meant that the terracotta figure was at the 8th level of physique tempering stage. How could Lin Ling block the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage? His body flew backwards. If it wasn't for the strong defensive aura around his body, he would have been injured by this move. Bang! The terracotta figure did not give Lin Ling a chance to catch his breath. It stepped on the ground and pounced again. What a powerful monster! I finally understand. With an 8th level of physique tempering stage figurine, no wonder no one dares to come to the burial ground. Lin Ling stabilized his body and instead of retreating, he advanced. Bang bang bang. In the second path the rumbling sounds were endless. Lin Ling obviously did not intend to retreat. He wanted to use the terracotta figure to increase his combat experience. Time passed slowly. A rumbling sound resounded in the path. The 3-meter-tall terracotta figure's body cracked open and turned into gravel. In front of the gravel, Lin Ling was breathing heavily. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. His grip on the sword was also unstable. If I didn't have the heaven-level Yuan recovery pill, and the strong recovery ability of the Black Spirit Chi, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Looking at the gravel with a strange look, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Although the terracotta figure had the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage, it was ultimately not a human. As long as he was familiar with its attack patterns, Lin Ling could still defeat it with difficulty. After resting for a moment, Lin Ling continued forward. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man of about 60 years old. The old man had a goatee on his face and was sitting cross-legged. Looking at his heavy breathing, it seemed that he was also recovering his strength. It has finally appeared. That is the passing of time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Just as he had guessed, the passing of time in the 2nd Avenue was not in front of the road, but in the middle of the road. This damn place almost took my life. I Ghost Monkey used the concealing chi art to avoid the 1st Avenue. Who would have thought that the 2nd Avenue was actually the building ghost terracotta figure? Fortunately, I Ghost Monkey have stolen many things over the years and have many life-saving treasures. Otherwise, I would have really died here. The old man muttered to himself, his words carrying a sense of pride. Lin Ling shook his head with a strange look. He knew that this old man called Ghost Monkey might have really died here. After all, what he saw was the passing of time. Those valiant terracotta figures are actually called the building ghost terracotta figure. What an appropriate name. This old man is called Ghost Monkey, and he has stolen many things. Could he be a thief? Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. Then he heard the old man say, "In my life, I have stolen many treasures. But if there is one thing that I cannot understand, it is only this pill. This pill was stolen from a descendant of the 8 great ancient clans. It is called the Black Tortoise Chi Suppressing Pill. But the effects of this pill, I'm afraid that only alchemists know. Shall I swallow it or not? Maybe it can cure me of the ice silkworm poison." The old man held a jade bottle in his hand and hesitated, but in the end he gave up. "Forget it. Let's go." The old man stood up and walked forward. But what happened next caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. As the old man walked forward, 2 ancient figures walked out from the stone wall. They were the terracotta figures on the 1st floor. This time there were 2 of them. Chapter 35. Senior Sister Anne's Invitation. Bang! 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 After a fierce battle, the passage of time disappeared. It was obvious that the old man had died in the path. Before he died, he was filled with unwillingness. Although he was not weak, he seemed to have been poisoned. Coupled with the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building, he failed. As for the next terrifying part of the path, the old man had already helped Lin Ling find out. It was the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building. With Lin Ling's current strength, It was obviously very difficult for him to face them. It's the old man's corpse and the things he left behind. Bang! Lin Ling looked ahead and saw a large number of items on the ground. Under the passage of time, some items had been weathered, but some were still emitting a dim light. That old man called Ghost Monkey was a thief. He stole countless treasures. The things he left behind must be suitable for me. Looks like I still have to move on. Bang! After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling decided to move on. Bang! Bang! As he moved forward, the soil on the cliff moved. Two human silhouettes quietly appeared and slowly walked out. It was the two terracotta figures on top of the building. I have to be careful. If I can't win, I have to retreat. Bang! Lin Ling was like a nimble leopard as he rushed into the path ahead. He had the reverse blood technique, so his movement and speed were very fast. Even if he could not win, he was confident that he could leave. Otherwise, he would not dare to risk his life. Whoosh! The days of bitter training quietly passed. In this 1 month, Lin Ling had been fighting with the two terracotta figures on top of the building. At the beginning, he was in a difficult situation, but gradually, he became more relaxed. After all, the terracotta figures on top of the building were not humans. Apart from their great strength, they were not flexible at all. As long as he was familiar with their attack patterns, it was not difficult to face them. The frequent battles also increased Lin Ling's battle experience. As for the things left behind by Ghost Monkey, Lin Ling also collected them. The old man was indeed a godly thief. He had a large number of martial arts and skills. Of course, these martial arts and skills were not high level. Most of them were of the second grade of the yellow class. In fact, Lin Ling did not need to cultivate them. However, that was not his intention. After all, in terms of martial arts, he did not have a good foundation. Therefore, those cultivation methods in martial arts had opened his eyes. With the help of these martial arts, Lin Ling was able to figure out his own set of martial arts. Of course, it was more of a reference than a trial. After all, Lin Ling did not have the ability to create his own set of martial arts. Tyrant Dragon Seal. This martial art was similar to the Ghost Flame that Lung Yu had executed back then. It focused one's entire body's stellar energy to form a powerful attack, giving up on defense. In other words, it was to draw out one's entire body's stellar energy and gather it in one's palm to form a lethal attack. Lin Ling's martial art was clearly stronger than Lung Yu's. After all, how could his 9 dragon strength be compared to Lung Yu's Flame? The Tyrant Dragon Seal's grade had probably reached the 3rd grade of the yellow class, and its power would continue to increase as Lin Ling's strength increased. Tyrant Dragon Seal. In the Great Path, Lin Ling clasped his hands together. The earth energy on the surface of his body surged crazily to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. Then, looking at the incoming terracotta figures, he struck out. Above his palm, 6 streaks of black chi churned like the roar of a dragon. Boom! As if the heavens and earth were shaken. A single palm turned the tall terracotta figure into rubble. The terracotta figures represent the strength of the 8th stage of body transformation, but my Tyrant Dragon Seal cannot defeat it in one move. The reason why it collapsed was the result of a month of bitter battle. The Tyrant Dragon Seal is the straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Ling nodded secretly and retreated, avoiding another terracotta figure. Although the power of the Tyrant Dragon Seal could not defeat an 8th stage of body transformation in one move, this was because Lin Ling's realm was low. If he reached the 7th stage of body transformation, then it would be possible. This set of martial arts was Lin Ling's strongest attack martial arts. The only regret was that he did not find any cultivation resources, so his cultivation realm did not increase. Gigi. Sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a while at this time, the sound of a bug suddenly came from his chest. Lin Ling was stunned and took it out to look. It was Senior Anne's mother bug. Lin Ling, do you have time to come to Mountain View Town? I want to borrow your yuan recovery pill. It's like this, I have a friend who has been suffering from a chronic illness for many years, but he can't find a way to cure it, so I thought of your yuan recovery pill. As for the pill formula you gave him, he has not succeeded in refining it yet. And Yu-Er's voice came from the mother-child worm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll rush over now. Although he did not want to waste time cultivating, he was indebted to Senior Anne. so he would help her with her request. Take this black turtle chi suppressing pill with you. Among the treasures left behind by the ghost monkey, there was one pill that was the most mysterious. Lin Ling could not see what effect it had, so he did not dare to use it. Mountain View Town seemed to be more lively than before. Besides the rogue cultivators, there were many more disciples from the various large sections. Walking on the street, Lin Ling also felt that it was different from before. He found that the 6th stage of body transformation powerhouses that were rarely seen in Mountain View Town were now everywhere. It was as if they had gathered here for some reason. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not plan to pay attention. This had nothing to do with him. With his temperament, as long as others did not provoke him, he did not have time to pay attention to others. According to the place he had agreed with in Yuer, Lin Ling came to the Jadeite house, which was the place of his last auction. At this moment the Jadeite house was surging with people. At the entrance many people were lining up, as if waiting to enter the Jadeite house to buy something. There are so many people. It seems that when in Rome, do as the Romans do and line up. Staring at the long line of people, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he followed the line. At the same time, in order to save time, he thought about the matters of cultivation during this time. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, a cold shout interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Get out of the way. Fallen Leaves Sect's senior brother Ma has arrived. This voice was extremely overbearing, causing the crowd to surge. Then someone shouted, aren't you guys too overbearing? We've been lining up for 2 hours and you've just arrived and cut the line. This is too unfair. Lin Ling looked back and saw several youths standing at the back of the line. They all wore golden robes with a red fallen leaf embroidered on the chest. In Lin Ling's impression, this was the symbol of the Fallen Leaves sect of the 4 great sects. But these youths were very arrogant. They did not follow the rules of the line, but directly cut the line. It had to be known that there were many people who wanted to enter the Jadeite house to buy things, so everyone followed the rules of the line. Even if they had to wait for 2 hours, they did not care. But when these youths arrived, they directly cut the line and even drove people away. This naturally caused many people to be dissatisfied. When martial artists cultivate, besides pursuing the end of the martial path, some people also enjoy the feeling of being above others. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them. So what if we cut the line? With senior brother Ma here, even the Jadeite house's master has to give face. You little piece of trash, dare to block us? Get out. There were still sounds coming from the back. Then with several bangs, the disciples who were not convinced were all sent flying away. With the long line, some people began to feel fear. They left the line and then sighed. It seemed that they would have to line up again and wait for 2 hours. But there were also some who were unwilling. Fallen Leaves sect disciples, my junior brother is injured and is waiting for me to buy some medicine. Please make an exception. The one who spoke was a fatty. His face was a bit frightened, but as he thought of his junior brother, he clenched his teeth and made a request. Make an exception? Who do you think you are? If you block the way again and annoy senior brother Ma, I will cripple you. A youth from the Fallen Leaves sect coldly shouted, not giving them any face. In fact, they did not need to drive away the people in line. They could have just cut the line. But they seemed to want to show their superiority, so they directly drove people away. Chapter 36. Nothing much. Don't go too far. The fatty was also enraged. Humph, a piece of trash that hasn't even reached the 5th stage of body transformation. What qualifications do you have to speak? You're a disciple of the Gu Yen sect. Is there no one left in the Gu Yen sect? The disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect were clearly impatient. One of them strode towards the fatty, looking like he wanted to teach him a lesson. What a familiar voice. At the front of the group, Lin Ling looked back and sighed. He walked out of the group and towards the back. Lin Ling naturally recognized the fatty. It was Hu Erpang who had brought him to the Emerald House. If it were anyone else, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered, but Hu Erpang was his first friend in this world. He didn't want to see Hu Erpang beaten. At this moment, the fatty's eyes were filled with panic. If his junior brother wasn't injured, he really wouldn't want to provoke these people. Seeing someone approaching, He became more and more panicked. Arrogance requires capital, and you don't have it. The youth who was walking towards Hu Erpeng smiled and punched out. The spiritual energy emitted a deafening sound, causing the fatty's face to turn pale. Cha! At this critical moment, the fist suddenly froze, and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Fallen Leaves sect disciple's fist seemed to have been gripped by someone. The little fatty was startled. He raised his head and saw a familiar young man standing next to him. This made him extremely excited. Lin Ling, he exclaimed. He had stubbornly refused to give way, and the people around him hadn't helped him. Instead, they had looked on with schadenfreude. At that time his heart had turned to ash. He never thought that the one who would help him would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fallen Leaves sect disciple. His right hand tightened. Bullying people also requires capital, and you don't have that either. You bastard, let go of me. It hurts like hell. My hand is going to break. The youth immediately howled, no longer looking as arrogant as before. Apologize. Lin Ling said in a low voice. In your dreams, I am an inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect. At first, the youth still wanted to show off, but his wrist was almost broken by Lin Ling, so he could only lower his voice and beg for mercy. Get lost. Lin Ling swung his right hand and threw the young man to the side. The young man fell flat on his face and rolled on the ground. Only then did he raise his head, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of reverence. Then the young man looked at his senior brother, while the other people of the Fallen Leaves sect looked gloomy. The leader of the group said coldly, I know most of the disciples of the Guyan sect. At your age, the strongest is that trash Xian Feng. You are stronger than him, which makes me very surprised. Tell me your name. The young man who spoke was very handsome. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and his expression was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling looked at them. Since he had decided to help second fatty he was naturally not afraid of them. He said indifferently, before asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Even Xian Feng doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? The young man coldly snorted. Next to him, a disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect said proudly, Little brat, it seems you don't know who you have offended. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat us, but just by blocking our way, it's enough to tear you to pieces. The one you are blocking is our Fallen Leaves sect's Master Ma Yan. This time Master Ma Yan was invited by Master Li. You blocking the way is the same as blocking Master Li's path. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then their faces changed. Master Ma Yan is said to be the alchemist of the Fallen Leaves sect. He is a genius alchemist on par with Flying Snow Palace's Hai Lan, Wild Blade sect's Song Darren, and Guyan sect's Inuer. Frightened voices came from all around. The young man called Ma Yan's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with pride. He sneered at Lin Ling and said, How is it? Do you regret it now? Lin Ling's face was still calm. To him, Ma Yan was only at the 7th stage of body transformation. With this kind of strength he did not fear him. Therefore, he did not care about his alchemist status. Nothing much. Nothing much. Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were calm but cold, calm and indifferent, making him feel like he was being looked down upon. In a place like the 100,000 mountain range, among the disciples of the 4 sects of the same age, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anger surged in his heart. Ma Yan was about to do something when suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the entrance of the Emerald House. There an old man walked over with several people. It seemed that the commotion in front of the Emerald House had caused the dissatisfaction of the Emerald House's experts. It's Emerald House's elder Kuan Yang. Ma Yan sneered, Little brat, I'm afraid you don't know. This time, Master Li's daughter's old injury has relapsed. Master Li used the name of the Emerald House to invite all the alchemists in the vicinity, and I am one of them. Now that you're blocking my path, do you think Master Li will let you go? Want to fight with me? Humph, I don't even need to make a move to play you to death. He did not want to use strength to defeat the young man in front of him. After all, he was a high and mighty alchemist. Therefore, he wanted to use his status to scare the young man into kneeling and begging for mercy. Get out of the way, making a ruckus in front of the Emerald House, what a scandal! As soon as Ma Yan finished speaking, a dignified voice echoed from the crowd. Lin Ling did not bother about Ma Yan's complacent face. He thought to himself, all the alchemists in the vicinity were invited? Senior sister and must be among them. Could she be looking for me because of this? Who is causing trouble here? Elder Kuanyang finally arrived. He had a murderous look on his face as he looked at Ma Yan. Ma Yan pursed his lips and pointed at Lin Ling. Elder Kuanyang, the one causing trouble is this brat. Break his limbs and throw him out of Mountain View Town. As soon as he finished speaking, his face revealed a cold smile. How dare you? If you make Master Li unhappy. Elder Kuanyang's eyes turned and landed on Lin Ling. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. This young man was the one who sold the Heaven-tier essence returning elixir? Furthermore, this young man was the disciple of Senior He Yenshan from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's right. He must be here for Master Li's daughter. As he was thinking, Elder Kuanyang did not dare to be negligent. He quickly bowed to Lin Ling. Young friend, long time no see. Sorry to keep you waiting. This sudden change in attitude made everyone's eyes widen. Ma Yan's smile froze. What was going on? Lin Ling bowed politely. Greetings to Elder Kuanyang. Greetings. Seeing how familiar the two of them were, Ma Yan could not help it. He had been waiting for Lin Ling to be taught a lesson and humiliated. However, Elder Kuanyang's attitude towards Lin Ling was even better than his. It was as if Lin Ling's status was higher than his. Elder Kuanyang, he is the one who stopped me. If anything happens to Master Li's daughter, I will not be responsible. Ma Yan said in a low voice. Elder Kuanyang laughed. Compared to Ma Yan, he naturally did not dare to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the disciple of Senior He Yenshan. Ma Yan was nothing. Chapter 37. Detoxification. Get lost. He actually told him to get lost, and in front of everyone. Senior Kuanyang Yu, Ma Yan clenched his teeth, unable to speak. Previously, he had come here proudly, as if he was a proud son of heaven, but in the end, he was treated as a beggar, a dispensable existence. Little friendly, go in. Elder Kuanyang no longer looked at Ma Yan, and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at Ma Yan, but did not say anything and walked towards the Emerald House with the little fatty. Ma Yan's face was ashen, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. At this time, Elder Kuanyang's voice came again. Little friend Ma Yan, my Emerald House is very busy today, and it's not easy for them to line up. If you want to experience the power of a superior, I advise you to go somewhere else. These words made the people who were waiting in line secretly laugh. After entering the Emerald House, Lin Ling gave a vitality recovery pill to second fatty Hu to save his junior brother, and then waited for an Yuer in the main hall. Not long after, a beautiful figure dressed in white appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was an Yuer. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Looking at Lin Ling, an Yuer smiled and carefully sized him up. She suddenly realized that since their last meeting, this junior brother had changed again. Although his face was calm, his eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light. It seemed that in this month, Lin Ling's strength had increased. Senior sisterin, you invited me here because of Lord Li's daughter, right? After greeting her, Lin Ling smiled. It seems that you know. And I came for Li Yulan. Li Yulan is my good friend, but she was injured when she was young and was poisoned. She couldn't be cured, so I wanted to try your Heaven Vitality Recovery pill. As an Yuer spoke, she pulled a chair and sat near Lin Ling, and continued. Li Yulan's father, Lord Li, is an expert of the 100,000 mountains. Even the Emerald House's owner has to give him face. This time, in order to cure his daughter's illness, he even paid a black turtle chi suppressing pill as a reward. Black turtle chi suppressing pill? This name was very familiar. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right, he had one of these pills as well. It was left behind by the ghost monkey, but he didn't know what use it had. Black tortoise chi suppressing pill. Using a 1,000-year black tortoise shell as the main ingredient, in addition to rare spirit herbs to refine it. The refining method of the pill is not difficult, but the difficult part is the ingredients, especially the 1,000-year black tortoise shell. It is said that this kind of shell has an endless amount of vitality and is suitable for martial artists above the 5th level of body tempering. A single pill can raise one's cultivation by 1 level. And Yuer said with a grave expression, the black tortoise chi suppressing pill could be said to be priceless. Its effect was even better than the spirit gathering pill. Even she had never taken it before. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. To raise his cultivation level by 1 level, it seemed that Lord Li was determined to obtain the pill in his possession. Furthermore, with the addition of the pill in his possession, there was a possibility that he could reach the 8th level of body tempering. He couldn't help but look forward to it. The two of them continued to chat. Not long after, several women entered the hall. These women looked to be alchemists. After entering, they began to chat with Yuer. Along the way, they curiously glanced at Lin Ling. In their impression, Yuer was proud and arrogant, with a heart of ice and jade as pure as jade. She rarely hung out with men, and this time was very unusual. Masterin, Lord Li invites you in. While the women were having different thoughts, the respectful voice of a waiter came from the door. Good. Yuer nodded and led Lin Ling out of the hall. As they walked, they arrived at a side room. The room was filled with the smell of sandalwood. A tall and sturdy man was anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw Yuer and the others, his face finally relaxed. This man was Lord Li. You're all here. Quick, take a look. Yulan's ice silk poison seems to be getting worse. Although Lord Li was anxious, he obviously didn't dare to neglect Yuer and the others. After all, alchemists were highly respected no matter where they went. Lin Ling quietly looked at Lord Li. He saw that Lord Li was about 40 years old, with a square face and a dignified aura. The aura on his body was extremely strong, probably not weaker than the elders of Guyan sect. However, even if he was an ambitious and ruthless person, as long as his children were in trouble, his former prestige would disappear. In exchange, it was a kind of worry. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at the curtain and saw a young woman lying inside. The young woman's facial features were delicate, but her face was extremely pale. Between her eyebrows and the black hair on her forehead, there was a faint white frost. It seems that her illness is related to ice. Lin Ling secretly guessed. Among the things stolen by Ghost Monkey, in addition to various kinds of martial arts, there were also many books on basic pharmacology. In this month of bitter cultivation, besides cultivating, Lin Ling read these books when he was free. Gradually, his pharmacology foundation became more solid. Ice silk poison? What a familiar name. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Ghost Monkey also had this poison. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Lord Li, we can only temporarily suppress Yulan's illness, but if we don't find an antidote, I'm afraid she can only hold on for another month. After a moment, Yuer looked at Lord Li and said, she had already tried various methods, but the results were minimal. The other alchemists were also the same. This made Lord Li's face dim. Just as he was about to say something, an indifferent voice sounded. Ice silk poison. This kind of poison is extremely difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to cure. In the side room, a young man in golden clothes walked in. Who else could it be but Ma Yan? Grandmaster Ma, you're here. Lord Li revealed an expectant look. His attitude towards Ma Yan was very sincere. Ma Yan was also one of the alchemists he invited. Ma Yan nodded lightly. Although he was only 16 years old, he had the demeanor of a master. He talked endlessly about a bunch of medicinal theories, causing the girls to look at him strangely. And Yuer was the only one who remained indifferent. As for Lord Li, he naturally saw Ma Yan as his only hope. Who is this person? Lord Li, it's better to chase away unrelated people and dogs. After speaking for a while, Ma Yan's gaze turned to Lin Ling, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lord Li also looked at Lin Ling. He didn't care about Lin Ling's identity, thinking that he was Yuer's friend. But for his daughter, chasing away Lin Ling wasn't a big problem. With his status, how could he put Lin Ling in his eyes? Ma Yan, everyone here is here for Yulan. What qualifications do you have to chase them away? Yuer coldly said. She couldn't stand it any longer. Qualifications? I'm an alchemist and he's not. That's qualifications. Ma Yin indifferently said. He then looked at Lord Li. Lord Li understood and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. Little friend, Grandmaster Ma wants you to leave. You should listen to him. Yes. Lord Li Yu. And Yuera frowned. She had invited Lin Ling. If he was chased away like this, it would be very embarrassing. She was just about to argue when Lin Ling patted her shoulder, indicating for her to calm down. Then Lin Ling looked at Lord Li. Lord Li, I just want to ask if he has cured your daughter. Lord Li was startled. Ma Yan had said so much, but in reality, he hadn't cured his daughter. He frowned. Then what do you mean? Yes. Chapter 38. Shut up. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. He coldly shouted, What are you trying to say? Fine, if I can cure Lord Li's daughter. Then you'll kneel outside the Jadeite house for a day. If I fail, then I'll do the same. Sigh. Since he dared to say this, he naturally had confidence. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling provocatively. Lin Ling remained indifferent. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he naturally could see that this young man was of noble birth. He had always been like the moon surrounded by stars, and had never suffered any setbacks. Thus, when he was looked down upon, he immediately became arrogant. If not for the mystical turtle chi suppressing pill, Lin Ling really wouldn't have bothered with this kind of person. As I said before, if you boast before your injury is cured, then the one who loses face is the one who boasted, and the one who will suffer is your daughter. Sigh. Lin Ling calmly looked at Lord Li. That look of disregard made Ma Yan's face even more gloomy. Lord Li frowned. In reality, he trusted Ma Yan more. After all, Ma Yan had a reputation. However, this mysterious young man's calm demeanor made him not dare to underestimate him. Fine, you can stay. Sigh. In the end, Lord Li nodded. Ma Yan coldly snorted. However, he also knew that it was useless to say anything. The only way was to cure the patient. At that time, he would make this young man look ugly. Thinking this, Ma Yan calmly walked towards the curtain and checked the young girl's pulse. He nodded. Fortunately, I came. If I came a moment later, then I'm afraid even the gods wouldn't be able to save her. Sigh. Hearing this, Lord Li's heart was filled with joy. From Ma Yan's words, he seemed to be confident. Grandmaster Ma, please save my daughter. As long as my daughter is safe and sound, Grandmaster Ma, please tell me what you want. Sigh. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't worry. However, Lord Li must remember the bet. The loser has to kneel outside. I'm afraid others will renege, Ma Yan said indifferently, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. He did not care about Ma Yan's temporary pride. After all, he was probably the only one who was familiar with the heavenly silkworm poison other than the ghost monkey. Among the items left behind by the ghost monkey, there were a large number of characteristics of the heavenly silkworm poison recorded. If fighting poison with poison was effective, how could the ghost monkey have been entangled by the poison for so many years? This is a fire plume pill, made from the heart of a fire plume bird. As everyone knows, this bird has fire poison, so pills made from the heart of a fire plume bird have fire poison. Normal people can't consume it, but it can restrain the ice silkworm's poison. Ma Yan took out a pill and explained proudly, causing the eyes of the girls beside him to light up even more. As soon as the fire plume elixir was taken out, the temperature in the room rose. After that, Ma Yan carefully placed the pill into the young girl's mouth and said leisurely, In less than half an incense stick's time, Master Li's daughter will be saved. Thank you, Grandmaster Ma. Master Li's face lit up with joy and nervously waited for the pill to take effect. At this moment, the young girl on the bed showed signs of abnormality. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her originally pale face turned red and white. Finally, she completely calmed down, her face ashen. Seeing the young girl's appearance, Yuera and the others were stunned. Then their faces changed dramatically. Not good, Yulon really can't make it. They were alchemists after all, and could tell from the young girl's complexion. At this moment, the side room suddenly became extremely quiet. How is this possible? Ma Yan's eyes widened. He had checked the ancient records, and the fire plume pill was indeed the antidote for the heavenly silkworm poison. But why would there be such signs? Then he sighed and shook his head. It seems that I came too late. If I had been a step earlier, I might have been able to save my daughter. He did not know why this happened, so he tried to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, he was an alchemist and his words carried some weight. Master Li stared at the young girl on the bed, his eyes blank. After a long silence, he squatted down and reached his hand into his hair. No, this is impossible. Yulan, don't leave me. Even Ma Yan said so. He naturally believed that his daughter could not be saved. This was a huge blow to him. As for Nuer and the others, their faces were also gloomy. For a moment, the side room was silent. Your daughter has been poisoned for at least 10 years, right? But the silence did not last long. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. This voice caused Master Li's heart to turn cold. His daughter was already dead, but this young man still had the mood to ask about unimportant things. He said in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you gloating? Even Grandmaster Ma said that she could not be saved. You're still rubbing salt in my wound. Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Master Li raised his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. But in the next moment, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was shock. At the same time, everyone in the side room looked at Lin Ling. And Yuer and the other girls widened their eyes. Ma Yan's gloating face also froze at this moment. In the side room, Lin Ling had unknowingly sat beside the girl. His right hand gently pressed on the girl's forehead. His palm was pitch black, and wisps of mysterious black spirit energy entered the girl's body. The girl's painful expression gradually disappeared, and in its place was a kind of tranquility. Her breathing, which had disappeared, also calmed down at this moment. It was as if the girl had come back to life. Yulan is still alive. After Master Li recovered from his shock, he madly rushed to the side of the bed and spoke incoherently. Quiet! Quiet! Lin Ling frowned and subconsciously said in a low voice, "She's extremely weak right now. If you don't want her to die, immediately quiet down." Quiet. Okay. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet right now. This Grandmaster, can Yulan still be saved? Master Li hurriedly covered his mouth and then whispered through his palm. Now that he had regained what he had lost, his mood could only be described as ecstatic. Don't ask ambiguous questions. Now I'll ask and you answer. Okay. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Master Li was too excited and almost affected his treatment of the patient. He asked, has she been poisoned for 10 years? Yes. When she was 6 years old, she was injured by evil people. I've never been able to find a way to save her. That Grandmaster, can my daughter, shut up. Don't speak any more nonsense. Okay. Lin Ling's attitude couldn't help but harden a bit. He pondered and said, no wonder the fire plume pill didn't work. It's because she's been poisoned for too long. The heavenly silkworm poison is difficult to deal with precisely because of the silk. Threads and threads it's hard to get rid of. If you use the fire plume pill when she was just poisoned, it might be able to cure the poison. Okay. Master Li glared fiercely at Ma Yan. This Ma Yan had the face of a grandmaster, but he had almost killed Yulan. Chapter 39. You're asking to be humiliated. Alright, all of you just need to keep quiet. I'll help her expel the poison. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and helped the girl up, pressing both of his palms on her back. He was no stranger to the skyworm silk poison, and with the help of the medicinal books left by the ghost monkey, he was able to think of a way to cure her. The 9-dragon strength was extremely powerful, and had healed Lin Ling's internal injuries many times. If the 9-dragon strength was transferred into the girl's body, it would naturally expel the ice fire poison. Could it be that he's using the spirit chi in his body to expel the poison? But he's not strong, and even Lord Li can't do it. How can he do it? Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Ma Yan frowned. He still didn't believe that Lin Ling could cure the girl. Shut up. Do you want to be a mute, or do you want to leave as a corpse? Lord Li coldly snorted. He no longer treated Ma Yan with respect. Ma Yan was so scared that he began to sweat profusely, not daring to say another word. The eyes of Yu and the others flickered. For some reason Lin Ling, who was treating his wounds, attracted their attention. It was especially so when they looked at him from the side. His slightly childish face was well defined, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, if they looked closely, they would see a depth that did not match his age. Your little junior brother is amazing. What's his name? One of the girls whispered. Quiet, he's expelling the poison. Yes. Anue indifferently said. For some reason, she didn't want to introduce Lin Ling to her senior sister. After a moment, Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. Under everyone's gaze, he stood up and smiled at Lord Li. Lord Li immediately became nervous, his heart beating faster. Grandmaster Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He extended his right hand. On his palm, black spirit chi danced like flames. Wrapped within the spirit chi was a white and red liquid. I've already removed the poison. She only needs to be nourished with the origin recovery pill. Hearing these words and then seeing the strange poison in Lin Ling's hand, Lord Li's body trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Grandmaster, you are Lan Er's savior. I, Li Wufeng, am willing to repay your kindness with my life. Her daughter's poison had been plaguing her for many years. She had invited many alchemists to treat her daughter, but they had all failed. She had never thought that this mysterious young man would be able to cure her daughter. Get up, I was just passing by. Besides, I came for your black tortoise chi suppressing pill. Lin Ling saw Lord Li's agitated expression and shook his head helplessly. Well, wait a moment, please. Mr. Li hurriedly got up and went into his room. A moment later, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling opened it, he was a bit excited. This medicinal pill was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. Looks like this trip to Mountain View Town had a pleasant surprise. In the side room, Ma Yan saw that the girl had been cured. He could not help but glare at Lin Ling with resentment. Because of this young man, he had already lost face twice today. Now there was no need for him to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Ma Yan, did I say you could leave? Ma Yan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling did not provoke Ma Yan, nor did he want to pay attention to Ma Yan. However, Ma Yan provoked him again and again. With Lin Ling's temperament, he would return the favor. How people treat me, I will treat them. This was Lin Ling's principle. What do you want? I am a disciple of the Falling Leaves sect. Ma Yan stopped and coldly looked at Lin Ling. I remember you said that if you cured the patient, I would go out on my knees and kneel in front of the Emerald House for a day. But you failed. You don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, what qualifications do you have to make me go out on my knees? Ma Yan laughed disdainfully. This was really funny. This young man had no reputation in the 100,000 mountains and was not an expert. He dared to make him go out on his knees? He was simply overestimating himself. What if it was me? Yes. Before his laughter stopped, Lord Li's cold voice sounded. Lord Li, do you want to offend me for this guy? Lord Li, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lord Li was the strongest martial artist in Mountain View Town. He did not have the strength to face him. I don't want to offend you. You don't have the qualifications either. I was just following his orders. Lord Li said expressionlessly. At the same time his aura erupted. His protective aura was extremely powerful, causing the side room to shake. Orders. Hearing these words, Anue and the others were shocked. Lord Li had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. Even the heads of the 4 sects did not dare to provoke him. But now this expert was actually following Lin Ling's orders? Ma Yan's face also changed. But he also knew that this matter depended on Lin Ling's intentions. He thought of Lin Ling's obscure background and couldn't help but laugh. Before you make me kneel, you should know who I am. I am ranked 21st among the inner court disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect. 7th stage of body transformation. I have the talent of the fire spirit body, and I am a rare alchemist. In the Fallen Leaves sect, even the senior brothers do not dare to provoke me. Do you dare to touch me? Yes. It was clear that Ma Yan wanted to announce his identity, background, and potential to make Lin Ling fear him. Hearing this, Lin Ling fell silent. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because this was the first time he had heard of the fire spirit body. However, in Ma Yan's eyes, his silence meant that he was afraid. Ma Yan laughed contemptuously. At least you know your place. Good. His words interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Kneel. Kneel. You know my background and you still dare to offend me? Ma Yan's eyes widened. This youth knew his background and still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this too frivolous? Enough nonsense. If he tells you to kneel, then kneel. Humph! Mr. Li's cold snort caused Ma Yan's face to turn pale. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment. With a plop, he knelt down and walked towards the door. During this process, his self-esteem had been deeply humiliated. Moreover, he had to kneel in front of the jadeite house for an entire day. Today you made me lose my dignity. In the future, I will make you lose your life. Kneel, Ma Yan said as he knelt. Although he didn't say it to Lin Ling, the person he was talking to was definitely Lin Ling. Your dignity was lost by you. Humph! Lin Ling shook his head and ignored Ma Yan. In this world, the strong were respected. If he didn't act strong, then the one kneeling today would be him. Divine Doctor, thank you for saving my daughter. Please come to the main hall. Mr. Li also ignored Ma Yan. That bastard almost killed his daughter. If it wasn't for Lin Ling not wanting to pursue the matter, he would have already killed Ma Yan. Letting Ma Yan leave on his knees was letting him off too easily. Under Mr. Li's lead, everyone walked towards the main hall. Soon after, a maid served them fragrant tea and they began to chat. Right, Mr. Li, what is the fire spirit body? What? Chapter 40. Genius Summit. Lord Li and Yuer and the others looked at each other. Lord Li spoke with a serious expression. Martial artists don't all have the same starting point. Some geniuses are blessed by the heavens and are born with the blessings of the heavens. For example, astral body. Yes. With the astral body, one's cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. Furthermore, one has the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Take Ma Yan's fire astral body as an example. He has a first-grade astral body and is much more talented than ordinary martial artists. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. A world of martial artists opened up in his heart. At this moment, he realized that he still had a long way to go, and that there were many people who were stronger than him. Astral body represented talent. Ma Yan had the fire astral body. What about himself? For some reason, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the eggshell seal in his dantian. Could that seal be a type of astral body? It seems like Li Xiaoyu rarely come into contact with these geniuses. Yes. Lord Li couldn't help but say. He then saw Lin Ling nodding. He smiled and said, martial artists all have a sharp spirit. Only by constantly fighting can they become stronger. If Li Xiaoyu is persistent in the martial Tao, you might be interested in the Genius Summit half a month later. Yes. Genius Summit? Yes. Lin Ling was slightly suspicious. A month ago, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans came and held a Genius Summit at Mountain View Town. The disciples of the 4 major sects and rogue martial artists could participate. If they performed well, they would be valued by the Zhang clan and become a martial artist under the Zhang clan. It is said that if they performed well, they would be rewarded with a rune bag. Yes. And Yuer was obviously familiar with this matter. She nodded and said, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there are more than 300 small sects like the Gu Yen sect. If these small sects want to survive, they would normally join some factions. The top factions are the 8 ancient clans. Like the 4 major sects of the 100,000 mountains, they still haven't joined any factions. Thus, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans wants to take the 4 major sects under their wings. Yes. The Genius Summit. Perhaps it is the time to test the disciples of the 4 major sects. Hearing these words, Lin Ling secretly nodded. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. If you were not strong enough, you would be devoured by others. Therefore, if you did not want to be devoured, you had to be strong yourself. Other than that, you had to submit to the strong. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in the ownership of the 4 great sections. What he was interested in was the Genius Summit. No matter what, after a few months, he must become a core disciple of Gu Yen sect. And to become a core disciple, He must have geniuses that surpassed the four great sects. Therefore, the Genius Summit was an opportunity for him to hone himself. And Yuer looked over at Lin Ling. How about we go to the Summit of Geniuses together? That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. There was still half a month until the Genius Summit. Lin Ling temporarily stayed in Mountain View Town. Because the Genius Summit was about to begin, Mountain View Town was unprecedentedly lively. Lin Ling had no interest in this lively atmosphere. He used all the time he had to cultivate. When he was in the burial ground, Lin Ling had constantly battled with the terracotta figures. He had accumulated enough resources to break through, but he had never had the resources to cultivate. Now he had them. Black tortoise cheese suppressing pill. With a wave of his right hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. This pill was extremely strange. On its surface, there were layers of lines that resembled a tortoise shell. It emitted a strange aura. If not for Yuer's introduction, he wouldn't have dared to swallow this pill. This pill is priceless. It should be enough for me to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. At the same time, a light green aura appeared on his body, like a surging sea of clouds. It was extremely mystical. After a moment, the aura gradually transformed into the vague shape of an old tortoise. According to legend, the black tortoise could live for 10,000 years without dying. It stayed in the vast sea all year round, using the spiritual energy of the sea to cultivate. It possessed endless vitality. If one used the black tortoise shell to refine a pill, its endless vitality would be absorbed by the human body, allowing one to be completely reborn. It was a pity that the black tortoise shell was extremely rare. It was hard to find even with money. What a rich spiritual energy! Lin Ling was secretly startled. He felt a massive amount of spiritual energy rush into his dantian, causing his dantian to be overturned. 6 strands of black spiritual energy crazily circled around. Gradually, the 7th strand of black spiritual energy quietly appeared. At first, it was only a tiny thread, but it gradually turned into a wisp. Then it slowly formed into a ball, similar to the other strands of black spiritual energy. Time slowly passed. When the 7th strand of black spiritual energy in his dantian stabilized, a thunderous sound came from his dantian. The 7 strands of black spiritual energy were majestic and vigorous. Lin Ling opened his eyes. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. 7th stage of body transformation. His whole body changed again. He could use a full 7,000 gene of strength. If he used martial arts, he could reach over 8,000 gene of strength. With the strength of the 9 dragons, he was confident that he could fight with an expert of the 8th stage of body transformation. The black tortoise cheese suppressing pill is worthy of being called a priceless pill. I still have one, but it's not suitable for me to take it now. After all, I just broke through and my foundation is not solid yet. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he went to his room and opened the window. He saw that night had fallen outside, but Mountain View Town was brightly lit. In the distance, there were fireworks soaring into the sky, extremely bright. This is just a small town. It's even more prosperous than a big city. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Then, he missed the cities of his previous world. That place was also very beautiful and prosperous. The only difference was that it was a legal world. It was not like here where strength was respected. Every martial artist was naked and arrogant. As he was thinking, suddenly, the mother insect's voice came. It was in Yuer's voice. Glancing at it, Lin Ling tidied up and then went downstairs. You really are a cultivation maniac. Today is the full moon festival. In 3 days, the Genius Summit will be held. Mountain View Town is very lively. Come with me for a walk. Downstairs, and Yuer stood there in a white dress. She was as elegant as a fairy, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He had just broken through and also wanted to go for a walk to relax. The two walked along the street. Along the way, the fireworks were bright and the traffic was heavy. The bustle was even more exaggerated than Lin Ling had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling looked carefully. Besides martial artists, there were also ordinary people. The martial artists were mostly strolling. while the ordinary people were setting up various stalls and doing business. Get lost. Go. After the two walked through a street, there was suddenly an angry shout in front of them. Your sesame seed cake actually has sand in it. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? At one of the stalls selling sesame seed cakes, a burly man spoke to a blind old woman. Behind the old woman was an 8-year-old child. At this moment, he was so scared that his eyes were filled with tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Sir, please calm down. I also don't know why there is sand in this sesame seed cake. How about I don't charge you for this sesame seed cake? The blind old woman pleaded. It's fine if you say you don't charge me. Today I will definitely smash your stall. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Chapter 41. Geniuses gathered. Lin Ling and Yue were also in the crowd. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. To be honest, it was normal for there to be sand in the biscuits. After all, no one could guarantee that the wind wouldn't blow a grain of sand into the biscuit. Generally speaking, if there was sand in the biscuit, one would just spit it out. However, the burly man didn't give up and wanted to tear down someone's stall. The old woman was old and blind. Obviously, her life wasn't easy. It was rare for her to set up a stall in the downtown area to find some living expenses. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. This kind of thing no one cares? Lin Ling looked at Yue and said. Yue also frowned. Generally speaking, in Mountain View Town, martial artists won't interfere with the lives of ordinary people, unless those ordinary people annoy the martial artists. At that time, no matter what the martial artists do, the experts of Mountain View Town won't care. After all, the weak don't deserve any respect. Hearing these words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He wasn't a saint, but he really couldn't stand the scene in front of him. If the burly man was angry, he could just find a martial artist to vent his anger. What was the point of bullying these ordinary people without any martial arts? Bang bang bang. While Lin Ling was thinking, the burly man had already started to tear down the stall. The old woman kept begging for mercy. Sir, please be merciful. We haven't eaten or drunk for a day just to set up this stall and find more money. Please be merciful. The old woman knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They had used all the pasta from the past few days to make biscuits. Originally, they thought that after selling the biscuits and getting some money, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the month. However, all the pasta was knocked over. Uncle, please be merciful. The child behind the old woman was also scared pale, but he followed his grandmother and knelt down to beg for mercy. If I'm merciful to you, who will make up for my loss? The burly man sneered again and again, as if he was still angry. After tearing down the stall, he threw a punch at the old woman. With his strength, if that old woman had been hit by that punch, she would probably have died here for the rest of her life. Bang! Suddenly, that tall and sturdy man's fist was grasped in midair, and a cold voice was heard. He has already apologized, why bother? You may have vented your anger, but he won't be able to live another day. Where it is possible to let people off, let them off. The burly man looked up and found that it was a 15-year-old boy who stopped him. He immediately shouted angrily, Boy, do you want to die? Looks like you don't understand human language either. Forget it, let's use martial arts to solve this. The young man was Lin Ling previously. He really couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how indifferent the people around him were, or how indifferent they were, he couldn't do that. He was a straightforward person. If he couldn't stand it, then he would attack. Right now, he was no longer as restrained as when he first came to this world. He was extremely free and easy. The burly man's fist was gripped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling circulated the spiritual energy in his body, causing the burly man's hand to emit cracking sounds. The burly man's face immediately turned pale. Let go, I won't bother you anymore. Get lost. Lin Ling waved his right hand. It seemed like he didn't use much strength, but he threw the burly man like a kite. After he landed on the ground, the burly man looked at Lin Ling with fear. He didn't dare to say anything and disappeared into the crowd. Lin Ling's face was cold, but he didn't pursue the matter. He knew very well that if he wanted to teach the burly man a lesson, it would be very simple. But if he made a big deal out of it, he wouldn't be afraid, but he would implicate the blind old woman. "Grandma, leave here. Find a quiet place and live." Lin Ling helped the old woman up, but his hand secretly put some silver into the old woman's hand. The old woman was shocked. She wanted to say something, but Lin Ling quickly interrupted her. "Let's go. We can't stay in this place for long." After he finished speaking, he patted the old woman's hand. His meaning was very clear. "The silver I gave you shouldn't be exposed, otherwise it would lead to disaster." This was indeed the case. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. If other people saw Lin Ling give the silver to the old woman, it was inevitable that they would secretly steal the silver, and even bring death to the old woman and the child. The old woman quickly reacted. She quickly pulled her grandson and kowtowed to Lin Ling. "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you." After kowtowing, they didn't dare to stay for long. They didn't want the things on the ground. The old woman and the child supported each other and disappeared into the crowd. The child looked deeply at Lin Ling. His clear eyes were full of gratitude, as if to say, "Brother, thank you." Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. After they disappeared, he walked towards Anuer. "I didn't know that you were so kind, and also very careful." When Lin Ling came back, Anuer smiled. She had naturally noticed Lin Ling's little actions. Moreover, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's different attitude compared to the passers-by. After all, martial artists were proud and arrogant. They rarely cared about the affairs of ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary people were like ants. Life and death were not worth their attention. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. The two of them walked along the busy street and came to a vast square. This square was mostly filled with martial artists. The stalls around them had also changed. They mainly sold martial arts, pills, and other things. "Tayamo. Tayamo." At this time, Anuer suddenly whispered. She looked into the distance. There, a black-clothed youth walked with an indifferent face, looking at the stalls around him. The second strongest disciple of the Wild Blade sect. 9th stage of body transformation. He is stronger than our Guyan sect's Ning Fei. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there are less than 10 people in the younger generation who are stronger than him. Perhaps only the number 1 inner disciple, Nu Ba, can suppress him. Anuer said. Lin Ling's face changed. He carefully looked at the black-clothed youth. A moment later, through his eyes, he saw that the black-clothed youth's body was covered in flames. There was also a mysterious black light covering his entire body. Could it be that he also had a spirit body? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Spirit body. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary martial artist. This black-clothed youth must have a spirit body. In the distance, the black-clothed youth seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's gaze. He indifferently looked over, but disdainfully shook his head. It was as if Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter his eyes. The Genius Summit attracted many geniuses from the 4 great sections. "Look at that white-clothed youth. He is flying snow palaces Shiminjian. It is said that he is ranked 3rd among the inner disciples. He is tied with Guyan sect's Ning Fei. Also, Fallen Leaves sect's Yi Tianling is also here. That woman is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. She is also very stingy." Anuer continued to speak. When she mentioned Yi Tianling, her voice was obviously cold. It seemed that she and Yi Tianling had crossed paths before. Lin Ling secretly nodded. These geniuses all had different auras. Some were overbearing, some were indifferent, and some were insidious. He didn't dare to underestimate any of them. It seemed that the Genius Summit was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. "Anuer, you also came. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become uglier." Haha. While Lin Ling was secretly thinking, a sharp and unkind voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, the crowd was separated. A young girl in blue led several people over. It seemed that they were here for Anuer. Chapter 42. Ma Yan, the fire element genius Yi Tianling. Anuer coldly said, "Since you have so much free time, why don't you practice your 5 poisons divine palm? It is said that the more you practice, the older you get. Now you look like you have made some progress in your martial arts. You are already in your 30s. You're courting death. Yi Tianling shouted. Her entire body emitted an extremely strange aura. It was cold and sinister like a snake. The people around made way for her. Yi Tianling and Inuer. These two heavenly beauties were like thunder to the ears. They represented the geniuses of the Fallen Leaves sect and Gu Yen sect respectively. They were said to be the top 10 geniuses of the inner sect. Yi Tianling's aura exploded, but Inuer was not to be outdone. Her white dress fluttered, and a golden aura barrier erupted around her body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen her strength. Looking at her aura, she had probably reached the 8th level of body transformation. She also had a spirit body talent, but he didn't know what grade it was. Humph, Inuer, I won't fight with you today. I'll see you at the summit of geniuses. But not long ago, I heard you bullied my Fallen Leaves sect's junior brother Ma. Yi Tianling didn't seem to want to fight with Inuer here. After she finished speaking, a youth walked out from behind her. His face was indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly stared at Lin Ling. It's Ma Yan. I heard he's very young, only 15 years old, but his potential is very strong. He's one of the most talented geniuses of the Fallen Leaves sect. Yi, the crowd exclaimed. They were very familiar with Ma Yan. Although this youth couldn't compare to the geniuses of the older generation, he was young enough. His talent was terrifying, and he was also an alchemist. I said that I would take your life in the future. Now I'm here to collect the debt. Yi, Ma Yan indifferently stopped, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling. Everyone was silent. They didn't know who Ma Yan was talking about. However, when they followed Ma Yan's gaze and realized that he was talking about a 15-year-old boy, they were immediately puzzled. Who was this youth? He even dared to provoke Ma Yan? Lin Ling, let me. Inuer knew that with Ma Yan's temperament, he would definitely want to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Therefore, she stood in front of Lin Ling and said, "No need. This person is not worthy of my fear." Lin Ling shook his head and walked out. The other party had named him and wanted his life, so how could he avoid it? He could avoid it now, but he couldn't avoid it forever. What's more, if it wasn't for Lin Ling being too lazy to care, Surly would have already killed Ma Yan. At that time, Ma Yan was lucky enough to be saved by Lin Ling. However, not only was Ma Yan not grateful, but he even hurt his self-esteem because he knelt down and wanted to take Lin Ling's life. If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping him alive? The current Lin Ling was not as weak as he was when he first came to this world. Lin Ling, you can't. Although his cultivation realm is the same as Lung Yu's, in terms of strength, even 3 Lung Yu wouldn't be his match. And Yuer still wanted to persuade him. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Now, even 5 Lung Yu wouldn't be my match. And Yuer was stunned, but since Lin Ling said so, she could only obey Lin Ling. After all, if she tried to stop him, it might affect Lin Ling's martial heart. This little guy accepted the challenge. Is he crazy? Crazy. Seeing Lin Ling walk out, many people were shocked. Ma Yan was very strong. Not to mention those of the same age, he had even defeated geniuses older than him. However, this youth was unknown, yet he dared to accept the challenge. Did he not know what the word death was written? Interesting. Interesting. In the distance, the peak inner disciples of the various sects all revealed interested expressions. That day in the Jadeite Pavilion, if it wasn't for Lord Li, you would have already died. I don't know where you learned those unorthodox medical skills from to cure Lord Li's daughter, but sometimes a person has to be patient. Even if I'm wrong, you have to say that I'm right, and not stand up and fight back. Humph. Ma Yan ignored the curious gazes and coldly stared at Lin Ling. The killing intent in his eyes was very clear. Today, he really did want to take Lin Ling's life. It's because I don't want to lose face that I have to say that you're right even if you're wrong. Even if you kill Lord Li's daughter, I have to support you? Humph. Lin Ling ignored Ma Yan's killing intent. This Ma Yan was really self-centered. Even if someone else died, he wouldn't lose face for himself. To him, Lord Li's daughter's life was like an ant. Yes, that's what I mean. Ma Yan coldly nodded. Lin Ling sneered at that time. I didn't know that curing Lord Li's daughter would cause you to lose face and humiliate your self-esteem. However, since you've already lost your dignity, then it doesn't matter if you want it or not. Today you can lose it again. You. Ma Yan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he said these words to make Lin Ling regret and let Lin Ling know where he was wrong. However, Lin Ling's indifference made him furious. It was easy to kill a person, but it would be satisfying to make that person regret it before they died. However, Ma Yan had failed to do so. Boom! His entire body's protective aura spread out. It was a yellow aura protection of flame. The fire spirit body bestowed upon him the tyrannical power of fire. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, his protective stellar energy was clearly much stronger. This is the fire spirit body. If this Ma Yan matures, another genius expert will be born in the 100,000 mountains. Far away, flying snow palaces, Shi Menjian indifferently said. He just wanted to see how strong the fire spirit body was, but it didn't disappoint him. His gaze was fixed on Ma Yan and didn't look at Lin Ling at all. Perhaps in his mind, Lin Ling's only use was to let Ma Yan display the fire spirit body and let him familiarize himself with it. At this moment, Ma Yan's right hand pulled out a 2-finger-wide sword from behind his back. His eyes were filled with affection as he wiped the sword with his left hand. My aura protection is very strong and can burn anything in the world. Only the raging flame sword can withstand my flames. Therefore, I am one with the raging flame sword. You should be honored to die under my sword. Yes, I still don't know your name. I hope you don't die so quickly. At least tell me your name. Yes. Whoosh. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Facing Lin Ling, he didn't even bother to use martial arts. If that's the case, you will never know my name. Bang! Lin Ling didn't show any fear. His right hand pulled out and the bronze sword appeared behind him. His aura protection also appeared on the surface of his body, but he didn't retreat. Looking at Ma Yan, he also shot out. Meet force with force? You're courting death. Bang! Lin Ling's action made many people shake their heads. Not to mention Ma Yan's fire spirit body. Just the fact that Ma Yan had the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering at the age of 15 made the youth's foundation weaker. The youth was also around 15 years old, but it was impossible for him to have the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided. Clang! A crisp sound rang out and entered everyone's ears. Chapter 43. The Tyrannical Lin Ling. In the open space, the two figures clashed with their swords. The tip of their swords collided with each other, creating dazzling sparks. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them in all directions. However, no matter how one looked at it, the young man who clashed with Ma Yan was unscathed. Moreover, the youth's protective aura was extremely strange. It was black in color and there were 7 black dragons circling around it. Another 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation? In the distance, Shi Menjian was quite shocked, and in another direction, Iron Demon's eyes slowly opened as he looked over with a profound gaze. A 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation was extremely rare in the 100,000 mountains. He thought that Ma Yan was the only one, but who knew that the youth was also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Lin Ling reached the 7th stage of body transformation? And Yue was also shocked. She was worried about Lin Ling before, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. She thought about it again. Lin Ling should have used the Black Tortoise Energy Suppressing Pill to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Although the Black Tortoise Energy Suppressing Pill could raise one's strength by 1 level, it was extremely abnormal for him to use half a month to digest the pill. You're also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He had always been the most talented genius of the 4 great sects, so he was extremely proud. But he didn't expect that this honor wasn't his alone. So what if you're at the 7th stage of body transformation? My fire spirit body allows me to surpass my opponent. You will still die in my hands. Ma Yan roared, wanting to use his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Unfortunately, if Lin Ling was at the 7th stage of body transformation, he would definitely win. But Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength was not an ordinary technique. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling's spiritual energy rushed into the bronze sword, causing it to turn black. A strong and overbearing aura flowed out from the sword tip and rushed towards Ma Yan's raging flame sword. Pa pa pa. The raging flame sword was not a huge sword and was immediately bent like a bow. Scram! Lin Ling bellowed. The moment his voice fell, Ma Yan's raging fire sword was unable to bear the burden. It suddenly bounced back and flew out along with Ma Yan. Along the way, his figure smashed into a large number of ancient martial art practitioners. The surging power caused many ancient martial art practitioners to vomit blood. In an instant, the square was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes flickering with shock. In a clash of geniuses, Ma Yan was the one who lost in a contest of earth energy protection. How was this possible? One had to know that Ma Yan possessed the fire spirit body and was a genius who could jump ranks to battle. No one could believe their eyes. You've hidden your strength well. Seems I underestimated you. But don't be too proud. I didn't use my full strength just now. In the crowd, Ma Yan walked back with an ugly expression. He was once again humiliated by Lin Ling. I have never been complacent. From beginning to end, it has always been you who has been speaking. But are you the only one who has not used your full strength? Lin Ling coldly stared at Ma Yan. His words caused the eyes of the surrounding people to widen. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling put his finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. Reverse blood technique. Reverse blood technique. In their first confrontation, he was very clear that Ma Yan's fire spirit body was indeed very strong. After all, with his 9-dragon strength, if Ma Yan was an ordinary 7th-stage body transformation cultivator, he would have already defeated him. But in their first confrontation, Ma Yan had only suffered light injuries. Therefore, he had to use 70% of his strength. Once the reverse blood technique was used, Lin Ling's body emitted white smoke. In addition to the black spirit energy circulating around his body, it made him appear extremely demonic. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel an extremely powerful aura. Of course, Ma Yan was not weak either. His entire body's earth energy protection changed, as if he had used a martial art. Before, I did not use a martial art, so you took advantage of me. Now that I have used a martial art, your good luck has come to an end. Taking one step at a time, Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He then proudly said, My fire spirit body is blessed by the heavens. There are many martial arts that I cannot practice, but I can only practice fire attribute martial arts. The elder of the fallen leaves sect searched through the ancient records, and after a year he finally found a set of martial arts for me, Flame Dragon Bite. This set of martial arts, other than me, no one else can practice it. Bang! Bang! His entire body's earth energy protection suddenly erupted, making him look like a man of fire. The flames seemed to have a spirit of their own. They constantly circled around, forming a fire dragon as thick as an arm that wrapped around his raging flame sword. At this moment he was like the monarch of fire. From the beginning of the battle until now you have been nagging non-stop, as if you have already won, but in reality you have not. Bang! The change in Ma Yan's aura did not cause Lin Ling to reveal any fear. He walked step by step towards Ma Yan. Before I did not win, but now I have already won. Bang! Ma Yan laughed arrogantly and walked towards Lin Ling. It seemed that the display of martial arts gave him great confidence. Both of them walked forward slowly. Their speed seemed slow, but in reality, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. It was also a clash of auras. A storm was coming, so the attacks here would definitely be fierce. For a moment everyone was curious. They wanted to see how many moves that mysterious youth could block from Ma Yan. Time seemed to have slowed down a lot, but in the next moment the storm arrived. Flame Dragon Bite. Bang! Ma Yan took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. The sword in his hand was like a dragon rushing out of a volcano, bringing with it a violent and high temperature that could burn everything in the world. In terms of control of fire, in the entire 100,000 mountains, besides Ma Yan, no one dared to call themselves number one. The bronze greatsword in Lin Ling's hand strangely turned black. The inverse blood technique increased his speed and attack, but at this moment he gave up on speed and chose to meet force with force. He wanted to see if Ma Yan's fire spirit body was stronger, or if his 9 dragons were more domineering. Whoosh! The greatsword swung without any fancy moves. It was an attack of pure strength. Clang! The two swords collided like two volcanoes. Burn everything you have. Ma Yin roared. Ma Yin shouted arrogantly, but when their swords clashed, his expression changed. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his raging flame sword. It was like a huge mountain, and his sword could not cut it, nor could it burn it. Moreover, that terrifying power gradually exploded from its initial weak state. Fly! Bang! Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, sweeping everything in his path. His sword was not light but like a broadsword. Kacha! A powerful force exploded and sent Ma Yin flying as if he had been slapped by an ancient demonic beast. How is his spiritual energy stronger than mine? Ma Yin roared. While flying, Ma Yan's expression changed drastically. Just as he stopped his charge, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Lin Ling followed him like a shadow and slashed again without any fancy moves. Chapter 44. Nothing much. What a fast speed. Ma Yin was shocked. He raised the raging flame sword in his hand, wanting to block Lin Ling's slash. Bang! The sword in the air was like a giant axe, like a thunderbolt. As the sword slashed down, Ma Yan's raging flame sword let out a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the sword's body, and even the spiraling fire dragon dimmed. Under Ma Yan's feet, a 5-meter-wide crack appeared and continued to expand. The fire spirit body is indeed something to be proud of. You can defeat martial artists of the same realm, but the prerequisite is that the martial artist you meet is not an ordinary martial artist. Bang! Lin Ling said coldly. He raised the sword in his right hand again. The sword that was the size of a door descended like a heavenly punishment. Bang! Another slash. Crack! Ma Yan's sword broke. He was smashed to the ground by the tyrannical force. He spat out blood and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that this young man only knew some unorthodox medical skills. He did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. Ma Yin can't even withstand a single blow. Who is this young man? How can he be so strong? Bang! The surrounding onlookers were shocked. In their eyes, this young man fully demonstrated what violent martial arts were. In fact, if not for me, Lord Li would have already killed you. Because you almost killed his daughter. But you didn't know what's good for you. Because you felt humiliated by kneeling, you actually wanted to kill me. I've said it before. Anyone who wants to kill me, I'll make them pay the price. Bang! Lin Ling's killing intent locked onto Ma Yin on the ground. That giant sword was filled with a sharp light. He wanted to kill Ma Yin. After experiencing the inner disciple assessment, Lin Ling had become more decisive. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, everyone wanted to stand at the peak of the world and rule the world. On the path of martial arts, they would cut down all obstacles. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not kill Ma Yin now, Ma Yin would kill him. Ma Yin was an arrogant and irrational martial artist. In order to become stronger, he would not have any compassion. Enough! Just as Lin Ling's sword was about to slash down, a shout suddenly rang out. Not far away, Yi Tianling's face was ice-cold as she stared at Lin Ling. In the depths of her eyes, there was an inviolable majesty. Do you think it's enough just because you say so? Lin Ling did not turn around, but the sword in his hand did not stop. Instead, he slashed at Ma Yin. It's just a spar. Why take my life? With me here, no one can touch junior brother Ma. Yi Tianling obviously did not expect Lin Ling to ignore her. Lin Ling may have some talent, but in her eyes he was just SOSO. At least for now, Yi Tianling was stronger than Lin Ling in that case. I'll clean up the house for Anywhere. 5 Poison Divine Palm. An afterimage appeared above the square, invisible like the wind. In the next moment it appeared behind Lin Ling. At the same time, a dreamlike palm slapped towards Lin Ling's back. Yi Tianling made her move. No one expected her to make a move. After all, this was a spar between Ma Yin and Lin Ling. Generally speaking, no one would interfere. However, in order to save her junior brother, Yi Tianling made her move. Moreover, this move was like a sneak attack. Even though it seemed like she wanted to save Ma Yin, she actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. Yi Tianling, you're despicable. Anywhere finally reacted. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, but it was too late for her to save Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of slashing down with his sword, but the smell of blood behind him caused his expression to change. Without thinking, he stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His hands moved quickly, and the black chi around his body surged to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. The spirit chi was like a dancing black flame. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling looked behind him and slapped out, "Tyrant Dragon Seal." This palm strike was Lin Ling's strongest attack, and it was also his full strength. He did not know who was behind him, but he sensed that the attacker was very strong. He needed to use his strongest attack to deal with it. "What's the use?" A sinister voice sounded. The dreamy palm slapped out, and with a boom it met Lin Ling's Tyrant Dragon Seal. Bang! A strong wave of chi rolled out. On the square, the wind swept away the clouds, and the spiritual energy scattered in all directions, causing the people around to gasp. "How could you block my 5-poison divine palm?" A puzzled voice sounded. Yi Tianling's body flew out, and after flying for more than 10 meters, she stopped and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and walked towards Ma Yin again. The more Yi Tianling tried to stop him, the more he wanted to kill. He blocked Yi Tianling's palm. Yi Tianling is an outstanding figure in the 8th level of body tempering, and is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. Looking at the youth in front of them, the crowd's eyes widened. When they saw Lin Ling defeat Ma Yin, they thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Who would have thought that Lin Ling could even exchange a blow with an 8th level of body tempering expert? One must know that the 8th level of body tempering expert was not an ordinary 8th level of body tempering expert. This youth is hard to see through. In the distance, Shi Minjian frowned. He was not afraid of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was too strange. Even Tai Mo's eyes lit up, as if he had seen something interesting. "If I want to kill him, can you save him?" Arriving in front of Ma Yin, Lin Ling pulled out his sword with his right hand and said coldly. Yi Tianling's face was extremely ferocious. Not being able to kill Lin Ling with her palm made her feel extremely embarrassed. But soon she laughed and said, "If he dies, you will die too. Those who are hit by my 5-poison divine palm will not live for more than a day." Her 5-poison divine palm was not known for its strength, but for its poison. 5-poison divine palm, a 3rd-grade yellow class martial art. It is a very insidious martial art. It was the reason why Yi Tianling was able to become the 8th-ranked inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. She practiced with scorpions, snakes, spiders, centipedes, and toads. Hearing Yi Tianling's words, many people around revealed looks of fear. Then they looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning in their eyes. 5-poison divine palm? Lin Ling frowned and opened his left hand. He immediately discovered that his palm was colorful, as if it had been dyed with paint. But this color was not on the surface, but on the inside of his palm. "Haha, under my 5-poison divine palm, there has never been a survivor. Kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood." Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, Yi Tianling could not help but laugh with pride. It seemed that in the past she had often encountered this kind of situation. She enjoyed the arrogance of her enemies when they were hit by her 5-poison divine palm, but in the end, they would lose their dignity and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her proud laughter. After pondering for a moment, he took out 3 heaven-class recovery pills and swallowed them. At the same time, the black spirit in his body rushed to his arm to expel the poison. Previously, when he was training in the burial ground, he had studied the medical books left by the ghost monkey. In addition, he had a strong recovery ability of the black spirit and the recovery pills. Now it was all playing its role. After a while, the surface of his palm began to squirm as if some poisonous insect was being forced out of his palm. His palm began to emit a colorful spirit energy. The spirit energy continued to condense and turned into a colorful silkworm. "Is this your poison? Not good." Chapter 45. Fame in a single battle. "You cured me of my poison!" Exclamation point. Yi Tianling was shocked, as if she had suffered a blow. She actually saw someone who could cure her poison. How was this possible? "Don't get ahead of yourself." My tyrant dragon seal isn't that easy to take. Exclamation point. Lin Ling looked at Yi Tianling coldly after stomping the worms on the ground to death. You're only at the 7th level of physique tempering. How strong can your attack be? Are you trying to hurt me? Yi Tianling snorted coldly. But before she could finish her sentence, her energy center shook violently, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and her face to turn pale. It was obvious that she wasn't unscathed after clashing with Lin Ling's palm. Instead, she was injured. Lin Ling's tyrant dragon palm was condensed from his entire body's qi to protect his body. It was equivalent to the full force of the 9 dragons. It was overbearing and magnificent. In addition, Lin Ling had also added in the characteristics of the King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. With the combination of the two, how could Yi Tianling be unscathed? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Alright, it's your turn. Ma Yin, it's time to end this. Exclamation point. Ignoring Yi Tianling's venomous gaze, Lin Ling raised his sword and looked at Ma Yin indifferently. On the ground, Ma Yan's face was ashen. He had seen that even senior sister Yi couldn't stop this young man. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. The funny thing was that Ma Yan thought that he was the strongest among his peers, so he didn't put this young man in his eyes. In the end, he ended up like this. I can't accept this. If given time, I will definitely become a strong person. I have talent, I have cultivation resources, and I'm also an alchemist. I can't accept to die in your hands. Exclamation point. Ma Yin roared with difficulty. His voice was filled with unwillingness and regret. You think too much. You think too much. Even if I don't kill you, your achievements are limited. The 100,000 mountains is just the tip of the iceberg. You have a fire spirit body, but it's only a first-grade spirit body. There are many people more talented than you, but you are so arrogant. With this attitude, how far can you go? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, but the sword in his hand chopped down. Martial artists all have a certain drive. Only with self-confidence can you go further. Your drive is actually not wrong. What's wrong is that you provoked the wrong person. Whoosh! He took Ma Yan's life with a single slash. Ma Yan died with his eyes wide open, filled with deep regret. After Lin Ling's sword slashed down, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't regret Ma Yan's death. After all, in this world there was no lack of geniuses. What surprised them was that in the myriad mountains, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Another mysterious genius had risen. As for the geniuses from the various sects, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. In the beginning, they had misjudged and thought that Ma Yan was the most talented. But in the end, the truly terrifying one was that young man. Although the young man's current strength was not as good as theirs, if he maintained his progress, surpassing them was not impossible. He doesn't seem to be a genius with a spirit physique, but he was able to defeat Ma Yan, who has a first-rank spirit physique. It seems that this is the result of his cultivation method. This method in his hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If I can obtain it, then I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. In a corner of the square, a young man was hiding in the dark. He had one eye, but the other was blind. However, his remaining eye was emitting a cold light at this moment. Although in this world, there were geniuses who were blessed by the heavens and had extraordinary spirit physiques, the heavens were fair. Ordinary people had a chance to surpass geniuses with spirit physiques, and they relied on cultivation methods. A high-level cultivation method could make up for the lack of talent. So this young man was very curious about Lin Ling's cultivation method. He wanted to steal it and use it for himself. Let me give you a word of advice. It's best not to do this right now. Although there are only geniuses from the 4 sects here, in reality, there are still experts watching from the restaurant in the distance. Moreover, there are experts hiding in every corner of the street. If you make a move, it might cause a change. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded in the young man's ear. The young man's expression changed, but he didn't dare to make a move. Indeed, at this moment, in a restaurant in the distance, a young man around the age of 16 was drinking wine and watching the scene in the square with a faint smile. There were several people serving him by his side, and he was holding a charming young woman in his arms. If one looked carefully, one would see the word Zhang embroidered on the chest of the young man's white brocade robe. If someone with knowledge was here, They would definitely know that this young man was from the Zhang clan of the 8 great ancient clans. In addition, on the roof of a blue brick house, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat quietly. His eyes were constantly flashing. The scene in the square had been seen by him, and it caused ripples in his heart. Then he looked up at the sky, and his gaze fell on the bright moonlight. In the ancient clan's Lin clan, all 16-year-old bloodlines must be tested. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, only Ling is from the Lin clan. Calculating the time, Ling should be about the same age as that young man. I just don't know how strong he is, and whether or not Hualetang will do what he needs to do to protect Ling. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, and the nostalgia in his eyes deepened. At this moment in the square, everyone was staring at Lin Ling. On the fallen leaf sect's side, the experts were restless. In addition, the geniuses from the other sects were also hesitating about something, as if they were considering whether or not to kill Lin Ling. An oppressive atmosphere flowed through the square. Many people found it difficult to breathe, as if a storm was coming. And Yuer had already quietly walked to Lin Ling's side, and her expression was extremely dignified. Haha, so Li friend is here. It took me a long time to find you. Haha. At this moment a light laughter sounded out. In the square a middle-aged man slowly walked towards Lin Ling. This person was Mr. Li. His appearance was like breaking the silence. Many restless hearts couldn't help but helplessly withdraw. Then they were all shocked. No one thought that Mr. Li would come. Mr. Li was the strongest powerhouse in Mountain View Town. He possessed the strength of the 10th stage of body transformation, and was able to summon all the wandering martial artists of Mountain View Town. This person could be called a hero of a region. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that Mr. Li was on the same side as that young man. What a fellow that makes one jealous. It has to be known that Mr. Li never participates in the competition between the 4 great sects' genius disciples. There were once geniuses who tried to win over Mr. Li with precious pills, but they were all rejected. I never thought that this young man would be able to obtain Mr. Li's assistance. Sigh. In a corner of the square, some geniuses secretly whispered. Chapter 46. The summit began. Haha, Lord Li, we're just out for a stroll. But it's already late, let's go back. Alright. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he spoke with a smile, after which he strode away. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his sharp senses had detected that something was amiss. There were many powerful auras in the surroundings that were ready to cause trouble. Good. Alright. Lord Li laughed and then followed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's calm and collected attitude made him extremely impressed. This youth was only 15 years old, but he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Moreover, he had a sharpness that surpassed ordinary martial artists. The 3 of them left casually, and the square gradually returned to its previous state. Some of the experts who were watching the show had complicated feelings. They were curious about the identity of the mysterious youth who became famous in one battle. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. You actually tied with Yi Tianling. Alright. Walking along the street, and Yuer quietly looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with surprise. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to injure Yi Tianling. His strength was almost on par with hers. One must know that this youth had just entered the inner sect not long ago. I'm not that strong. Yi Tianling was injured because she underestimated me and rashly exchanged blows with me. If she was careful, perhaps the one who was injured would be me. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too modest. In the younger generation of the 100,000 Mountains, there are no more than 50 people who can fight with Yi Tianling and maintain a tie. Moreover, all of them are about the same age as Yi Tianling. Only you are 15 years old. And Yuer said with a serious expression. She was looking forward to it. If given more time, Lin Ling's strength would definitely surpass even more genius experts. It's just luck. Alright. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about it. 3 days later at the Genius Summit, let's meet again. Alright. 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 And Yuer nodded. After seeing Lin Ling's rapid growth, she also felt some pressure, so she wanted to use the time to increase her strength. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. Back in his room, Lin Ling wanted to cultivate in silence, but he just couldn't calm down. He thought of the peaceful days in the previous world. Although that world was also filled with the law of the jungle, it did not kill people. But here he did not want to kill people, but he was forced to. This world was forcing him to integrate into it. Everything was because of martial arts. Ma Yin is the second person I've killed. The first was Yang Zhan. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he suddenly felt a little dazed. But soon he thought of the figure that was sleeping on Arcade Peak. That weak little girl. And his eyes gradually became firm. Killing is to protect the inviolable territory in your heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling's previously shaken martial heart stabilized once again. If I want to protect the Arcade Peak, I must defeat many enemies. I must participate in the Genius Summit. However, Yi Tianling is already so strong, there are many more geniuses above her. I must surpass them one by one. Although Lin Ling had the assistance of his mysterious eyes and his cultivation speed was faster than the average person's, there were still many people who were stronger than him. Some geniuses had spirit bodies, some had illustrious family backgrounds, and some had fortuitous encounters after fortuitous encounters. Every powerhouse that could become a genius was not a groundless rumor. There is still one black turtle energy suppressing pill left. I'll swallow it. Although I won't be able to break through in a short period of time, the spiritual energy gathered in my body can be constantly absorbed as I fight. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling swallowed the other black turtle energy suppressing pill. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In his heart he constantly thought of the recent battle. His opponent's moves, his own moves, his opponent's strengths, his own weaknesses. As Lin Ling continued to meditate, he felt that although his realm did not rise, his strength had increased by 10%. In addition, the 7 black spiritual energies in his dantian were constantly surging, and the 7 stages of body transformation gradually stabilized. Time slowly passed. 3 days of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lin Ling pushed open the window. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. The Summit of Geniuses had begun. At the Summit of Geniuses, powerhouses are as common as clouds. My goal is to temper myself and increase my combat experience, not to win the championship. Lin Ling did not bite off more than he could chew. His cultivation time was short, and he could not compare to those geniuses. Thus, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat everyone. As long as he could reach a certain level of cultivation, then even if he lost it would be fine. But thinking that he could compete with the geniuses of the 4 faction, Lin Ling was looking forward to it. He wanted to see just how far he could go. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Ling went to look for Nuer. Not long after, the two met on the street. Lin Ling looked carefully and discovered that Nuer had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of body transformation. It seemed that in these past 3 days, Senior Apprentice Sister and had also benefited greatly. Take this is the mask and also your broadsword. Yes. And Nuer smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. She handed over the 2 items in her hands to Lin Ling. One was a pitch-black mask, and the other was a broadsword made of wrought iron. Lin Ling blinked, puzzled. He wasn't too sure what this meant. This is Mr. Li's idea. 3 days ago your battle made you famous, and many people are curious about your origins. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mr. Li suggests that you wear the mask and change to the broadsword to hide your identity. And Nuer explained. Lin Ling thought for a moment. This was a good suggestion. If he hid his identity, he would be able to erupt with his full strength. Not only that, but the recent scene in the square had made him realize that many people were curious about him. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took the mask and put it on. At the same time he changed the broadsword to the broadsword. This broadsword was similar to the broadsword. It was also known for its vigorous strength. Of course, after Lin Ling swung it, he still felt that it wasn't as smooth as the broadsword. Perhaps it was because he was used to using the broadsword. As for the black mask, he didn't know what material it was made of. After Lin Ling put it on, he felt that it was quite comfortable. The surface of the mask was painted with strange patterns, and there were only 2 eye holes. Haha, when you wear this mask, you really give people a mysterious feeling. and Yuer sized up Linling. Linling's body was slender, and his body was well proportioned. He couldn't be considered a muscular man. Coupled with the black mask, he gave off a cold and demonic feeling. Mysterious feeling? If the mysterious feeling can scare the enemy, then that's not bad. Haha. Linling also joked. Soon after, the two of them walked down the street, and Yuer explained to Linling that the Genius Summits process was a bit better. This Genius Summits competition was in the form of small groups. Each group had 3 people. Only by defeating the other group's 3 people would they be considered to have won. On the other hand, if their group's 3 people all lost, then that meant they were eliminated. Currently, Linling and Yuer were only 2 people. Clearly, they couldn't form a group. There's one more person. I've already decided on a candidate. Hey, he's here. Hey. Chapter 47. 3-person group. Lu Qian. 9th stage of body transformation. 7th ranked inner court disciple of Flying Snow Palace. After the woman walked over, and Yuer immediately introduced her to the others. Greetings, senior apprentice Sister Lu. Linling froze for a moment, then cupped his hands in greeting. He secretly examined Lu Qian and discovered that her strength was not bad, but she did not have the talent of a spirit body. Lu Qian nodded at Linling and lightly said, "How is your strength?" Her words were extremely calm, giving off a slightly arrogant feeling. Of course, with her cultivation, she had the qualifications to be arrogant. 7th stage of body transformation, Linling said. Lu Qian frowned in dissatisfaction, but she quickly ignored it. My strength is a bit weak, but I can't find a suitable person in a short period of time. Let's go together. With our strength, we might not be able to go far. Maybe we'll be eliminated in 3 matches. Sigh. At the summit of geniuses, powerhouses were as common as clouds. Even she did not have the confidence to obtain a good result. She only wanted a chance to temper herself. The 3 of them chatted as they walked towards the registration area. There was a surging crowd, and many young elites were already boiling with excitement. These young elites all came from the 4 great sects, and all wanted to use this stage to show off their strength. However, to participate in the Summit of Geniuses, there were requirements. The minimum cultivation was at the 7th stage of body transformation. This threshold blocked many people. In the end, only 300 people had the qualifications to participate in the Summit of Geniuses. These 300 people were divided into 100 groups, and then quietly waited for the next elimination round. The Summit of Geniuses was held on a mountain peak near Mountain View Town. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, and the peak was as if it had been cut open by a knife. It was neat and flat, and from this mountain peak one could see over half of the 100,000 great mountains. It was extremely mystical. Mountain View Town's name came from this. I have the strength of the peak of the 6th stage of body transformation, but I still can't participate in the Summit of Geniuses. Sigh. The Summit of Geniuses is a competition between geniuses of the 100,000 great mountains. What qualifications do you have to participate? You should be satisfied to be able to watch the battles. Sigh. To be able to watch the battles of those geniuses will be helpful to my future martial arts. Discussions rang out endlessly on the flat mountain peak. Iron Devil, Shi Minjian, Imperial Wind, Meng Haoren, and Wang Fei are definitely the main characters of this year's Summit of Geniuses. It's a new era. But what makes me curious is that none of the conclave disciples of the 4 sects are participating. Of course, core disciples already rule the world, and have the status of elders in their respective sections. What are they competing for? Don't bite off more than you can chew. The world of geniuses like Iron Demon isn't something you can understand. Listening to the voices around him, Linling's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, he might be able to rank in the top 10 among the inner disciples of the 4 great sections. However, compared to the top disciples, he was still lacking. Go in, Lu Qian said faintly. Her expression was calm, but her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had heard the discussions of the people around her. This made her feel some pressure. Compared to those top experts, she still felt that she was no match for them. Time passed slowly, and more people gathered in the square. The 300 geniuses who were going to participate in the summit had all arrived. There were more than 300 people in total, and they were grouped into 100 groups. Within the groups there were some top geniuses who led 2 junior brothers. Some groups had 2 top geniuses, and these groups were obviously very strong. Iron Demon, how about we go together? My strength is at the 9th level of body transformation, and I should be able to match up to you. At a corner of the square, an expert from the Flying Snow Palace said, "Scram! Scram!" Iron Demon sat quietly on top of a large rock. His voice was cold, and he directly rejected because the other party wasn't qualified. That Flying Snow Palace disciple's expression turned ugly, and he left awkwardly. Not long after, another youth walked in front of Iron Demon. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and a long sword hung at his waist. The smile on his face gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, but there was arrogance in his smile. Dragons do not coexist with snakes. Those who have the qualifications to team up with me are few and far between. Iron Demon, you barely qualify to enter my eyes. Scram! You too. Scram! Iron Demon looked at the youth indifferently. The other party was Shimenjian, and had the qualifications to team up with him. Imperial Wind have never competed, but if I do, I will definitely be the strongest. The 2 of you will team up with me. Another youth walked over. He was dressed in green, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was extremely cold. Iron Demon and Shimenjian looked at each other, and without saying anything they nodded. The person who came was Imperial Wind, the second strongest of the 4 great sects, the Wild Blade sect. He also had the qualifications. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, they quietly waited for the Genius Summit to begin. The 3 of them teamed up not for glory, but to be valued by the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans. They wanted to enter the Zhang family and be heavily nurtured. Only in this way could they go further. The 100,000 Great Mountains was a small place, and their ambitions did not stop there. Look over there. The 3 great geniuses have teamed up. Heavens, who can beat them? The strange situation here quickly attracted the attention of many people, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for some of the arrogant geniuses, their faces were gloomy. After all, in their small groups, there might be one person with decent strength, while the other was inferior. Such a small group was already considered decent amongst the 100 small groups. However, on Iron Demon's side, the 3 of them were all top experts, and seemed to be determined to be the champion. Looks like the champion has been decided. Sigh, I just hope we don't meet them too early. Lu Qian also looked over and could not help but sigh. Even Inuer was somewhat silent, surprised by the strength of that group. I look forward to meeting them. Different from the others, Lin Ling's expression was calm. After all, the purpose of this trip was to temper himself. Weak opponents would not have the effect of tempering himself. Only strong opponents could satisfy his requirements. As for losing, Lin Ling did not plan to win. Lu Qian heard Lin Ling's words and glared. This little guy was arrogant enough. Of course, she did not take Lin Ling's words to heart. Silence. At this moment, a calm voice sounded above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The huge square quieted down. The cultivators of the 100,000 Great Mountains are too weak, but in the end they still have to be unified. Therefore, my Zhang family has come with this purpose. The Genius Summit is the time to test your strength. I hope you will do your best. The owner of the voice was extremely arrogant. His words were disdainful, as if he had come to unify the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, although his words were arrogant and he looked down on others, no one dared to object. Everyone knew that the person who spoke was a member of the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans. This time, the Genius Summit will have 100 groups divided into 10 martial stages. The winning group of each martial stage can enter my Zhang family to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, the square was in an uproar. Entering the Zhang family to cultivate was undoubtedly the same as leaving the 100,000 Great Mountains and entering the vast world of the strong. This was the dream of every cultivator.